The Merry Adventures of Robin Hood by Howard Pyle. Narrated by Ben Hines. Chapter 1. Preface from the author to the reader. You who so plod amid serious things that you feel it shame to give yourself up, even for a few short moments, to mirth and joyousness in the land of fancy, you who think that life hath naught to do with innocent laughter that can harm no one, these pages are not for you. Clap to the leaves and go no farther than this, for I tell you plainly that if you go farther, you will be scandalized by seeing good, sober folks of real history so frisk and caper in gay colours and motley that you would not know them but for the names tagged to them. Here is a stout, lusty fellow with a quick temper, yet none so ill for all that, who goes by the name of Henry II. Here is a fair, gentle lady before whom all others bow and call her Queen Eleanor. Here is a fat rogue of a fellow, dressed up in rich robes of a clerical kind, that all the good folk may call my Lord Bishop of Hereford. Here is a certain fellow with a sour temper and a grim look, the worshipful, the Sheriff of Nottingham. And here, above all, is a great, tall, merry fellow that roams the green wood and joins in homely sports, and sits beside the sheriff at merry feast, which some beareth the name of the proudest of the Plantagenets, Richard of the Lion's Heart. Beside these are a whole host of knights, priests, nobles, burghers, yeomen, pages, ladies, lasses, landlords, beggars, pedlars, and what not, all living the merriest of merry lives, and all bound by nothing but a few odd strands of certain old ballads, snipped and clipped and tied together again in a score of knots, which draw these jocund fellows here and there, singing as they go. Here you will find 100 dull, sober, jogging places, all tricked out with flowers and what not, till no one would know them in their fanciful dress. And here is a country bearing a well-known name, wherein no chill mists press upon our spirits, and no rain falls but what rolls off our backs like April showers off the backs of sleek drakes, where flowers bloom for ever, and birds are always singing, where every fellow hath a merry catch as he travels the roads, and ale and beer and wine, such as muddle no wits, flow like water in a brook. This country is not fairyland. What is it? 'Tis the land of fancy, and is of that pleasant kind that, when you tire of it, whisk, you clap the leaves of this book together, and 'tis gone, and you are ready for everyday life, with no harm done. And now I lift the curtain that hangs between here and no man's land. Will you come with me, sweet reader? I thank you. Give me your hand. Chapter 2. How Robin Hood came to be an outlaw. In merry England in the time of old, when good King Henry II ruled the land, there lived within the green glades of Sherwood Forest, near Nottingham town, a famous outlaw whose name was Robin Hood. No archer ever lived that could speed a grey goose shaft with such skill and cunning as his, nor were there ever such yeomen as the 70 merry men that roamed with him through the greenwood shades. Right merrily they dwelled within the depths of Sherwood Forest, suffering neither care nor want, but passing the time in merry games of archery or bouts of cudgel play, living upon the king's venison, washed down with draughts of ale of October brewing. Not only Robin himself, but all the band were outlaws, and dwelled apart from other men. Yet they were beloved by the country people round about, for no one ever came to jolly Robin for help in time of need, and went away again with an empty fist. And now I will tell how it came about that Robin Hood fell afoul of the law. When Robin was a youth of 18, stout of sinew and bold of heart, the Sheriff of Nottingham proclaimed a shooting match, and offered a prize of a butt of ale to whosoever should shoot the best shaft in Nottinghamshire. Now, quoth Robin, will I go too, For fain would I draw a string for the bright eyes of my lass and a butt of good October brewing. So he got and took his good stout yew bow and a score or more of broad cloth-yard arrows and started off from Loxley town through Sherwood Forest to Nottingham. It was at the dawn of day in the merry May-time, when hedgerows are green and flowers bedeck the meadows, daisies pied and yellow cuckoo buds and fair primroses all along the briery hedges, when apple buds blossom and sweet birds sing, the lark at dawn of day, the throstle cock and cuckoo, when lads and lasses look upon each other with sweet thoughts, when busy housewives spread their linen to bleach upon the bright green grass. Sweet was the greenwood as he walked along its paths, and bright the green and rustling leaves, amid which the little birds sang with might and main, and blithely Robin whistled as he trudged along, thinking of Maid Marian and her bright eyes. For at such times a youth's thoughts are wont to turn pleasantly upon the lass that he loves the best. As thus he walked along with a brisk step and merry whistle, he came suddenly upon some foresters seated beneath a great oak tree. 15 there were, in all, making themselves merry with feasting and drinking as they sat around a huge pasty, to which each man helped himself, thrusting his hands into the pie and washing down that which they ate with great horns of ale, which they drew all foaming from a barrel that stood nigh. Each man was clad in Lincoln green, and a fine show they made, seated upon the sward beneath that fair spreading tree. Then one of them, his mouth full, called out to Robin, "Holloa! Where goest thou, little lad? Why thy 1 penny bow and thy farthing shafts?" Then Robin grew angry, for no stripling likes to be taunted with his green years. "Now," quoth he, "my bow and eke mine arrows are as good as shine, and moreover I go to the shooting match at Nottingham town, which same has been proclaimed by our good Sheriff of Nottinghamshire. There I will shoot with other stout yeomen, for a prize has been offered of a fine butt of ale." Then one who held a horn of ale in his hand said, "Oh, listen to the lad! Why, boy, thy mother's milk is yet scarce dry upon thy lips, and yet thou pratest of standing up with good stout men at Nottingham butts, thou who art scarce able to draw 1 string of a 2-stone bow." "I'll hold the best of you 20 marks, quoth bold Robin, "that I hit the clout at 60 rods by the good help of Our Lady fair." At this all laughed aloud, and one said, "Well boasted, thou fair infant, well boasted, and well thou knowest that no target is nigh to make good thy wager." And another cried, "He'll be taking ale with his milk next." At this Robin grew right mad. "Hark ye," said he, "yonder, at the glade's end, I see a herd of deer, even more than 60 rods distant. I'll hold you 20 marks, that, by leave of Our Lady, I cause the best heart among them to die." "Now done," cried he who had spoken first, "and here are 20 marks. I wager that thou causest no beast to die, with or without the aid of Our Lady." Then Robin took his good yew bow in his hand, and placing the tip at his instep, he strung it right deftly. Then he knocked a broad cloth-yard arrow, and, raising the bow, drew the grey goose feather to his ear. The next moment the bowstring rang, and the arrow sped down the glade as a sparrowhawk skims in a northern wind. High leaped the noblest heart of all the herd, only to fall dead, reddening the green path with his heart's blood. "Ha!" cried Robin. "How likest thou that shot, good fellow? I wot the wager were mine, and in it were 300 pounds. Then all the foresters were filled with rage, and he who had spoken first and lost the wager was more angry than all. "Nay," cried he, "the wager is none of thine, and I'll get thee gone straight away, or by all the saints of heaven I'll baste thy sides until thou wilt never be able to walk again." "Knowest thou not," said another, "that thou hast killed the king's deer? And, by the laws of our gracious lord and sovereign king, Harry, thine ears should have been shaven close to thy head." "Catch him!" cried a third. "Nay," said a fourth, "let him e'en go, 'cause of his tender years." Never a word said Robin Hood, but he looked at the foresters with a grim face. Then, turning on his heel, strode away from them down the forest glade. But his heart was bitterly angry, for his blood was hot and youthful and prone to boil. Now well would it have been for him who had first spoken had he left Robin Hood alone, but his anger was hot, both because the youth had gotten the better of him and because of the deep draughts of ale that he had been quaffing. So, of a sudden, without any warning, he sprang to his feet and seized upon his bow and fitted it to a shaft. "Aye," cried he, "and I'll hurry thee anon." And he sent the arrow whistling after Robin. It was well for Robin Hood that the same forester's head was spinning with ale, or else he would never have taken another step. As it was, the arrow whistled within 3 inches of his head. Then he turned around and quickly drew his own bow and sent an arrow back in return. "Ye said I was no archer," cried he aloud, "but say so now again." The shaft flew straight. The archer fell forward with a cry and lay on his face upon the ground, his arrows rattling about him from out of his quiver, the grey goose shaft wet with his heart's blood. Then, before the others could gather their wits about them, Robin Hood was gone into the depths of the greenwood. Some started after him, but not with much heart, for each feared to suffer the death of his fellow. So presently they all came and lifted the dead man up and bore him away to Nottingham town. Meanwhile Robin Hood ran through the greenwood. Gone was all the joy and brightness from everything, for his heart was sick within him, and it was borne in upon his soul that he had slain a man. "Alas," cried he, "thou hast found me an archer that will make thy wife to ring. I would that thou hadst ne'er said one word to me, or that I had never passed that way, or e'en that my right forefinger had been stricken off ere that this had happened. In haste I smote, but grieve I saw at leisure." And then, even in his trouble, he remembered the old saw that what is done, and the egg cracked cannot be cured. And so he came to dwell in the greenwood that was to be his home for many a year to come, never again to see the happy days with the lads and lasses of sweet Locksley town, for he was outlawed, not only because he had killed a man, but also because he had poached upon the king's deer, and £200 were set upon his head as a reward for whoever would bring him to the court of the king. Now the Sheriff of Nottingham swore that he himself would bring this knave Robin Hood to justice, and for 2 reasons. First, because he wanted the £200, and next, because the forester that Robin Hood had killed was of kin to him. But Robin Hood lay hidden in Sherwood Forest for 1 year, and in that time there gathered around him many others like himself, cast out from other folk for this cause and for that. Some had shot deer in hungry winter-time when they could get no other food, and had been seen in the act by the foresters, but had escaped, thus saving their ears. Some had been turned out of their inheritance, that their farms might be added to the king's lands in Sherwood Forest. Some had been despoiled by a great baron or a rich abbot or a powerful esquire. All, for one cause or another, had come to Sherwood to escape wrong and oppression. So in all that year, 50 or more good stout yeomen gathered about Robin Hood, and chose him to be their leader and chief. Then they vowed that even as they themselves had been despoiled, they would not despoil their oppressors, whether baron, abbot, knight or squire, and that from each they would take that which had been wrung from the poor by unjust taxes or land rents or in wrongful fines. But to the poor folk they would give a helping hand in need and trouble, and would return to them that which had been unjustly taken from them. Besides this, they swore never to harm a child, nor to wrong a woman, be she maid, wife, or widow, so that, after a while, when the people began to find that no harm was meant to them, but that money or food came in time of want to many a poor family, they came to praise Robin and his merry men, and to tell many tales of him and his doings in Sherwood Forest, for they felt him to be one of themselves. Up rose Robin Hood one merry morn, when all the birds were singing blithely among the leaves, and up rose all his merry men, each fellow washing his head and hands in the cold brown brook that leapt laughing from stone to stone. Then said Robin, For 14 days we have seen no sport, so now I will go abroad and seek adventures forthwith. But tarry ye, my merry men all, here in the greenwood, only see that ye mind well my call. 3 blasts upon the bugle horn I will blow in my hour of need. Then come quickly, for I shall want your aid." So saying, he strode away through the leafy forest glades until he had come to the verge of Sherwood. There he wandered for a long time through highway and byway, through dingly dell and forest skirts. Now he met a fair buxom lass in a shady lane, and each gave the other a merry word and passed their way. Now he saw a fair lady upon an ambling pad, to whom he doffed his cap, and who bowed sedately in return to the fair youth. Now he saw a fat monk on a pannier-laden ass, now a gallant knight with spear and shield and armour that flashed brightly in the sunlight, now a page clad in crimson, and now a stout burgher from good Nottingham town, pacing along with serious footsteps. All these sights he saw, but adventure he found none. At last he took a road by the forest skirts, a bypath that dipped toward a broad pebbly stream, spanned by a narrow bridge made of a log of wood. As he drew nigh this bridge, he saw a tall stranger coming from the other side. Thereupon Robin quickened his pace, as did the stranger likewise, each thinking to cross first. "Now stand thou back," quoth Robin, "and let the better man cross first." "Nay," answered the stranger. "Then stand back shine on self, for the better man, I wet, am I." "That will we presently see," quoth Robin. "And meanwhile stand thou where thou art, or else, by the bright brow of Saint Elfrida, I will show thee right good Nottingham play with a cloth-yard shaft betwixt thy ribs." "Now," quoth the stranger, "I will tan thy hide till it be as many colours as a beggar's cloak, if thou darest so much as touch a string of that same bow that thou holdest in thy hands." "Thou pratest like an ass," said Robin, "for I could send this shaft clean through thy proud head before a curtal friar could say grace over roast goose at Michaelmastide." "And thou pratest like a coward," answered the stranger, "for thou standest there with a good yew bow to shoot at my heart, while I have naught in my hand but a plain blackthorn staff wherewith to meet thee." "Now," quoth Robin, "by the faith of my heart, never have I had a coward's name in all my life before. I will lay by my trusty bow and eke my arrows if thou darest abide my coming. I will go and cut a cudgel to test my manhood withal. Aye, marry, that will I abide thy coming, and joyously too," quoth the stranger, whereupon he leaned sturdily upon his staff to await Robin. Then Robin Hood stepped quickly to the cover-side and cut a good staff of ground oak, straight without new, and 6 feet in length, and came back, trimming away the tender stems from it, while the stranger waited for him, leaning upon his staff, and whistling as he gazed round about. Robin observed him furtively as he trimmed his staff, measuring him from top to toe from the corner of his eye, and thought that he had never seen a lustier or a stouter man. Tall was Robin, but taller was the stranger by a head and a neck, for he was 7 feet in height. Broad was Robin across the shoulders, but broader was the stranger by twice the breadth of a palm, while he measured at least an ell around the waist. "Nevertheless," said Robin to himself, "I will baste thy hide right merrily, my good fellow." Then, aloud, "Lo, here is my good staff, lusty and tough. Now wait my coming, and thou darest, and meet me, and thou fearest not. Then we will fight until one or the other of us tumble into the stream by dint of blows." "Marry, that meeteth my whole heart," cried the stranger, twirling his staff above his head, betwixt his fingers and thumb until it whistled again. Never did the knights of Arthur's Round Table meet in a stouter fight than did these two. In a moment Robin stepped quickly upon the bridge where the stranger stood. First he made a feint, and then delivered a blow at the stranger's head that, had it met its mark, would have tumbled him speedily into the water. But the stranger turned the blow right deftly, and in return gave one as stout, which Robin also turned, as the stranger had done. So they stood, each in his place, neither moving a finger's breadth back, for 1 good hour. And many blows were given and received by each in that time, till here and there were sore bones and bumps, yet neither thought of crying enough, nor seemed likely to fall off the bridge. Now and then they stopped to rest, and each thought that he had never seen in all his life before such a hand at quarterstaff. At last Robin gave the stranger a blow upon the ribs that made his jacket smoke like a damp straw thatch in the sun. So shrewd was the stroke that the stranger came within a hair's breadth of falling off the bridge, but he regained himself right quickly and, by a dexterous blow, gave Robin a crack on the crown that caused the blood to flow. Then Robin grew mad with anger and smote with all his might at the other, but the stranger warded the blow and once again thwacked Robin, and this time so fairly that he fell heels over head into the water, as the queen pin falls in a game of bowls. "And where art thou now, my good lad?" shouted the stranger, roaring with laughter. "Oh, in the flood and floating adown with the tide," cried Robin, nor could he forbear laughing himself at his sorry plight. Then, gaining his feet, he waded to the bank, the little fish speeding hither and thither, all frightened at his splashing. "Give me thy hand," cried he, and when he had reached the bank, "I must needs own thou art a brave and sturdy soul, and withal a good stout stroke with the cudgels. By this and by that, my head hummeth like a hive of bees on a hot June day." Then he clapped his horn to his lips and winded a blast that went echoing sweetly down the forest paths. "Ay, marry," quoth he again, "thou art a tall lad, and eke a brave one, for ne'er, I bow, is there a man betwixt here and Canterbury town could do the like to me that thou hast done. And thou," quoth the stranger, laughing, "takest thy cudgel like a brave heart and a stout yeoman." But now the distant twigs and branches rustled with the coming of men, and suddenly a score or two of good stout yeomen, all clad in Lincoln green, burst from out the covert, with merry Will Stutely at their head. "Good master," cried Will, "how is this? Truly thou art all wet from head to foot, and that to the very skin." "Why, marry," answered jolly Robin, "yon stout fellow hath tumbled me neck and crop into the water, and hath given me a drubbing beside." "And shall he not go without a ducking and eke a drubbing himself?" cried Will Stutely. "Have at him, lads!" Then Will and a score of yeomen leapt upon the stranger, but though they sprang quickly, they found him ready, and felt him strike right and left with his stout staff, so that though he went down with a press of numbers, some of them rubbed cracked crowns before he was overcome. "Nay, forbear!" cried Robin, laughing until his sore sides ached again. "He is a right good man and true, and no harm shall befall him. Now hark ye, good youth, wilt thou stay with me, and be one of my band? 3 suits of Lincoln green shalt thou have each year, beside 40 marks in fee, and share with us whatsoever good shall befall us. Thou shalt eat sweet venison and quaff the stoutest ale, and mine own good right-hand man shall thou be, for never did I see such a cudgel player in all my life before. Speak, wilt thou be one of my good merry men?" "That I know not," quoth the stranger surlily, for he was angry at being so tumbled about. "If ye handle yew bow and apple shaft no better than ye do an oaken cudgel, I wot ye are not fit to be called yeomen in my country. But if there be any man here that can shoot a better shaft than I, then will I bethink me of joining with you." "Now, by my faith," said Robin, "thou art a right saucy varlet, sirrah. Yet I will stoop to thee as I never stooped to man before. Good Stutely, cut thou a fair white piece of bark 4 fingers in breadth, and set it 80 yards distant on yonder oak. Now, stranger, hit that fairly with a grey goose shaft, and call thyself an archer." "Ay, marry, that will I," answered he. "Give me a good stout bow and a fair broad arrow, and if I hit it not, strip me and beat me blue with bowstrings." Then he chose the stoutest bow among them all, next to Robin's own, and a straight grey goose shaft, well feathered and smooth, and stepping to the mark, while all the band, sitting or lying down upon the greensward, watched to see him shoot, he drew the arrow to his cheek and loosed the shaft right deftly, sending it so straight down the path that it clove the mark in the very centre. "Aha!" cried he. Mend thou that, if thou canst. While even the yeomen clapped their hands at so fair a shot. That is a keen shot indeed, quoth Robin. Mend it I cannot, but mar it I may, perhaps. Then, taking up his own good stout bow and nocking an arrow with care, he shot with his very greatest skill. Straight flew the arrow, and so true that it lit fairly upon the stranger's shaft and split it into splinters. Then all the yeomen leapt to their feet and shouted for joy that their master had shot so well. Now, by the lusty yew bow of good Saint Withold, cried the stranger, that is a shot indeed, and I never saw the like in all my life before. Now truly will I be thy man, henceforth and for aye. Good Adam Bell was a fair shot, but never shot he so. Adam Bell, Clym of the Clough, and William of Cloudsley were three noted North Country bowmen, whose names have been celebrated in many ballads of the olden time. Then have I gained a right good man by this day, quoth jolly Robin. What name goest thou by, good fellow? Men call me John Little, whence I came, answered the stranger. Then Will Stutely, who loved a good jest, spoke up. Nay, fair little stranger, said he, I like not thy name, and fain would I have it otherwise. Little art thou indeed, and small of bone and sinew, therefore shalt thou be christened Little John, and I will be thy godfather. Then Robin Hood and all his band laughed aloud until the stranger began to grow angry. And thou makes a jest of me, quoth he to Will Stutely. Thou will have sore bones and little pay, and that in short season. Nay, good friend, said Robin Hood, bottle thine anger, for the name fitteth thee well. Little John shall thou be called henceforth, and Little John shall it be. So, come, my merry men, and we'll prepare a christening feast for this fair infant. So, turning their backs upon the stream, they plunged into the forest once more, through which they traced their steps till they reached the spot where they dwelled in the depths of the woodland. There they had built huts of bark and branches of trees, and made couches of sweet rushes spread over with skins of fallow deer. Here stood a great oak tree with branches spreading broadly around, beneath which was a set of green moss, where Robin Hood was wont to sit and feast, and at a merrymaking with his stout men about him. Here they found the rest of the band, some of whom had come in with a brace of fat does. Then they all built great fires, and after a time roasted the does and broached a barrel of humming ale. Then, when the feast was ready, they all sat down, but Robin placed Little John at his right hand, for he was henceforth to be the second in the band. Then, when the feast was done, Will Stutely spoke up. It is now time, I ween, to christen our bonny babe. Is it not so, merry boys? And aye, aye, cried all, laughing till the woods echoed with their mirth. Then 7 sponsors shall we have, quoth Will Stutely, and hunting among all the band, he chose the 7 stoutest men of them all. Now, by St. Dunstan, cried Little John, springing to his feet, more than one of you shall rue it, and you lay a finger upon me. But without a word they all ran upon him at once, seizing him by his legs and arms and holding him tightly in spite of his struggles, and then they bore him forth, while all stood around to see the sport. Then one came forward who had been chosen to play the priest, because he had a bald crown, and in his hand he carried a brimming pot of ale. Now, who bringeth this babe? Asked he, right soberly. That do I, answered Will Stutely. And what name callest thou him? Little John I call him. Now, Little John, quoth the mock priest, thou hast not lived heretofore, but only got thee along through the world, but henceforth thou wilt live indeed. When thou livest not, thou wast called John Little, but now that thou dost live indeed, Little John shalt thou be called. So christen I thee. And at these last words he emptied a pot of ale upon Little John's head. Then all shouted with laughter as they saw the good brown ale stream over Little John's beard and trickle from his nose to his chin, while his eyes blinked with the smart of it. At first he was of a mind to be angry, but found he could not, because the others were so merry. So he, too, laughed with the rest. Then Robin took his sweet, pretty babe, clothed him all anew from top to toe in Lincoln green, and gave him a good stout bow, and so made him a member of the merry band. And thus it was that Robin Hood became outlawed. Thus a band of merry companions gathered about him, and thus he gained his right-hand man, Little John. And so the prologue ends. And now I will tell how the Sheriff of Nottingham 3 times sought to take Robin Hood, and how he failed each time. Chapter 3. Robin Hood and the Tinker. Now it was told before how £200 were set upon Robin Hood's head, and how the Sheriff of Nottingham swore that he himself would seize Robin, both because he would fain have the £200 and because the slain man was a kinsman of his own. Now the sheriff did not yet know what a force Robin had about him in Sherwood, but thought that he might serve a warrant for his arrest, as he could upon any other man that had broken the laws. Therefore he offered 80 golden angels to anyone who would serve this warrant. But men of Nottingham town knew more of Robin Hood and his doings than the sheriff did, and many laughed to think of serving a warrant upon the bold outlaw, knowing well that all they would get for such service would be cracked crowns, so that no one came forward to take the matter in hand. Thus a fortnight passed, in which time none came forward to do the sheriff's business. Then said he, "A right good reward have I offered to whosoever would serve my warrant upon Robin Hood, and I marvel that no one has come to undertake the task." Then one of his men who was near him said, "Good master, thou wottest not the force that Robin Hood has about him, and how little he cares for warrant of king or sheriff. Truly, no one likes to go on this service for fear of cracked crowns and broken bones." "Then I hold all Nottingham men to be cowards," said the sheriff. "And let me see the man in all Nottinghamshire that dare disobey the warrant of our sovereign Lord King Harry, for by the shrine of St. Edmund I will hang him 40 cubits high. But if no man in Nottingham dare win 80 angels, I will send elsewhere, for there should be men of metal somewhere in this land." Then he called up a messenger in whom he placed great trust, and bade him saddle his horse and make ready to go to Lincoln town, to see whether he could find anyone there that would do his bidding and win the reward. So that same morning the messenger started forth upon his errand. Bright shone the sun upon the dusty highway that led from Nottingham to Lincoln, stretching away all white over hill and dale. Dusty was the highway, and dusty the throat of the messenger, so that his heart was glad when he saw before him the sign of the Blue Boar Inn, when somewhat more than half his journey was done. The inn looked fair to his eyes, and the shade of the oak trees that stood around it seemed cool and pleasant. So he alighted from his horse to rest himself for a time, calling for a pot of ale to refresh his thirsty throat. There he saw a party of right jovial fellows seated beneath the spreading oak that shaded the greensward in front of the door. There was a tinker, 2 barefoot friars, and a party of 6 of the king's foresters, all clad in Lincoln green, and all of them were quaffing, humming ale and singing merry ballads of good old times. Loud laughed the foresters, as jests were bandied about between the singing, and louder laughed the friars, for they were lusty men with beards that curled like the wool of black rams. But loudest of all laughed the tinker, and he sang more sweetly than any of the rest. His bag and his hammer hung upon a twig of the oak tree, and near by leaned his good stout cudgel, as thick as his wrist, and knotted at one end. "Come," cried one of the foresters to the tired messenger, "come join us for this shot. Ho, landlord, bring a fresh pot of ale for each man." The messenger was glad enough to sit down with the others who were there, for his limbs were weary and the ale was good. "Now, what news bearest thou so fast?" quoth one, "and whither thou ridest today?" The messenger was a chatty soul and loved a bit of gossip dearly. Besides, the pot of ale warmed his heart, so that, settling himself in an easy corner of the inn bench, while the host leaned upon the doorway and the hostess stood with her hands beneath her apron, he unfolded his budget of news with great comfort. He told all from the very first, how Robin Hood had slain the forester, and how he had hidden in the greenwood to escape the law, how that he lived therein all against the law, God wot, slaying his majesty's deer and levying toll on fat abbot, knight and esquire, so that none dare travel, even on broad Watling Street or the Fosse Way, for fear of him. How that the sheriff had a mind to serve the king's warrant upon this same rogue, though little would he mind warrant of either king or sheriff, for he was far from being a law-abiding man. Then he told how none could be found in all Nottingham town to serve this warrant, for fear of cracked pates and broken bones, and how that he, the messenger, was now upon his way to Lincoln town to find of what mettle the Lincoln men might be. "Now come I, forsooth, from good Banbury town," said the jolly tinker, "and no one, nigh Nottingham, nor Sherwood either, and that be the mark, can hold cudgel with my grip. Why, lads, did I not meet that mad wag Simon of Ely, even at the famous fair at Hertford town, and beat him in the ring at the place before Sir Robert of Leslie and his lady? This same Robin Hood, of whom I wot I never heard before, is a right merry blaze. But gin he be strong, am not I stronger? And gin he be sly, am not I slyer? Now, by the bright eyes of Nana the Mill, and by mine own name, and that's Water the Crabstaff, and by mine own mother's son, and that's myself, will I, even I, Wat o' the Crabstaff, meet this same sturdy rogue, and gin he mind not the seal of our glorious sovereign King Harry, and the warrant of the good Sheriff of Nottinghamshire, I will so bruise, beat, and maul his pate, that he shall never move finger or toe again. Hear ye that, bully boys?" "Now art thou the man for my farthing," cried the messenger, "and back thou goest with me to Nottingham town." "Nay," quoth the tinker, shaking his head slowly from side to side. "Go I with no man, gin it be not with mine own free will." "Nay, nay," said the messenger. "No man is there in Nottinghamshire could make thee go against thy will, thou brave fellow." "Ay, that be I brave," said the tinker. "Ay, marry," said the messenger, "thou art a brave lad, but our good sheriff hath offered 80 angels of bright gold to whosoever shall serve the warrant upon Robin Hood, though little good will it do." "Then I will go with thee, lad. Do but wait till I get my bag and hammer and my cudgel. Ay, let me but meet this same Robin Hood, and let me see whether he will not mind the king's warrant." So, after having paid their score, the messenger, with the tinker striding beside his nag, started back to Nottingham again. One bright morning, soon after his time, Robin Hood started off to Nottingham town to find what was a-doing there, walking merrily along the roadside where the grass was sweet with daisies, his eyes wandering and his thoughts also. His bugle horn hung at his hip, and his bow and arrows at his back, while in his hand he bore a good stout oaken staff, which he twirled with his fingers as he strolled along. And thus he walked down a shady lane. He saw a tinker coming, trolling a merry song as he drew nigh. On his back hung his bag and his hammer, and in his hand he carried a right stout crabstaff, full 6 feet long, and thus sang he. "In peas cod time, when hound to horn gives ear till buck be killed, and little lads with pipes of corn sit keeping beasts afield." "Halloa, good friend," cried Robin. "I went to gather strawberries." "Halloa," cried Robin again. "By woods and groves full fair." "Halloa, art thou deaf, man? Good friend, say I." "And who art thou dost so boldly check a fair song?" quoth the tinker, stopping in his singing. "Halloa, shine own self, whether there be good friend or no. But let me tell thee, thou stout fellow, gin thou be a good friend, it were well for us both, but gin thou be no good friend, it were ill for thee." "And whence comest thou, my lusty blade?" quoth Robin. "I come from Banbury," answered the tinker. "Alas," quoth Robin, "I hear there is sad news this merry morn." "Ha! Is it indeed so?" cried the tinker eagerly. "Prithee, tell it speedily, for I am a tinker by trade, as thou seest, and as I am in my trade, I am greedy for news, even as a priest is greedy for farthings." "Well then," quoth Robin, "list thou, and I will tell, but bear thyself up bravely, for the news is sad, I wot. Thus it is. I hear that 2 tinkers are in the stocks for drinking ale and beer. Now a murrain seize thee and thy news, thou scurvy dog, quoth the tinker, for thou speakest but ill of good men. But sad news it is indeed. Gin, there be 2 stout fellows in the stocks. Nay, says Robin, thou hast missed the mark and dost but weep for the wrong sow. The sadness of the news lieth in that there be but 2 in the stocks, for the others do roam the country at large. Now by the pewter platter of St. Dunstan, cried the tinker, I have a good part of a mind to baste thy hide for thine ill jest. But gin men be put in the stocks for drinking ale and beer. I trow thou wouldst not lose thy part. Loud laughed Robin, and cried, Now, well taken, tinker, well taken. Why, thy wits are like beer, and do froth up most when they grow sour. But right art thou, man, for I love ale and beer right well. Therefore, come straight away with me hard by to the sign of the Blue Boar, and if thou drinkest as thou appearest, and I wot thou wilt not belie thy looks, I will drench my throat with as good home brewed as ever was tapped in all broad Nottinghamshire. Now, by my faith, said the tinker, thou art a right good fellow in spite of thy scurvy jests. I love thee, my sweet chuck, and gin I go not with thee to that same Blue Boar thou mayest call me a heathen. Tell me thy news, good friend, I prithee, quoth Robin, as they trudged along together. For tinkers, I ween, are all as full of news as an egg of meat. Now I love thee as my brother, my bully blade, said the tinker. Else I would not tell thee my news, for sly am I. Man and I have hand in a grave undertaking that doth call for all my wits, for I come to seek a bold outlaw that men hereabouts call Robin Hood. Within my pouch I have a warrant, all fairly written out on the parchment, forsooth, with a great red seal, for to make it lawful. Could I but meet this same Robin Hood, I would serve it upon his dainty body, and if he minded not, I would beat him till every one of his ribs would cry Amen. But thou livest hereabouts, mayhap thou knowest Robin Hood thyself, good fellow. Ay, marry, that I do somewhat, quoth Robin, and I have seen him this very morn. But, tinker, men say that he is but a sad sly thief. Thou hadst better watch thy warrant, man, or else he may steal it out of thy very pouch. Let him but try, cried the tinker. Sly may he be, but sly am I too. I would I had him here now, man to man. And he made his heavy cudgel to spin again. But what manner of man is he, lad? Much like myself, said Robin, laughing. And in height and build and age nigh the same, and he hath blue eyes too. Nay, quoth the tinker, thou art but a green youth. I thought him to be a great bearded man. Nottingham men feared him so. Truly he is not so old nor so stout as thou art, said Robin, but men do call him a right deft hand at quarterstaff. That may be, said the tinker, right sturdily, but I am more deft than he. For did I not overcome Simon of Ely in a fair bout in the ring at Hertford town? But if thou knowest him, my jolly blade, wilt thou go with me and bring me to him? 80 bright angels hath the sheriff promised me, if I serve the warrant upon the knave's body, and 10 of them will I give to thee, if thou showest me him. Ay, that will I, quoth Robin. But show me thy warrant, man, until I see whether it be good or no. That will I not do, even to mine own brother, answered the tinker. No man shall see my warrant till I serve it upon yon fellow's own body. So be it, quoth Robin. And thou show it not to me, I know not to whom thou wilt show it. But here we are at the sign of the Blue Boar, so let us in, and taste his brown October. No sweeter inn could be found in all Nottinghamshire than that of the Blue Boar. None had such lovely trees standing around, or were so covered with trailing clematis and sweet woodbine. None had such good beer and such humming ale, nor in winter time, when the north wind howled and snow drifted around the hedges, was there to be found elsewhere such a roaring fire as blazed upon the hearth of the Blue Boar. At such times might be found a goodly company of yeomen or country folk seated around the blazing hearth, bandying merry jests, while roasted crabs bobbed in bowls of ale upon the hearthstone. Well known was the inn to Robin Hood and his band, for there had he such merry companions as Little John or Will Stutely or young David of Doncaster often gathered when all the forest was filled with snow. As for mine host, he knew how to keep a still tongue in his head, and to swallow his words before they passed his teeth, for he knew very well which side of his bread was spread with butter. For Robin and his band were the best of customers, and paid their scores without having them chalked up behind the door. So, now, when Robin Hood and the tinker came thereto and called aloud for 2 great pots of ale, none would have known from look or speech that the host had ever set eyes upon the outlaw before. "Bide thou here," quoth Robin to the tinker, "while I go and see that mine host draweth ale from the right butt, for he hath a good October, I know, and that brewed by Withold of Tamworth." So saying, he went within and whispered to the host to add a measure of Flemish strong waters to the good English ale, which the latter did and brought it to them. "By our lady," said the tinker, after a long draught of the ale, "yon same Withold of Tamworth, a right good Saxon name too, I would have thee know, breweth the most humming ale that e'er passed the lips of Wat of the Crabstaff." "Drink, man, drink!" cried Robin, only wetting his own lips meanwhile. "Ho, landlord! Bring my friend another pot of the same. And now for a song, my jolly blade." "Aye, that will I give thee a song, my lovely fellow," quoth the tinker, "for I never tasted such ale in all my days before. By our lady, it doth make my head hum even now. Hey, dame hostess, come listen, and thou wouldst hear a song, and thou too, thou bonny lass, for never sing I so well as when bright eyes do look upon me the while." And he sang an ancient ballad of the time of good King Arthur, called The Marriage of Sir Gawain, which you may sometime read yourself in stout English of early times. And as he sang, all listened to that noble tale of noble knight and his sacrifice to his king. But long before the tinker came to the last verse, his tongue began to trip, and his head to spin because of the strong waters mixed with the ale. First his tongue tripped, then it grew thick of sound, then his head wagged from side to side until at last he fell asleep, as though he would never waken again. Then Robin Hood laughed aloud and quickly took the warrant from out the tinker's pouch with his deft fingers. "Sly art thou, tinker," quoth he, "but not yet, I bow, art thou as sly as that same sly thief, Robin Hood." Then he called the host to him and said, "Here, good man, are 10 broad shillings for the entertainment thou hast given us this day. See that thou takest good care of thy fair guest there, and when he wakes thou mayest again charge him 10 shillings also, and if he hath it not, thou mayest take his bag and hammer, and even his coat in payment. Thus do I punish those that come into the greenwood to deal dole to me. As for thine own self, never knew I a landlord yet that would not charge twice as he could." At this the host smiled slyly, as though saying to himself, the rustic saw, "Teach a magpie to suck eggs." The tinker slept until the afternoon drew to a close, and the shadows grew long beside the woodland edge. Then he awoke. First he looked up, then he looked down, then he looked east, then he looked west, for he was gathering his wits together, like barley straws blown apart by the wind. First he thought of his merry companion, but he was gone. Then he thought of his stout crab staff, and that he had within his hand. Then of his warrant, and of the 80 angels he was to gain for serving it upon Robin Hood. He thrust his hand into his pouch, but not a scrap, nor a farthing was there. Then he sprang to his feet in a rage. "Ho, landlord!" cried he. "Whither hath that knave gone that was with me but now?"
"What knave meaneth your worship?"
quoth the landlord, calling the tinker worship to soothe him, as a man would pour oil upon angry water.
"I saw no knave with your worship, for I swear no man would dare call that man knave so nigh to Sherwood Forest. A right stout yeoman I saw your worship, but I thought that your worship knew him, for few there be about there that pass by him and know him not."
"Now how should I, that ne'er have squealed in your sty, know all the swine therein? Who was he then, and thou knowest him so well?"
"Why, yon same is a right stout fellow whom men here do-abouts call Robin Hood, which same—"
"Now, by your lady!" cried the tinker hastily, and in a deep voice like an angry bull, "thou didst see me come into thine inn, I, a staunch, honest craftsman, and never told me who my company was, well knowing thine own self who he was. Now, I have a right round piece of a mind to crack thy knave's pate for thee. Then he took up his cudgel and looked at the landlord as though he would smite him where he stood.
Nay,
cried the host, throwing up his elbow, for he feared the blow.
How knew I that thou knewest him not?
Well, and truly thankful mayest thou be, quoth the tinker, that I be a patient man, and so do spare thy bald crown, else wouldst thou ne'er cheat customer again. But as for this same knave Robin Hood, I go straight away to seek him, and if I do not score his knave's pate, cut my staff into faggots and call me woman. So saying, he gathered himself together to depart.
Nay,
quoth the landlord, standing in front of him and holding out his arms like a goose herd driving his flock, for money made him bold.
Thou goest not till thou hast paid me my score.
But did he not pay thee?
Not so much as 1 farthing, and 10 good shillings worth of ale have ye drunk this day. Nay, I say, thou goest not away without paying me, else shall our good sheriff know of it.
But naught have I to pay thee with, good fellow, quoth the tinker.
Good fellow, not me, said the landlord. Good fellow am I not when it cometh to lose 10 shillings. Pay me that thou owest me in broad money, or else leave thy coat and bag and hammer. Yet I wot they are not worth 10 shillings, and I shall lose thereby. Nay, and thou stirrest, I have a great dog within, and I will loose him upon thee. Macon, open thy door, and let forth Brian if this fellow stirs 1 step.
Nay, nay, quoth the tinker, for by roaming the country he had learned what dogs were. Take thou what thou wilt have, and let me depart in peace, and may a murrain go with thee. But, O landlord, I catch ye on scurvy varlet. I swear he shall pay full with usury for that he hath had. So saying, he strode away toward the forest, talking to himself, while the landlord and his worthy dame and Macon stood looking after him, and laughed when he had fairly gone.
Robin and I strip yon ass of his pack main neatly, quoth the landlord.
Now it happened about this time that Robin Hood was going through the forest to Foss Way to see what was to be seen there, for the moon was full and the night gave promise of being bright. In his hand he carried his stout oaken staff, and at his side hung his bugle horn, and thus he walked up a forest path, whistling. Down another path came the tinker, muttering to himself and shaking his head like an angry bull, and so at sudden bend they met sharply face to face. Each stood still for a time, and then Robin spoke.
"Halloa, my sweet bird,"
said he, laughing merrily.
"How likest thine ale? Wilt not sing to me another song?"
The tinker said nothing at first, but stood looking at Robin with a grim face. "Now," quoth he at last, "I am right glad I have met thee, and if I do not rattle thy bones within thy hide this day, I give thee leave to put thy foot upon my neck."
"With all my heart," cried merry Robin. "Rattle my bones, an thou canst."
So saying, he gripped his staff and threw himself upon his guard. Then the tinker spat upon his hands and, grasping his staff, came straight at the other. He struck 2 or 3 blows, but soon found that he had met his match, for Robin warded and parried all of them. And before the tinker thought, he gave him rap upon the ribs in return. At this, Robin laughed aloud, and the tinker grew more angry than ever, and smote again with all his might and main. Again Robin warded 2 of the strokes, but at the third his staff broke beneath the mighty blows of the tinker.
"Now, ill betide thee, traitor staff,"
cried Robin as it fell from his hands. "A foul stick art thou to serve me thus in mine hour of need." "Now yield thee," quoth the tinker, "for thou art my captive, and if thou do not, I will beat thy pate to a pudding." To this Robin Hood made no answer, but, clapping his horn to his lips, he blew 3 blasts loud and clear. "Aye," quoth the tinker, "blow thou mayest, but go thou must with me to Nottingham town, for the sheriff would fain see thee there. And now wilt thou yield thee, or shall I have to break thy pretty head?"
"And I must drink sour ale, I must,"
quoth Robin, "but never have I yielded me to man before, and that without wound or mark upon my body. Nor, when I bethink me, will I yield now. Ho, my merry men, come quickly." Then from out the forest leapt Little John and 6 stout yeomen clad in Lincoln green. "How now, good master," cried Little John, "what needest thou that thou dost wind thy horn so loudly?" "There stands a tinker," quoth Robin, that would fain take me to Nottingham, there to hang upon the gallows tree. Then shall he himself hang forthwith, cried Little John, and he and the others made at the tinker to seize him. No, nay, touch him not, said Robin, for a right stout man is he. A mettle man he is by trade, and mettled man by nature. Moreover, he doth sing a lovely ballad. Say, good fellow, wilt thou join my merry men, all? 3 suits of Lincoln green shalt thou have a year, besides 40 marks in fee. Thou shalt share all with us and lead a right merry life in the greenwood, for cares we have not, and misfortune cometh not upon us within the shades of Sherwood, where we shoot the dun deer and feed upon venison and sweet oaken cakes and curds and honey. Wilt thou come with me? Ay, marry will I join with you all, quoth the tinker, for I love a merry life, and I love thee, good master, though thou didst thwack my ribs and cheat me into the bargain. Fain am I to own thou art both a stouter and slyer man than I, so I will obey thee, and be thine own true servant. So all turned their steps to the forest depths, where the tinker was to live henceforth. For many a day he sang ballads to the band, until the famous Allen a Dale joined them, before whose sweet voice all others seemed as harsh as a raven's, but of him we will learn hereafter. Chapter 4. The Shooting Match at Nottingham Town. Then the sheriff was very wroth because of this failure to take jolly Robin, for it came to his ears, as ill news always does, that the people laughed at him and made a jest of his thinking to serve a warrant upon such a one as the bold outlaw. And a man hates nothing so much as being made a jest of. So he said, Our gracious lords and sovereign king himself shall know of this, and how his laws are prevented and despised by this band of rebel outlaws. As for yon traitor tinker, him will I hang, if I catch him, upon the very highest gallows tree in all Nottinghamshire. Then he bade all his servants and retainers to make ready to go to London town to see and speak with the king. At this there was a bustling at the sheriff's castle, and men ran hither and thither upon his business and upon that, while the forge fires of Nottingham glowed red far into the night, like twinkling stars, for all the smiths of the town were busy making or mending armour for the sheriff's troop of escort. For 2 days this labour lasted. Then, on the 3rd, all was ready for the journey. So forth they started in the bright sunlight from Nottingham town to Fosse Way, and thence to Watling Street. And so they journeyed for 2 days, until they saw at last the spires and towers of great London town. And many folks stopped as they journeyed along and gazed at the show they made, riding along the highways with their flashing armour and gay plumes and trappings. In London, King Henry and his fair Queen Eleanor held their court, gay with ladies in silks and satins and velvets and cloth of gold, and also brave knights and gallant courtiers. Thither came the sheriff, and was shown into the king's presence. A boon, quoth he, as he knelt upon the ground.
Now, what wouldst thou have? Said the king. Let us hear what may be thy desires.
O good my lord and sovereign, spake the sheriff, in Sherwood Forest, in our own good shire of Nottingham, liveth a bold outlaw whose name is Robin Hood.
In good sooth, said the king, his doings have reached even our own royal ears. He is a saucy, rebellious varlet, yet I am fain to own a right merry soul withal.
But hearken, O my most gracious sovereign, said the sheriff. I send a warrant to him with thine own royal seal attached, by a right lusty knave, but he beat the messenger and stole the warrant, and he killeth thy deer and robbeth thine own liege subjects even upon the great highways.
Why, how now? Quoth the king wrathfully. What wouldst thou have me do? Comest thou not to me with a great array of men-at-arms and retainers, and yet art not able to take a single band of lusty knaves without armour on breast in thine own county? What wouldst thou have me do? Art thou not my sheriff? Are not my laws in force in Nottinghamshire? Canst thou not take thine own course against those that break the laws, or do any injury to thee or thine? Go, get thee gone and think well. Devise some plan of thine own, but trouble me no further.
And look well to it, Master Sheriff, for I will have my laws obeyed by all men within my kingdom, and if thou art not able to enforce them, thou art no sheriff for me. So look well to thyself, I say, or ill may befall thee as well as all the thieving knaves in Nottinghamshire. When the flood cometh, it sweepeth away grain as well as chaff. Then the sheriff turned away with a sore and troubled heart, and sadly he rued his fine show of retainers, for he saw that the king was angry, because he had so many men about him, and yet could not enforce the laws. So as they all rode slowly back to Nottingham, the sheriff was thoughtful and full of care. Not a word did he speak to anyone, and no one of his men spoke to him, but all the time he was busy devising some plan to take Robin Hood.
Aha!
cried he suddenly, smiting his hand upon his thigh.
I have it now! Ride on, my merry men all, and let us get back to Nottingham town as speedily as we may. And mark well my words, before a fortnight is past, that evil knave Robin Hood will be safely clapped into Nottingham jail.
But what was the sheriff's plan? As a usurer takes each one bag of silver angels, feeling each coin to find whether it be clipped or not, so the sheriff, as all rode slowly and sadly back towards Nottingham, took up thought after thought in turn, feeling around the edges of each, but finding in every one some flaw. At last, he thought of the daring soul of jolly Robin, and how, as he, the sheriff, knew, he often came even within the walls of Nottingham.
Now, thought the sheriff, could I but persuade Robin to Nottingham town, so that I could find him, I warrant I would lay hands upon him so stoutly that he would never get away again.
Then, of a sudden, it came to him like a flash that were he to proclaim a great shooting match and offer some grand prize, Robin Hood might be over-persuaded by his spirit to come to the butts, and it was this thought which caused him to cry, "Aha!" and smite his palm upon his thigh. So, as soon as he returned safely to Nottingham, he sent messengers north and south and east and west to proclaim through town, hamlet, and countryside this grand shooting match, and everyone was bidden that could draw a longbow, and the prize was to be an arrow of pure beaten gold. When Robin Hood first heard the news of this, he was in Lincoln town, and hastening back to Sherwood Forest, he soon called all his merry men about him and spoke to them thus. "Now hearken, my merry men all, to the news that I have brought from Lincoln town today. Our friend, the Sheriff of Nottingham, hath proclaimed a shooting match, and hath sent messengers to tell of it through all the countryside, and the prize is to be a bright golden arrow. Now, I fain would have one of us win it, both because the fairness of the prize and because our sweet friend, the Sheriff, hath offered it. So we will take our bows and our shafts and go there to shoot, for I know right well that merriment will be a-going. What say ye, lads?" Then young David of Doncaster spoke up and said, "Now listen, I pray thee, good master, upon to what I say. I've come straight from our friend Edom at the Blue Boar, and there I heard the full news of this same match. But master, I know from him, and he got it from the sheriff's man Ralph of the Scar, that this same knavish sheriff hath but laid a trap for thee in this shooting match, and wishes nothing so much as to see thee there. So go not, good master, for I know right well he doth seek to beguile thee, but stay within the greenwood, lest we all meet dole and woe." "Now," quoth Robin, "thou art a wise lad, and keepest thine ears open and thy mouth shut, as becometh a wise and crafty woodsman. But shall we let it be said that the Sheriff of Nottingham did cow bold Robin Hood and 70 as fair archers as are in all merry England? Nay, good David, what thou tellest me maketh me to desire the prize even more than else I should do. But what saith our good gossip Swanthold? Is it not, 'A hasty man burneth his mouth, and a fool that keepeth his eyes shut falleth into the pit?' Thus he says truly. Therefore we must meet guile with guile. Now, some of you clothe yourselves as curtal friars, and some as rustic peasants, and some as tinkers or as beggars, but see that each man taketh a good bow or broadsword, in case need should arise. As for myself, I will shoot for this same golden arrow, and should I win it, we will hang it to the branches of our good greenwood tree for the joy of all the band. How like you the plan, my merry men, all?" Then, "Good, good!" cried the band right heartily. A fair sight was Nottingham town on the day of the shooting match. All along upon the green meadow beneath the town wall stretched a row of benches, one above the other, which were for knight and lady, squire and dame, and rich burghers and their wives, for none but those of rank and quality were to sit there. At the end of the range near the target was a raised seat bedecked with ribbons and scarfs and garlands of flowers for the Sheriff of Nottingham and his dame. The range was 20 paces broad. At one end stood the target, and the other a tent of striped canvas, from the pole of which fluttered many coloured flags and streamers. In this booth were casks of ale, free to be broached by any of the archers who might wish to quench their thirst. Across the range, from where the seats for the better folk were raised, was a railing to keep the poorer people from crowding in front of the target. Already, while it was early, the benches were beginning to fill with people of quality, who kept constantly arriving in little carts or upon palfreys that curveted gaily to the merry tinkle of silver bells at bridle reins. With these came also the poorer folk, who sat or lay upon the green grass near the railing that kept them from off the range. In the great tent, the archers were gathering by 2s and 3s, some talking loudly of the fair shots each man had made in his day, some looking well to their bows, drawing a string betwixt the fingers to see that there was no fray upon it, or inspecting arrows, shutting one eye and peering down a shaft to see that it was not warped, but straight and true, for neither bow nor shaft should fail at such a time, and for such a prize. And never was such a company of yeomen as were gathered at Nottingham town that day, for the very best archers of merry England had come to this shooting match. There was Gill of the Red Cap, the sheriff's own head archer, and Dickon Crookshank of Lincoln town, and Adam of the Dell, a man of Tamworth of 80 years and more, yet hale and lusty still, who in his time had shot in the famous match at Woodstock, and there had beaten the renowned archer Clym of the Clough. And many more famous men of the longbow were there, whose names have been handed down to us in goodly ballads of the olden time. But now all the benches were filled with guests, lord and lady, burgher and dame, when at last the sheriff himself came with his lady, he riding with stately mien upon his milk-white horse, and she upon her brown filly. Upon his head he wore a purple velvet cap, and purple velvet was his robe, all trimmed about with rich ermine. His jerkin and hose were of sea-green silk, and his shoes of black velvet, the pointed toes fastened to his garters with golden chains. A golden chain hung about his neck, and at his collar was a great carbuncle set in red gold. His lady was dressed in blue velvet, all trimmed with swan's down. So they made a gallant sight as they rode along, side by side, and all the people shouted from where they crowded across the space from the gentlefolk, so that the sheriff and his lady came to their place, when men-at-arms with hauberk and spear stood about, waiting for them. Then, when the sheriff and his dame had sat down, he bade his herald wind upon his silver horn, who thereupon sounded 3 blasts that came echoing cheerily back from the grey walls of Nottingham. Then the archers stepped forth to their places, while all the folk shouted with a mighty voice, each man calling upon his favourite yeoman. "Red Cap!" cried some. "Crookshank!" cried others. "Hey for William o' Leslie!" shouted others yet again, while ladies waved silken scarfs to urge each yeoman to do his best. Then the herald stood forth and loudly proclaimed the rules of the game as follows. "Shoot each man from yon mark, which is 70 yards and 10 from the target. 1 arrow shooteth each man first, and from all the archers shall the 10 that shooteth the fairest shafts be chosen for to shoot again. 2 arrows shooteth each man of these 10, then shall the 3 that shoot the fairest shafts be shown to shoot again. 3 arrows shooteth each man of those 3, and to him that shooteth the fairest shafts shall the prize be given." Then the sheriff leaned forward, looking keenly among the press of archers to find whether Robin Hood was among them. But no one there was clad in Lincoln green, such as was worn by Robin and his band. "Nevertheless," said the sheriff to himself, "he may still be here, and I miss him among the crowd of other men. But let me see when but 10 men shoot, for I wot he will be among the 10.
or I know him not."
And now the archers shot, each man in turn, and the good folk never saw such archery as was done that day. 6 arrows were within the clout, 4 within the black, and only 2 smote the outer ring, so that when the last arrow sped and struck the target, all the people shouted aloud, for it was noble shooting. And now but 10 men were left of all those that had shot before, and of each of these 10, 6 were famous throughout the land, and most of the folk gathered there knew them. These 6 men were Gilbert of the Redcap, Adam of the Dell, Dixon Crookshank, William a Leslie, Hubert a Cloud, and Swithin a Hertford. 2 others were yeomen of merry Yorkshire, another was a tall stranger in blue, who said he came from London town, and the last was a tattered stranger in scarlet, who wore a patch over one eye.
"Now,"
quoth the sheriff to a man-at-arms who stood near him,
"seest thou Robin Hood among those 10?
"Nay, that I do not, your worship," answered the man. "6 of them I know right well. Of those Yorkshire yeomen, one is too tall and the other too short for that bold knave. Robin's beard is as yellow as gold, while yon tattered beggar in scarlet hath a beard of brown, besides being blind of one eye. As for the stranger in blue, Robin's shoulders, I ween, are 3 inches broader than his."
"Then," quoth the sheriff, smiting his thigh angrily,
"yon knave is a coward as well as a rogue, and dares not show his face among good men and true."
Then, after they had rested a short time, those 10 stout men stepped forth to shoot again. Each man shot 2 arrows, and as they shot, not a word was spoken, but all the crowd watched with scarce of breath of sound. But when the last had shot his arrow, another great shout arose, while many cast their caps aloft for joy of such marvellous shooting.
"Now, by our gracious lady fair,"
quoth Sir Old Amos of the Dell, who, bowed with 80 years and more, sat near the sheriff,
"ne'er saw I such archery in all my life before, yet have I seen the best hands at the longbow for 80 years and more."
And now but 3 men were left of all those that had shot before. One was Gil of the Red Cap, one the tattered stranger in scarlet, and one Adam of the Dell of Tamworth town. Then all the people called aloud, some crying, "Ho for Gilbert of the Red Cap," and some, "Hey for stout Adam of Tamworth," but not a single man in the crowd called upon the stranger in scarlet.
"Now, shoot thou well, Gilbert," cried the sheriff, "and if thine be the best shaft, 50 broad silver pennies will I give to thee beside the prize."
"Truly, I will do my best,"
quoth Gilbert right sturdily.
"A man cannot do aught but his best, but that will I strive to do this day."
So saying, he drew forth the fair smooth arrow with a broad feather and fitted it deftly to the string. Then, drawing his bow with care, he sped the shaft. Straight flew the arrow, and lit fairly in the clout, a finger's breadth from the centre.
"A Gilbert! A Gilbert!"
shouted all the crowd. And,
"Now, by my faith,"
cried the sheriff, smiting his hands together,
"that is a shrewd shot."
Then the tattered stranger stepped forth, and all the people laughed as they saw a yellow patch that showed beneath his arm when he raised his elbow to shoot, and also to see him aim, but with one eye. He drew the good yew bow quickly, and quickly loosed a shaft. So short was the time that no man could draw a breath betwixt the drawing and the shooting, yet his arrow lodged nearer the centre than the other by twice the length of barleycorn.
"Now, by all the saints in paradise," cried the sheriff, "that is a lovely shaft in very truth."
Then Adam of the Dell shot, carefully and cautiously, and his arrow lodged close beside the stranger's. Then, after a short space, they all 3 shot again, and once more each arrow lodged within the clout. But this time Adam of the Dell's was farthest from the centre, and again the tattered stranger's shot was the best. Then, after another time of rest, they all shot for the 3rd time. This time Gilbert took great heed to his aim, keenly measuring the distance and shooting with shrewdest care. Straight flew the arrow, and all shouted till the very flags that waved in the breeze shook with the sound, and the rooks and daws flew, clamouring about the roofs of the old grey tower, for the shaft had lodged close beside the spot that marked the very centre.
"Well done, Gilbert!"
cried the sheriff, right joyously.
"Fain am I to believe the prize is thine, and right fairly won. Now, thou ragged knave, let me see thee shoot a better shot than that.
Naught spake the stranger, but took his place, while all was hushed and no one spoke or even seemed to breathe. So great was the silence, for wonder what he would do. Meanwhile, also, quite still stood the stranger, holding his bow in his hand, while one could count 5. Then he drew his trusty yew, holding it drawn but a moment, then loosed the string. Straight flew the arrow, and so true that it smote a grey goose feather from off Gilbert's shaft, which fell fluttering through the sunlit air as the stranger's arrow lodged close beside his of the red cap, and in the very centre. No man spoke a word for a while, and no one shouted, but each man looked into his neighbour's face amazedly. "Nay," quoth old Adam o' the Dell presently, drawing a long breath and shaking his head as he spoke. 2 years and more have I shot shaft, and maybe not all times bad, but I shoot no more this day, for no man can match with yon stranger, whosoe'er he may be." Then he thrust his shaft into his quiver, rattling, and unstrung his bow without another word. Then the sheriff came down from his dais and drew near, in all his silks and velvets, to where the tattered stranger stood, leaning upon his stout bow, while the good folk crowded around to see the man who shot so wondrously well.
"Here, good fellow," quoth the sheriff, "take thou the prize, and well and fairly hast thou won it. I bow. What be thy name, and whence comest thou?"
"Men do call me Jock o' Teviotdale, and thence I am come," said the stranger.
"Then, by Our Lady, Jock, thou art the fairest archer ere mine eyes beheld, and if thou wilt join my service, I will clothe thee with a better coat than that thou hast upon thy back, and shalt eat and drink of the best, and at every Christmas-tide 80 marks shall be thy wage. I trow thou drawest better bow than that same coward knave Robin Hood, that dared not show his face here this day. Say, good fellow, wilt thou join my service?"
"Nay, that I will not," quoth the stranger roughly. "I will be mine own, and no man in all merry England shall be my master."
"Then get thee gone, and a murrain seize thee," cried the sheriff, and his voice trembled with anger. "And by my faith and troth I have a good part of a mind to have thee beaten for thine insolence."
Then he turned upon his heel and strode away. It was a right motley company that gathered about the noble greenwood tree in Sherwood's depths that same day. 100 and more of barefoot friars were there, and some that looked like tinkers, and some that seemed to be sturdy beggars and rustic hinds, and seated upon a mossy couch was one all clad in tattered scarlet, with a patch over one eye, and in his hand he held a golden arrow that was the prize of the great shooting match. Then, amidst noise of talking and laughter, he took the patch from off his eye, and stripped away the scarlet rags from off his body, and showed himself all clothed in fair Lincoln green. "And," quoth he, "easy come these things away, but walnut stain cometh not so speedily from yellow hair." Then all laughed louder than before, for it was Robin Hood himself that had won the prize from the sheriff's very hands. Then all sat down to the woodland feast and talked among themselves of the merry jest that had been played upon the sheriff, and of the adventures that had befallen each member of the band in his disguise. But when the feast was done, Robin Hood took Little John apart and said, "Truly am I vexed in my blood, for I heard the sheriff say today, 'Thou shootest better than the coward knave Robin Hood, and dared not show his face here this day.' I would fain let him know who it was who won the golden arrow from out his hand, and also that I am no coward, such as he takes me to be." Then Little John said, "Good master, take thou me and Will Stutely, and we will send yon fat sheriff news of all this by a messenger, such as he doth not expect." That day the sheriff sat at meat in the great hall of his house in Nottingham town. Long tables stood down the hall, at which sat men-at-arms and household servants and good stout villains, in all 80 and more. There they talked of the day's shooting, as they ate their meat and quaffed their ale. The sheriff sat at the head of the table upon a raised seat under a canopy, and beside him sat his dame.
"By my troth," said he, "I did reckon full roundly that knave Robin Hood would be at the game today. I did not think that he was such a coward." But who could that saucy knave be who answered me to my beard so bravely? I wonder that I did not have him beaten. There was something about him that spoke of other things than rags and tatters. Then, even as he had finished speaking, something fell, rattling among the dishes on the table, while those that sat near started up, wondering what it might be. After a while, one of the men-at-arms gathered courage enough to pick it up and bring it to the sheriff. Then everyone saw that it was a blunted grey goose shaft, with a fine scroll about the thickness of a goose quill tied near to its head. The sheriff opened the scroll and glanced at it, while the veins upon his forehead swelled and his cheeks grew ruddy with age as he read, for this is what he saw. "Now heaven bless thy grace this day, say all in sweet Sherwood, for thou didst give the prize away to merry Robin Hood."
"Whence came this?"
cried the sheriff in a mighty voice.
"Even through the window, your worship,"
quoth the man who had handed the shaft to him. Chapter 5. Will Stutely rescued by his companions. Now when the sheriff found that neither law nor guile could overcome Robin Hood, he was much perplexed, and said to himself,
"Fool that I am! Had I not told our king of Robin Hood, I would have not gotten myself into such a coil. Now I must either take him captive, or have wrath visited upon my head from his most gracious majesty. I have tried law, I have tried guile, and I have failed in both. So I will try what may be done with might."
Thus communing within himself, he called his constables together, and told them what was in his mind.
"Now take ye each 4 men, all armed in proof," said he, "and get ye gone to the forest, at different points, and lie in wait for this same Robin Hood. But if any constable finds too many men against him, let him sound a horn, and then let each band within hearing come with all speed and join the party that calls them. Thus, I think, shall we take this green-clad knave. Furthermore, to him that first meeteth with Robin Hood shall 100 pounds of silver money be given, if he be brought to me dead or alive. And to him that meeteth with any of his band shall 20 pounds be given, if such be brought to me dead or alive. So be ye bold, and be ye crafty."
So thus they went in 60 companies of 5 to Sherwood Forest to take Robin Hood, each constable wishing that he might be the one to find the bold outlaw, or at least one of his band. For 7 days and nights they hunted through the forest glades, but never saw so much as a single man in Lincoln Green, for tidings of all this had been brought to Robin Hood by trusty Edom of the Blue Boar. When he first heard the news, Robin said, "If the sheriff dare send force to meet force, woe will it be for him, and many a better man besides, for blood will flow, and there will be great trouble for all. But fain would I shun blood and battle, and fain would I not deal sorrow to womenfolk and wives, because good stout yeomen lose their lives. Once I slew a man, and never do I wish to slay a man again, for it is bitter for the soul to think thereon. So now will we abide silently in Sherwood Forest, so that it may be well for all. But should we be forced to defend ourselves or any of our band, then let each man draw bow and brand with might and main." At this speech many of the band shook their heads and said to themselves, "Now the sheriff will think that we're cowards, and folk will scoff throughout the countryside, saying that we fear to meet those men." But they said nothing aloud, swallowing their words and doing as Robin bade them. Thus they hid in the depths of Sherwood Forest for 7 days and 7 nights, and never showed their faces abroad in all that time. But early in the morning of the 8th day, Robin Hood called the band together and said, "Now who will go and find what the sheriff's men are at by this time? For I know right well they will not bide forever within Sherwood shades." At this a great shout arose, and each man waved his bow aloft and cried that he might be the one to go. Then Robin Hood's heart was proud when he looked around on all his stout brave fellows, and he said, "Brave and true are ye all, my merry men, and a right stout band of good fellows are ye. But ye cannot all go, so I will choose one from among you, and it shall be good Will Stutely, for he is as sly as ever an old dog fox in Sherwood Forest." Then Will Stutely leapt high aloft and laughed loudly, clapping his hands for pure joy that he should have been chosen from among them all. "Now thanks, good master," quoth he, "and if I bring not news of those knaves to thee, call me no more thy sly Will Stutely."
Then he clad himself in a friar's gown, and underneath his robe he hung a good broadsword in such a place that he could easily lay hands upon it. Thus clad, he set forth upon his quest, until he came to the verge of the forest, and so to the highway. He saw 2 bands of the sheriff's men, yet he turned neither to the right nor the left, but only drew his cowl the closer over his face, folding his hands as if in meditation. So at last he came to the sign of the Blue Boar. "For," quoth he to himself, "our good friend Edom will tell me all the news." At the sign of the Blue Boar he found a band of the sheriff's men, drinking right lustily. So, without speaking to anyone, he sat down upon a distant bench, his staff in his hand, and his head bowed forward as though he were meditating. Thus he sat waiting until he might see the landlord apart, and Edom did not know him, but thought him to be some poor tired friar. So he let him sit without saying a word to him or molesting him, though he liked not the cloth. "For," said he to himself, "it is a hard heart that kicks the lame dog from off the sill." As Stutely sat thus, there came a great house cat and rubbed against his knee, raising his robe a palm's breadth high. Stutely pushed his robe quickly down again, but the constable who commanded the sheriff's men saw what had passed, and saw also fair Lincoln green beneath the friar's robe. He said nothing at the time, but communed within himself in this wise: "Yon is no friar of orders grey, and also, I wot, no honest yeoman go about in priest's garb, nor doth a thief go so for naught. Now I think in good sooth that is one of Robin Hood's own men." So, presently, he said aloud, "O holy father, wilt thou not take a good pot of March beer to slake thy thirsty soul withal?" But Stutely shook his head silently, for he said to himself, "Maybe there be those here who know my voice." Then the constable said again, "Whither goest thou, holy friar, upon this hot summer's day?" "I go to a pilgrim to Canterbury town," answered Will Stutely, speaking gruffly so that none might know his voice. Then the constable said for the 3rd time, "Now tell me, holy father, do pilgrims to Canterbury wear good Lincoln green beneath their robes?" "Ha! By my faith, I take thee to be some lusty thief, and perhaps one of Robin Hood's own band. Now, by Our Lady's grace, if thou movest hand or foot, I will run thee through the body with my sword." Then he flashed forth his bright sword and leapt upon Will Stutely, thinking he would take him unaware. But Stutely had his own sword tightly held in his hand, beneath his robe, so he drew it forth before the constable came upon him. Then the stout constable struck a mighty blow, but he struck no more in all that fight. For Stutely, parrying the blow right deftly, smote the constable back again with all his might. Then he would have escaped, but could not, for the other, all dizzy with the wound and with the flowing blood, seized him by the knees with his arms even as he reeled and fell. Then the others rushed upon him, and Stutely struck again at another of the sheriff's men, but the steel cap glanced the blow, and though the blade bit deep, it did not kill. Meanwhile the constable, fainting as he was, drew Stutely downward, and the others, seeing the yeoman hampered so, rushed upon him again, and one smote him a blow upon the crown, so that the blood ran down his face and blinded him. Then, staggering, he fell, and all sprang upon him, though he struggled so manfully that they could hardly hold him fast. Then they bound him with stout hempen cords, so that he could not move either hand or foot, and thus they overcame him. Robin Hood stood under the greenwood tree, thinking of Will Stutely and how he might be faring, when suddenly he saw 2 of his stout yeomen come running down the forest path, and betwixt them ran buxom Macon of the Blue Boar. Then Robin's heart fell, for he knew they were bearers of ill tidings. "Ay, marry, for I saw it all," cried she, panting as the hare pants when it has escaped the hounds. "And I fear he's wounded sore, for one smote him main shrewdly the crown. They've bound him and taken him to Nottingham town, and ere I left the Blue Boar, I heard that he should be hanged tomorrow day." "He shall not be hanged tomorrow day," cried Robin, "or if he be, full many a one shall gnaw the sod, and many shall have cause to cry alack a day." Then he clapped his horn to his lips and blew 3 blasts right loudly. And presently his good yeoman came running through the greenwood until 70 bold blades were gathered around him. "Now hark you all," cried Robin. "Our dear companion Will Stutely hath been taken by that vile sheriff's men. Therefore doth it behoove us to take bow and brand in hand to bring him off again. For I wot that we ought to risk life and limb for him, as he hath risked life and limb for us. Is it not so, my merry men all?" Then, All cried, "Aye!" with great voice. So the next day they all wended their way from Sherwood Forest, but by different paths, for it behoved them to be very crafty, so that the band separated into parties of 2s and 3s, which were all to meet again in a tangled dell that lay near to Nottingham town. Then, when they had all gathered together at the place of meeting, Robin spoke to them thus: "Now we will lie here in ambush until we can get news, for it doth behoove us to be cunning and wary if we would bring our friend, Will Stutely, off from the sheriff's clutches." So they lay hidden a long time, until the sun stood high in the sky, and the day was warm and the dusty road was bare of travellers, except an aged palmer, who walked slowly around the high road that led close beside the grey castle wall of Nottingham town. When Robin saw that no other wayfarer was within sight, he called young David of Doncaster, who was a shrewd man for his years, and said to him, "Now get thee forth, young David, and speak to yonder palmer that walks beside the town wall, for he hath come now from Nottingham town, and may tell thee news of good Stutely perchance." So David strode forth, and when he came up to the pilgrim he saluted him and said, "Good morrow, holy father, and canst thou tell me when Will Stutely will be hanged upon the gallows tree? I fain would not miss the sight, for I have come from afar to see so sturdy a rogue hanged."
"Now, out upon thee, young man," cried the palmer, "that thou shouldst speak so when a good stout man is to be hanged for nothing but guarding his own life." And he struck his staff upon the ground in anger. "Alas, I say, that this thing should be. For even this day toward evening, when the sun falleth low, he shall be hanged, 80 rods from the great town gate of Nottingham, where 3 roads meet. For there the sheriff sweareth he shall die as a warning to all the outlaws in Nottinghamshire. But yet I say again, alas, for though Robin Hood and his band may be outlaws, yet he taketh only from the rich, and the strong, and the dishonest man, while there is not a poor widow nor a peasant with many children nigh to Sherwood but has barley flour enough all the year long through him. It grieves my heart to see one as gallant as this Stutely die, for I have been a good Saxon yeoman in my day, ere I turned palmer, and well I know a stout hand and one that smiteth shrewdly at a cruel Norman, or a proud abbot with fat money bags. Had good Stutely's master but known how his man was compassed about with perils, perchance he might send succour to bring him out of the hand of his enemies."
"Aye, marry, that is true," cried the young man. "If Robin and his men be nigh this place, I wot right well they will strive to bring him forth from his peril. But fare thee well, thou good old man, and believe me, if Will Stutely die, he shall be right well avenged." Then he turned and strode rapidly away, but the palmer looked after him, muttering,
"I wot that youth is no country hind that hath come to see a good man die. Well, well, perchance Robin is not so far away, but that there will be stout doings this day."
So he went upon his way, muttering to himself. When David of Doncaster told Robin Hood what the palmer had said to him, Robin called the band around him and spoke to them thus: "Now, let us get straight away into Nottingham town, and mix ourselves with the people there, but keep thee one another in sight, pressing as near the prisoner and his guards as ye can, and then when they come outside the walls, strike no man without need, for I would fain avoid bloodshed, but if ye do strike, strike hard, and see that there will be no need to strike again. Then keep all together until we come again to Sherwood, and let no man leave his fellows." The sun was low in the western sky when a bugle note sounded from the castle wall. Then all was bustle in Nottingham town, and the crowds filled the streets, for all knew that the famous Will Stutely was to be hanged that day. Presently the castle gates opened wide, and a great array of men-at-arms came forth with noise and clatter, the sheriff all clad in shining mail of linked chain, riding at their head. In the midst of all the guard, in a cart, with a halter about his neck, rode Will Stutely. His face was pale with his wound and with a loss of blood, like the moon in broad daylight, and his fair hair was clotted in points upon his forehead, where blood had hardened. When he came forth from the castle he looked up and he looked down, but though he saw some faces that showed pity and some that showed friendliness, he saw none that he knew. Then his heart sank within him like a plummet of lead, but nevertheless he spoke up boldly. "Give a sword into my hand, Sir Sheriff," said he, "and wounded man though I be, I will fight thee and all thy men till life and strength be gone."
"Nay, thou naughty varlet," quoth the sheriff, turning his head and looking right grimly upon Will Stutely.
Thou shalt have no sword, but shalt die a mean death, as beseemeth a vile thief like thee.
Then do but untie my hands, and I will fight thee and thy men with no weapon, but only my naked fists. I crave no weapon, but let me be not meanly hanged this day."
Then the sheriff laughed aloud.
"Why, how now?" quoth he. "Is thy proud stomach quailing? Shrive thyself, thou vile knave, for I mean that thou shalt hang this day, and that where 3 roads meet, so that all men shall see thee hang, for carrion crows and doors to peck at."
"Oh, thou dastard heart!"
cried Will Stutely, gnashing his teeth at the sheriff.
"Thou coward hind! If ever my good master meet thee, thou shalt pay dearly for this day's work. He doth scorn thee, and so do all brave hearts. Knowest thou not that thou and thy name are jests upon the lips of every brave yeoman? Such as one as thou art, thou wretched craven, will never be able to subdue bold Robin Hood."
"Ha!" cried the sheriff in a rage. "Is it even so? Am I a jest with thy master, as thou callest him? Now I will make a jest of thee, and a sorry jest withal, for I will quarter thee limb from limb after thou art hanged."
Then he spurred his horse forward and said no more to Stutely. At last they came to the great town gate, through which Stutely saw the fair country beyond, with hills and dales all clothed in verdure, and far away the dusky line of Sherwood skirts. Then, when he saw the slanting sunlight lying on field and fallow, shining redly here and there on cot and farmhouse, and when he heard the sweet birds sing in their vespers, and the sheep bleating upon the hillside, and beheld the swallows flying in the bright air, there came a great fullness to his heart, so that all things blurred to his sight through salt tears, and he bowed his head, lest the folk should think him unmanly, when they saw the tears in his eyes. Thus he kept his head bowed till they passed through the gate and were outside the walls of the town. But when he looked up again, he felt his heart leap within him, and then stand still for pure joy, for he saw the face of one of his own dear companions of merry Sherwood. Then, glancing quickly around, he saw well-known faces upon all sides of him, crowding closely upon the men-at-arms who were guarding him. Then, all of a sudden, the blood sprang to his cheeks, for he saw a moment his own good master in the press, and seeing him, knew that Robin Hood and all his band were there. Yet betwixt him and them was a line of men-at-arms.
"Now stand back!"
cried the sheriff in a mighty voice, for the crowd pressed around on all sides.
"What mean ye, varlets, that ye push upon us so? Stand back, I say!"
Then came a bustle and a noise, and one strove to push between the men-at-arms so as to reach the cart, and Stutely saw that it was Little John that made all that stir.
"Now stand thou back!"
cried one of the men-at-arms, whom Little John pushed with his elbows.
"Now stand thou back thine own self,"
quoth Little John, and straightway smote the man with a buffet beside his head that felled him as a butcher fells an ox. And then he leapt to the cart where Stutely sat.
"I pray thee take leave of thy friends ere thou diest, Will," quoth he, "or maybe I will die with thee if thou must die, for I could never have better company." Then with one stroke he cut the bonds that bound the other's arms and legs, and Stutely leapt straight away from the cart.
"Now as I live," cried the sheriff, "yon varlet I know right well is a sturdy rebel. Take him, I bid you all, and let him not go."
So saying, he spurred his horse upon Little John, and rising in his stirrups smote with might and main. But Little John ducked quickly underneath the horse's belly, and the blow whistled harmlessly over his head.
"Nay, good sir sheriff,"
cried he, leaping up again when the blow had passed,
"I must e'en borrow thy most worshipful sword."
Thereupon he twitched the weapon deftly from out the sheriff's hand.
"Here, Stutely," he cried, "the sheriff hath lent thee his sword. Back to back with me, man, and defend thyself, for help is nigh."
"Down with them!"
bellowed the sheriff in a voice like an angry bull, and he spurred his horse upon the two who now stood back to back, forgetting his rage that he had no weapon with which to defend himself.
"Stand back, sheriff!"
cried Little John, and even as he spoke, a bugle horn sounded shrilly and a cloth-yard shaft whistled within an inch of the sheriff's head. Then came a swaying hither and thither, and oaths, cries, and groans, and clashing of steel and swords flashed in the setting sun, and a score of arrows whistled through the air, and some cried, "Help! Help!" and some, "A rescue! A rescue!"
"Treason!"
cried the sheriff in a loud voice.
Bear back! Bear back! Else we be all dead men!
Thereupon he reined his horse backward through the thickest of the crowd. Now Robin Hood and his band might have slain half of the sheriff's men had they desired to do so, but they let them push out of the press and get them gone, only sending a bunch of arrows after them to hurry them in their flight.
"Oh, stay!"
shouted Will Stutely after the sheriff.
"Thou wilt never catch bold Robin Hood if thou dost not stand to meet him face to face."
But the sheriff, bowing along his horse's back, made no answer, but only spurred the faster. Then Will Stutely turned to Little John and looked him in the face, till the tears ran down from his eyes, and he wept aloud, and kissing his friend's cheeks.
"Oh, Little John," quoth he, "mine own true friend, and he that I love better than man or woman in all the world beside. Little did I reckon to see thy face this day, or to meet thee this side paradise."
Little John could make no answer, but wept also. Then Robin Hood gathered his band together in a close rank, with Will Stutely in the midst, and thus they moved slowly away towards Sherwood, and were gone, as a storm cloud moves away from the spot where a tempest has swept the land. But they left 10 of the sheriff's men lying along the ground wounded, some more, some less, and yet no one knew who smote them down. Thus the Sheriff of Nottingham tried thrice to take Robin Hood, and failed each time, and the last time he was frightened, for he felt how near he had come to losing his life. So he said,
"These men fear neither God nor man, nor king's officers. I would sooner lose mine office than my life, so I will trouble them no more."
So he kept close within his castle for many a day, and dared not show his face outside of his own household. And all the time he was gloomy and would speak to no one, for he was ashamed of what had happened that day. Chapter 6. Robin Hood turns butcher. Now, after all these things had happened, and it became known to Robin Hood how the sheriff had tried 3 times to make him captive, he said to himself, "If I have the chance, I will make our worshipful sheriff pay right well for that which he hath done to me. Maybe I may bring him some time into Sherwood Forest, and have him a right merry feast with us." For when Robin Hood caught a baron or squire or a fat abbot or bishop, he brought them to the greenwood tree, and feasted them before he lightened their purses. But in the meantime Robin Hood and his band lived quietly in Sherwood Forest, without showing their faces abroad, for Robin knew that it would not be wise for him to be seen in the neighbourhood of Nottingham, those in authority being very wroth with him. But though they did not go abroad, they lived a merry life within the woodlands, spending the days in shooting at garlands hung upon a willow wand at the end of the glade, the leafy aisles ringing with merry jests and laughter, for whoever missed the garland was given a sound buffet, which, if delivered by Little John, never failed to topple over the unfortunate yeoman. Then they had bouts of wrestling and of cudgel play, so that every day they gained in skill and strength. Thus they dwelled for nearly a year, and in that time Robin Hood often turned over in his mind many means of making an even score with the sheriff. At last he began to fret at his confinement, so one day he took up his stout cudgel and set forth to seek adventure, strolling blithely along until he came to the edge of Sherwood. There, as he rambled along the sunlit road, he met a lusty young butcher, driving a fine mare and riding in a stout new cart, all hung about with meat. Merrily whistled the butcher as he jogged along, for he was going to the market, and the day was fresh and sweet, making his heart blithe within him. "Good morrow to thee, jolly fellow," quoth Robin. "Thou seemest happy this merry morn."
"Ay, that I am," quoth the jolly butcher. "And why should I not be so? Am I not hale in wind and limb? Have I not the bonniest lass in all Nottinghamshire? And lastly, am I not to be married to her on Thursday next in sweet Locksley Town?"
"Ha!" said Robin. "Comest thou from Locksley Town? Well do I know that fair place for miles about, and well do I know each hedgerow and gentle pebbly stream, and even all the bright little fishes therein, for there I was born and bred. Now, where goest thou with thy meat, my fair friend?"
"I go to the market at Nottingham Town to sell my beef and my mutton," answered the butcher. "But who art thou that comes from Locksley Town?"
"A yeoman am I, and men do call me Robin Hood."
Now, by Our Lady's grace, cried the butcher, well do I know thy name, and many a time have I heard thy deeds both sung and spoken of. But heaven forbid that thou should take aught of me. I am an honest man, and have wronged neither man nor maid, so trouble me not, good master, as I have never troubled thee.
Nay, heaven forbid indeed, quoth Robin, that I should take from such as thee, jolly fellow. Not so much as 1 farthing would I take from thee, for I love a fair Saxon face like thine right well. More especially when it cometh from Locksley town, and most especially when the man that owneth it is to marry a bonny lass on Thursday next. But come, tell me for what price thou wilt sell me some of thy meat, and thy horse and cart.
At 4 marks do I value meat, cart, and mare, quoth the butcher. But if I do not sell all my meat, I will not have 4 marks in value.
Then Robin Hood plucked the purse from his girdle, and quoth he, Here in this purse are 6 marks. Now I would fain be a butcher for the day, and would sell my meat in Nottingham town. Wilt thou close a bargain with me, and take 6 marks for thine outfit?
Now, may the blessings of all the saints fall upon thine honest head, cried the butcher, right joyfully, as he leapt down from his cart, and took the purse that Robin held out to him.
Nay, quoth Robin, laughing loudly. Many do like me, and wish me well, but few call me honest. Now, get thee gone back to thy lass, and give her a sweet kiss from me. So saying, he donned the butcher's apron, and, climbing into the cart, he took the reins in his hand, and drove off through the forest to Nottingham town. When he came to Nottingham, he entered the part of the market where the butchers stood, and took up his inn, in the best place he could find. Next he opened his stall, and spread his meat upon the bench. Then, taking his cleaver and steel, and clattering them together, he trolled aloud in merry tones. Now come, ye lasses, and eke ye dames, and buy your meat from me. For 3 penny worths of meat I sell for the charge of 1 penny. Lamb have I that have fed upon naught but the dainty dames pied, and the violet sweet and the daffodil that grow fair streams beside. And beef have I from the heathery woods, and mutton from dales all green, and veal as white as a maiden's brow with its mother's milk, I ween. Then come, ye lasses, and eke ye dames, come buy your meat from me. For 3 penny worths of meat I sell for the charge of 1 penny. Thus he sang blithely, while all who stood near listened amazedly. Then, when he had finished, he clattered the steel and cleaver still more loudly, shouting lustily, Now, who'll buy? Who'll buy? 4 fixed prices have I. 3 pennyworths of meat I sell to a fat friar or priest for 6pence, for I want not their custom. Stout aldermen I charge 3pence, for it doth not matter to me whether they buy or not. To buxom dames I sell 3 pennyworths of meat for 1 penny, for I like their custom well. But to the bonny lass that hath a liking for a good tight butcher I charge naught but 1 fair kiss, for I like her custom best of all. Then all began to stare and wonder and crowd around, laughing, for never was such selling heard in all of Nottingham town. But when they came to buy, they found it as he had said. For he gave goodwife or dame as much meat for 1 penny as they could buy elsewhere for 3, and when a widow or poor woman came to him, he gave her flesh for nothing. But when a merry lass came and gave him a kiss, he charged not 1 penny for his meat, and many such came to his stall, for his eyes were as blue as the skies of June, and he laughed merrily, giving to each full measure. Thus he sold his meat so fast that no butcher that stood near him could sell anything. Then they began to talk among themselves, and some said,
This must be some thief who has stolen cart, horse, and meat.
But others said, Nay, when did ye ever see a thief who parted with his goods so freely and merrily? This must be some prodigal who hath sold his father's land and would fain live merrily while the money lasts. And these latter, being the greater number, the others came round one by one to their way of thinking. Then some of the butchers came to him to make his acquaintance. Come, brother, quoth one, who was the head of them all, we'll be of one trade, so wilt thou go dine with us? For this day the sheriff hath asked all the butchers' guild to feast with him at the guild hall. There will be stout fare and much to drink, and thou likest, or I much mistake thee. Now, beshrew his heart, quoth jolly Robin, that would deny a butcher. And, moreover, I will go down with you all, my sweet lads, and that as fast as I can hire. Whereupon, having sold all his meat, he closed his stall, and went with them to the great guild hall. There, the sheriff had already come in state, and with him many butchers. When Robin and those that were with him came in, all laughing at some merry jest he had been telling them, those that were near the sheriff whispered to him,
Yon is a right mad blade, for he hath sold more meat for 1 penny this day than we could sell for 3, and to whatsoever merry lass gave him a kiss, he gave meat for naught.
And others said,
He is some prodigal that has sold his land for silver and gold and meaneth to spend all right merrily.
Then the sheriff called Robin to him, not knowing him in his butcher's dress, and made him sit close to him on his right hand, for he loved a rich young prodigal, especially when he thought that he might lighten that prodigal's pockets into his own most worshipful purse. So he made much of Robin, and laughed and talked with him more than with any of the others. At last the dinner was ready to be served, and the sheriff bade Robin say grace. So Robin stood up and said, Now heaven bless us all, and eke good meat and good sack within this house, and may all butchers be and remain as honest men as I am. At this all laughed, the sheriff loudest of all, for he said to himself,
Surely this is indeed some prodigal, and perchance I may empty his purse of some of the money that the fool throweth about so freely.
Then he spake aloud to Robin, saying,
Thou art a jolly young blade, and I love thee right merrily.
And he smote Robin upon the shoulder. Then Robin laughed loudly too. Yea, quoth he, I know thou dost love a jolly blade. For didst thou not have jolly Robin Hood at thy shooting match, and didst thou not gladly give him a bright golden arrow for his own? At this the sheriff looked grave, and all the guild of butchers too, so that none laughed but Robin, only some winked slyly at each other. Come, fill us some sack, cried Robin. Let us e'er be merry while we may, for man is but dust, and he hath a span to live here till the worm getteth him, as our good gossip Swanthold saith. So let life be merry while it lasts, say I. Nay, never look down I in the mouth, Sir Sheriff. Who knowest but thou mayest catch Robin Hood yet, if thou drinkest less good sack and malmsey, and bringest down the fat about thy paunch and the dust from out thy brain. Be merry, man! Then the sheriff laughed again, but not as though he liked the jest, while the butchers said to one another,
Before heaven, we have never seen such a mad rollicking blade. Mayhap though he will make the sheriff mad.
Now, how now, brothers? Cried Robin. Be merry! Nay, never count over your farthings, for by this and by that I will pay this shop myself, e'en though it cost 200 pounds. So let no man draw up his lip, nor thrust his forefinger into his purse, for I swear that neither butcher nor sheriff shall pay 1 penny for this feast.
Now, thou art a right merry soul,
quoth the sheriff.
And I wot thou must have many a head of horned beasts and many an acre of land, that thou dost spend thy money so freely.
Ay, that have I, quoth Robin, laughing loudly again. 500 and more horned beasts have I, and my brothers, and none of them have we been able to sell, else I might not have turned butcher. As for my land, I have never asked my steward how many acres I have. At this the sheriff's eyes twinkled, and he chuckled to himself.
Nay, good youth, quoth he, if thou canst not sell thy cattle, it may be I will find a man that would lift them from thy hands. Perhaps that man will be myself, for I love a merry youth, and would help such a one along the path of life. Now, how much dost thou want for thy horned cattle?
Well, quoth Robin, they are worth at least 500 pounds.
Nay,
answered the sheriff slowly, as if he were thinking within himself.
Well do I love thee, and fain would I help thee along, but 500 pounds in money is a good round sum. Besides, I have it not by me. Yet I will give thee 300 pounds for them all, and that in good hard silver and gold.
Now, thou old miser, quoth Robin, well thou knowest that so many horned cattle are worth 700 pounds and more, and even that is but small for them. And yet thou, with thy grey hairs and 1 foot in the grave, wouldst trade upon the folly of a wild youth. At this the sheriff looked grimly at Robin. Nay,
quoth Robin. Look not on me as thou hast sour beer in thy mouth, man. I will take thine offer, for I and my brothers do need the money. We lead a merry life, and no one leads a merry life for a farthing, so I will close the bargain with thee, but mind that thou bring us a good £300 with thee, for I trust not one that driveth so shrewd a bargain.
I will bring the money, said the sheriff. But what is thy name, good youth?
Men call me Robert o' Locksley, quoth bold Robin.
Then, good Robert o' Locksley, quoth the sheriff, I will come this day to see thy horned beasts. But first my clerk shall draw up a paper, in which thou shalt be bound to the sale, for thou gettest not my money without I get thy beasts in return.
Then Robin Hood laughed again. So be it, he said, smiting his palm upon the sheriff's hand. Truly my brothers will be thankful to thee for thy money. Thus the bargain was closed, but many of the butchers talked among themselves of the sheriff, saying that it was but a scurvy trick to beguile a poor spendthrift youth in this way. The afternoon had come, when the sheriff mounted his horse and joined Robin Hood, who stood outside the gateway of the paved court, waiting for him, for he had sold his horse and cart to a trader for 2 marks. Then they set forth upon their way, the sheriff riding upon his horse and Robin running beside him. Thus they left Nottingham town, and travelled forward along the dusty highway, laughing and jesting together as though they had been old friends. But all the time the sheriff said within himself, Thy jest to me of Robin Hood shall cost thee dear, good fellow, even £400, thou fool, for he thought he would make at least that much by his bargain. So they journeyed onward, till they came within the verge of Sherwood Forest, when presently the sheriff looked up and down and to the right and left of him, and then grew quiet and ceased his laughter.
Now, quoth he, may heaven and its saints preserve us this day from a rogue men call Robin Hood.
Then Robin laughed aloud. Nay, said he, thou mayest set thy mind at rest, for well do I know Robin Hood, and well do I know that thou art in no more danger from him this day than thou art from me.
At this the sheriff looked askance at Robin, saying to himself, I like not that thou seemest so well acquainted with this bold outlaw, and I wish that I were well out of Sherwood Forest.
But still they travelled deeper into the forest shades, and the deeper they went, the more quiet grew the sheriff. At last they came to where the road took a sudden bend, and before them a herd of dun deer went tripping across the path. Then Robin Hood came to the sheriff, and pointing his finger, he said, These are my horned beasts, good master sheriff. How dost thou like them? Are they not fat and fair to see? At this the sheriff drew rein quickly.
Now, fellow, quoth he, I would I were well out of this forest, for I like not thy company. Go thine own path, good friend, and let me go but mine.
But Robin only laughed and caught the sheriff's bridle rein. Nay, cried he, stay a while, for I would thou shouldst see my brothers, who own these fair horned beasts with me. So saying, he clapped his bugle to his mouth, and winded 3 merry notes. And presently up the path came leaping 50 good stout yeomen, with Little John at their head. What wouldst thou have, good master? Quoth Little John. Why, answered Robin, dost thou not see that I have brought goodly company to feast with us today? Fie for shame! Do you not see our good and worshipful master, the Sheriff of Nottingham? Take thou his bridle, Little John, for he has honoured us today by coming to feast with us. Then all doffed their hats humbly, without smiling or seeming to be in jest, while Little John took the bridle rein and led the palfrey still deeper into the forest, all marching in order, with Robin Hood walking beside the sheriff, hat in hand. All this time the sheriff said never a word, but only looked about him, like one suddenly awakened from sleep. But when he found himself going within the very depths of Sherwood, his heart sank within him, for he thought, surely my £300 will be taken from me, even if they take not my life itself, for I have plotted against their lives more than once. But all seemed humble and meek, and not a word was said of danger, either to life or money. So at last they came to that part of Sherwood Forest where a noble oak spread its branches wide, and beneath it was a seat all made of moss, on which Robin sat down, placing the sheriff at his right hand. Now busk ye, my merry men, all, quoth he, and bring forth the best we have, both of meat and wine. For his worship the sheriff hath feasted me in Nottingham Guild Hall today, and I would not have him go back empty.
All this time nothing had been said of the sheriff's money, so presently he began to pluck up heart.
For, he said to himself, maybe Robin Hood hath forgotten all about it.
Then, while beyond in the forest bright fires crackled and savoury smells of sweetly roasting venison and fat capons filled the glade, and brown pasties warmed beside the blaze, did Robin Hood entertain the sheriff right royally. First, several couples stood forth at quarterstaff, and so shrewd were they at the game, and so quickly did they give stroke and parry, that the sheriff, who loved to watch all the lusty sports of the kind, clapped his hands, forgetting where he was, and crying aloud, Well struck, thou fellow with the black beard, little knowing that the man he called upon was the tinker that tried to serve his warrant upon Robin Hood. Then several yeomen came forward and spread cloths upon the green grass, and placed a royal feast, while others still broached barrels of sack and malmsey and good stout ale, and set them in jars upon the cloth, with drinking horns about them. Then all sat down and feasted, and drank merrily together, until the sun was low and the half-moon glimmered with a pale light betwixt the leaves of the trees overhead. Then the sheriff rose and said, I thank you all, good yeomen, for the merry entertainment ye have given me this day. Right courteously have ye used me, showing therein that ye have much respect for our glorious king and his deputy in brave Nottinghamshire. But the shadows grow long, and I must away before the darkness comes, lest I lose myself within the forest. Then Robin Hood and all his merry men arose also, and Robin said to the sheriff, If thou must go, worshipful sir, go thou must, but thou hast forgotten one thing.
Nay, I forgot naught,
said the sheriff, yet all the same his heart sank within him. But I say thou hast forgot something, quoth Robin. We keep a merry inn here in the greenwood, but whoever becometh our guest must pay his reckoning. Then the sheriff laughed, but the laugh was hollow.
Well, jolly boys, quoth he, we have had a merry time together today, and even if ye not asked me, I would have given you a score of pounds for the sweet entertainment I have had.
Nay, quoth Robin seriously, it would ill beseem us to treat your worship so meanly. By my faith, Sir Sheriff, I would be ashamed to show my face if I did not reckon the king's deputy at £300. Is it not so, my merry men, all? Then, Aye, cried all, in a loud voice.
300 devils, roared the sheriff. Think ye that ye beggarly feast was worth £3, let alone 300?
Nay, quoth Robin gravely, speak not so roundly, your worship. I do love thee for thou sweet feast thou hast given me this day in merry Nottingham town. But there be those here who love thee not so much. If thou wilt look down to the cloth, thou wilt see Will Stutely, in whose eyes thou hast no great favour. Then 2 other stout fellows are here that thou knowest not, that were wounded in a brawl, nigh Nottingham town some time ago. Thou wottest when one of them was sore hurt in one arm, yet he hath got the use of it again. Good sheriff, be advised by me, pay thy score without more ado, or maybe it may fare ill with thee. As he spoke, the sheriff's ruddy cheeks grew pale, and he said nothing more, but looked upon the ground and gnawed his nether lip. Then slowly he drew forth his fat purse and threw it upon the cloth in front of them. Now take the purse, Little John, quoth Robin Hood, and see that the reckoning be right. We would not doubt our sheriff, but he might not like it if he should find he had not paid his full score. Then Little John counted the money and found that the bag held £300 in silver and gold. But to the sheriff it seemed as if every clink of the bright money was a drop of blood from his veins. And when he saw it all counted up in a heap of silver and gold, filling a wooden platter, he turned away and silently mounted his horse. Never have we had so worshipful a guest before, quoth Robin, and as the day waxeth late, I will send one of my young men to guide thee out of the forest depths.
Nay, heaven forbid, cried the sheriff hastily. I can find mine own way, good man, without aid.
Then I will put thee on thy right track mine own self, quoth Robin. And taking the sheriff's horse by the bridle rein, he led him to the main forest path. Then, before he let him go, he said, Now fare thee well, good sheriff, and when next thou thinkest to despoil some poor prodigal, remember thy feast in Sherwood Forest. Ne'er buy a horse, good friend, without first looking into its mouth, as our good gaffer Swanthold says. And so once more fare thee well." Then he clapped his hand to the horse's back, and off went nag and sheriff through the forest glades. Then bitterly the sheriff rued the day that first he meddled with Robin Hood, for all men laughed at him, and many ballads were sung by folk throughout the country of how the sheriff went to shear and came home shorn to the very quick. For thus men sometimes overreach themselves through greed and guile. Chapter 7. Little John Goes to Nottingham Fair. Spring had gone since the sheriff's feast in Sherwood, and summer also, and the mellow month of October had come. All the air was cool and fresh, the harvests were gathered home, the young birds were full-fledged, the hops were plucked, and apples were ripe. But though time had so smoothed things over that men no longer talk of the horned beasts that the sheriff wished to buy, he was still sore about the matter, and could not bear to hear Robin Hood's name spoken in his presence. With October had come the time for holding the great fair, which was celebrated every 5 years at Nottingham town, to which folk came far and near throughout the country. At such times, archery was always the main sport of the day, for the Nottinghamshire yeomen were the best hand at the longbow in all merry England. But this year the sheriff hesitated a long time before he issued proclamation of the fair, fearing lest Robin Hood and his band might come to it. At first he had a great part of a mind not to proclaim the fair, but second thought told him that men would laugh at him and say among themselves that he was afraid of Robin Hood, so he put that thought by. At last he fixed in his mind that he would offer such a prize as they would not care to shoot for. At such times it had been the custom to offer 50 of marks or a turn of ale, so this year he proclaimed that the prize of 2 fat steers should be given to the best bowman. When Robin Hood heard what had been proclaimed, he was vexed, and said, "Now beshrew this sheriff that he should offer such a prize that none but shepherd hinds will care to shoot for it. I would have loved nothing better than to have another bout at merry Nottingham town, but if I should win this prize, naught would it pleasure or profit me." Then up spoke Little John. "Nay, but hearken, good master," said he. "Only today Will Stutely, young David of Doncaster, and I were at the sign of the Blue Boar, and there we heard all of the news of this merry fair, and also that the sheriff that offered this prize, that we of Sherwood might not care to come to the fair. So, good master, if thou wilt, I would fain go, and strive to win even this poor thing among the stout yeomen who will shoot at Nottingham town." "Nay, Little John," quoth Robin, "thou art a sound stout fellow, yet thou lackest the cunning that good Stutely hath, and I would not have harm befall thee for all Nottinghamshire. Nevertheless, if thou wilt go, take some disguise, lest there be those there that may know thee." "So be it, good master," quoth Little John. "Yet all the disguise that I wish is a good suit of scarlet instead of this Lincoln green. I will draw the cowl of my jacket about my head so that it will hide my brown hair and beard, and then I trust no one will know me." "It is much against my will," said Robin Hood. "Nevertheless, if thou dost wish it, get thee gone. But bear thyself seemingly, Little John, for thou art mine own right-hand man, and I could ill bear to have harm befall thee." So Little John clad himself all in scarlet, and started off to the fair at Nottingham town. Right merry were these fair days at Nottingham, when the green before the great town gate was dotted with booths standing in rows, with tents of many-coloured canvas, hung about with streamers and garlands of flowers, and the folk came from all the countryside, both gentle and common. In some booths there was dancing to merry music, in others flowed ale and beer, and in others yet again sweet cakes and barley sugar were sold. And sport was going on outside the booths also, where some minstrel sang ballads of the olden time, playing a second upon the harp, or where the wrestlers struggled with one another within the sawdust ring, but the people gathered most of all around a raised platform, where stout fellows played at quarterstaff. So Little John came to the fair. All scarlet were his hose and jerkin, and scarlet was his cowled cap, with a scarlet feather stuck in the side of it. Over his shoulders was slung a stout bow of yew, and across his back hung a quiver of good round arrows. Many turned to look after such a stout, tall fellow, for his shoulders were broader by a palm's breadth than any that were there, and he stood a head taller than all the other men. The lasses also looked at him askance, thinking they had never seen a lustier youth. First of all he went to the booth where the stout ale was sold, and, standing aloft on a bench, he called to all that were near to come and drink with him. "Hey, sweet lads," cried he, "who will drink ale with a stout yeoman? Come all, let us be merry, for the day is sweet and the ale is tingling. Come hither, good yeoman, and thou, for not a farthing shall one of you pay. Nay, turn hither, thou lusty beggar, and thou jolly tinker, for all shall be merry with me." Thus he shouted, and all crowded around, laughing, while the brown ale flowed, and they called Little John a brave fellow, each swearing that he loved him as his own brother. For when one has entertainment with nothing to pay, one loves the man that gives it to one. Then he strolled to the platform, where they were at cudgel play, for he loved a bout of quarterstaff as he loved meat and drink, and here befell an adventure that was sung in ballads throughout the mid-country for many a day. One fellow there was that cracked crowns of everyone who threw cap into the ring. This was Eric a Lincoln, of great renown, whose name had been sung in ballads throughout the countryside. When Little John reached the stand, he found none fighting, but only bold Eric walking up and down the platform, swinging his staff and shouting lustily, "Now, who will come and strike a stroke for the lass he loves the best, with a good Lincolnshire yeoman? Oh, now, lad, step up, or else the lass's eyes are nowt bright hereabouts, or the blood of Nottingham youth is sluggish and cold. Lincoln against Nottingham, say I, for not one hath put foot upon the boards this day as such of we as Lincoln call a cudgel player." At this, one would nudge another with his elbow, saying, "Go thou, Ned," or "Go thou, Thomas," but no lad cared to gain a cracked crown for nothing. Presently Eric saw where Little John stood among the others, a head and shoulders above them all, and he called to him loudly, "Halloa, thou long-legged fellow in scarlet! Broad are thy shoulders and thick thy head. Is not thy lass fair enough for thee to take cudgel in hand for her sake? In truth, I believe that Nottingham men do turn to bone and sinew, for neither heart nor courage have they. Now, thou great lout, will thou not twill staff for Nottingham?" "Aye," quoth Little John, "had I but my own good staff here, it would pleasure me hugely to crack thy knave's pate, thou saucy braggart. I wot it would be well for thee, and thy coxcomb were cut." Thus he spoke, slowly at first, for he was slow to move, but his wrath gathered headway like a great stone rolling down a hill, so that at the end he was full of anger. Then Eric a Lincoln laughed aloud. "Well spoken for one who fears to meet me fairly man to man," said he. "Saucy art thine own self, and if thou pittest foot upon these boards, I will make thy saucy tongue rattle within thy teeth." "Now," quoth Little John, "is there never a man here that will lend me a good stout staff till I try the mettle of yon fellow?" At this, half a score reached him their staves, and he took the stoutest and heaviest of them all. Then, looking up and down the cudgel, he said, "Now I have in my hand but a splint of wood, a barley straw as it were, yet I trow it will have to serve me, so here goeth." Thereupon he cast the cudgel upon the stand, and leaping lightly after it, snatched it up in his hand again. Then each man stood in his place and measured the other with fell looks, until he that directed the sport cried, "Play!" At this they stepped forth, each grasping his staff tightly in the middle. Then those that stood around saw the stoutest game of quarterstaff that e'er Nottingham town beheld. At first Eric a Lincoln thought that he would gain an easy advantage, so he came forth as if he would say, "Watch, good people, now that I carve this young cockerel right speedily." But he presently found it to be no such speedy matter. Right deftly he struck, and with a great skill of fence, but he had found his match in Little John. Once, twice, thrice he struck, and 3 times Little John turned the blows to the left hand and to the right. Then, quickly, and with a dainty backhanded blow, he rapped Eric beneath his guard so shrewdly that it made his head ring again. Then Eric stepped back to gather his wits, while a great shout went up, and all were glad that Nottingham had cracked Lincoln's crown, and thus ended the first bout of the game. Then presently the director of the sport cried, "Play!" and they came together again. But now Eric played warily, for he found his man was of right good mettle, and also he had no sweet memory of the blow that he had got, so this bout neither Little John nor the Lincoln man caught a stroke within his guard. Then, after a while, they parted again, and this made the second bout. Then, for the third time, they came together. And at first, Eric strove to be wary, as he had been before. But growing mad at finding himself so foiled, he lost his wits and began to rain blows so fiercely and so fast that they rattled like hail on a penthouse roof. But, in spite of all, he did not reach within Little John's guard. Then at last Little John saw his chance and seized it right cleverly. Once more, with a quick blow, he rapped Eric beside the head, and ere he could regain himself, Little John slipped his right hand down to his left and, with a swinging blow, smote the other so sorely upon the crown that down he fell, as though he would never move again. Then the people shouted so loud that folk came running from all about to see what was the ado, while Little John leapt down from the stand and gave his staff back to him that had lent it to him, and thus ended the famous bout between Little John and Eric Lincoln of great renown. But now the time had come when those who were to shoot with the longbow were to take their places. So the people began flocking to the butts where the shooting was to be. Near the target, in a good place, sat the sheriff upon a raised dais, with many gentlefolk around him. When the archers had taken their places, the herald came forward and proclaimed the rules of the game, and how each should shoot 3 shots, and to him that should shoot the best, the prize of 2 fat steers was to belong. A score of brave shots were gathered there, and among them some of the keenest hands at the longbow in Lincoln and Nottinghamshire, and among them Little John stood taller than all the rest.
"Who is yon stranger, clad all in scarlet?" said some, and others answered, "It's he that hath but so soundly cracked the crown of Eric Lincoln." Thus the people talked among themselves until at last it reached even the sheriff's ears. And now each man stepped forward and shot in turn, and though each shot well, Little John was the best of all, for 3 times he struck the clout, and once only the length of a barleycorn from the centre.
"Hey for the tall archer!" shouted the crowd, and some among them shouted, "Hey for Reynold Greenleaf!"
for this was the name that Little John had called himself that day. Then the sheriff stepped down from the raised seat and came to where the archers stood, while all doffed their caps that saw him coming. He looked keenly at Little John, but did not know him, though he said after a while, "How now, good fellow? Methinks there is that about thy face that I have seen ere while."
"Mayhap it be so," quoth Little John, "for often have I seen your worship."
And as he spoke he looked steadily into the sheriff's eyes, so that the latter did not suspect who he was.
"A brave blade art thou, good friend," said the sheriff, "and I hear that thou hast well upheld the skill of Nottinghamshire against that of Lincoln this day. What may be thy name, good fellow?"
"Men do call me Reynold Greenleaf, your worship," said Little John, and the old ballad that tells of this adds, "So in truth, he was not a green leaf, but of what matter of tree the sheriff wotted not."
"Now, Reynold Greenleaf," quoth the sheriff, "thou art the fairest hand at the longbow that mine eyes ever beheld, next to that false knave Robin Hood, from whose wiles heaven forfend me. Wilt thou join my service, good fellow? Thou shalt be paid right well, for 3 suits of clothes shalt thou have a year, and with good food and as much ale as thou can drink, and besides this, I will pay thee 40 marks each Michaelmastide."
"Then here I stand, I a free man, and right gladly will I enter thy household," said Little John,
for he thought he might find some merry jest should he enter the sheriff's service.
"Fairly hast thou won the fat steers," said the sheriff, "and hereunto I will add a butt of good March beer, for joy of having gotten such a man, for I wot thou shootest as fair as shaft as Robin Hood himself."
"Then," said Little John, "for joy of having gotten myself into thy service, I will give fat steers and brown ale to all these good folk, to make them merry withal."
At this arose a great shout, many casting their caps aloft for joy of a gift. Then some built great fires and roasted steers, and others broached the butt of ale, with which all made themselves merry. Then, when they had eaten and drunk as much as they could, and when the day faded and the great moon arose, all red and round over the spires and towers of Nottingham town, They joined hands and danced around the fires to the music of bagpipes and harps. But long before this merrymaking had begun, the sheriff and his new servant, Reynold Greenleaf, were in the castle of Nottingham. Chapter 8. How Little John lived at the sheriff's. Thus Little John entered into the sheriff's service, and found the life he led there easy enough. For the sheriff made him his right-hand man, and held him in great favour. He sat nigh the sheriff at meat, and he ran beside his horse when he went a hunting, so that, what with hunting and hawking a little, and eating rich dishes, and drinking good sack, and sleeping until late hours in the morning, he grew as fat as a stall-fed ox. Thus things floated easily along with the tide, until one day, when the sheriff went a hunting, there happened that which broke the smooth surface of things. This morning the sheriff and many of his men set forth to meet certain lords to go a hunting. He looked all about him for his good man Reynold Greenleaf, but not finding him was vexed, for he wished to show Little John's skill to his noble friends. As for Little John, he lay abed, snoring lustily, till the sun was high in the heavens. At last he opened his eyes and looked about him, but did not move to arise. Brightly shone the sun in at the window, and all the air was sweet with the scent of woodbine that hung in the sprays about the wall without. For the cold winter was past, and spring was come again. And Little John lay still, thinking how sweet was everything on this fair morn. Just then he heard, faint and far away, a distant bugle note, sounding thin and clear. The sound was small, but like a pebble dropped into a glassy fountain, it broke all the smooth surface of his thoughts, until his whole soul was filled with disturbance. His spirit seemed to awaken from its sluggishness, and his memory brought back to him all the merry greenwood life. How the birds would sing blithely there this bright morning, and how his loved companions and friends were feasting and making merry, or perhaps talking of him with sober speech. For when he first entered the sheriff's service he did so in jest. But the hearthstone was warm during the winter, and the fare was full, and so he had abided, putting off from day to day his going back to Sherwood until 6 long months had passed. But now he thought of his good master, and of Will Stutely, whom he loved better than anyone else in all the world, and of young David of Doncaster, whom he had trained so well in all manly sports, until there came over his heart a great and bitter longing for them all, so that his eyes filled with tears. Then he said aloud, "Here I grow fat like a stall-fed ox, and all my manliness departeth from me while I become a sluggard and dolt. But I will arouse me and go back to mine own dear friends once more, and never will I leave them again, till life doth leave my lips." So saying, he leapt from bed, for he hated his sluggishness now. When he came downstairs he saw the steward standing near the pantry door, a great, fat man with a huge bundle of keys hanging to his girdle. Then Little John said, "Oh, Master Steward, a hungry man am I, for naught have I had for all this blessed morn, therefore give me to eat." Then the steward looked grimly at him and rattled the keys in his girdle, for he hated Little John, because he had found favour with the sheriff. "So, Master Reynold Greenleaf, thou art an hungered, art thou?" quoth he. "But, fair youth, if thou livest long enough, thou wilt find that he who getteth overmuch sleep for an idle head goeth without an empty stomach. For what saith the old saw, Master Greenleaf? Is it not, 'The late fowl findeth but ill faring'?" "Now, thou great purse of fat," cried Little John, "I ask thee not for fool's wisdom, but for bread and meat. Who art thou, and thou shouldst deny me to eat? By St. Dunstan, thou hadst better tell me where my breakfast is, if thou wouldst save broken bones." "Thy breakfast, Master Fireblaze, is in the pantry," answered the steward. "Then fetch it hither," cried Little John, who waxed angry by this time. "Go thou fetch it thine own self," quoth the steward. "Am I thy slave to fetch and carry for thee?" "I say go thou bring it to me." "I say go thou fetch it for thyself." "Aye, marry that will I, right quickly," quoth Little John in a rage, and, so saying, he strode to the pantry and tried to open the door, but found it locked, whereat the steward laughed and rattled his keys. Then the wrath of Little John boiled over, and, lifting his clenched fist, he smote the pantry door, bursting out 3 panels, and making so large an opening that he could easily stoop and walk through it. When the steward saw what was done, he waxed mad with rage, and, as Little John stooped to look within the pantry, he seized him from behind by the nape of the neck, pinching him sorely and smiting him over the head with his keys till the yeoman's ears rang again. At this, Little John turned upon the steward and smote him such a buffet that the fat man fell to the floor, and lay there as though he would never move again. "There," quoth Little John, "think well of that stroke, and never keep a good breakfast from a hungry man again." So saying, he crept into the pantry and looked about him to see if he could find something to appease his hunger. He saw a great venison pasty and 2 roasted capons, beside which was a platter of plover's eggs. Moreover, there was a flask of sack and one of canary, a sweet sight to a hungry man. These he took down from the shelves and placed upon a sideboard, and prepared to make himself merry. Now the cook, in the kitchen across the courtyard, heard the loud talking between Little John and the steward, and also the blow that Little John struck the other, so he came running across the court and up the stairway to where the steward's pantry was, bearing in his hands the spit with the roast still upon it. Meanwhile, the steward had gathered his wits about him and risen to his feet, so that when the cook came to the steward's pantry, he saw him glowering through the broken door at Little John, who was making ready for a good repast, as one dog glowers at another that has a bone. When the steward saw the cook, he came to him, and, putting one arm over his shoulder, "Alas, sweet friend," quoth he, for the cook was a tall, stout man, "seest thou what that vile knave Reynold Greenleaf has done? He hath broken in upon our master's goods, and has smitten me a buffet upon the ear, so that I thought I was dead. Good cook, I love thee well, and thou shalt have a good pottle of our master's best wine every day, for thou art an old and faithful servant. Also, good cook, I have 10 shillings that I mean to give to a gift to thee, but hatest thou not to see a vile upstart like this Reynold Greenleaf taking it upon him so bravely?" "Aye, marry, that I do," quoth the cook boldly, for he liked the steward because of his talk of the wine and of the 10 shillings. "Get thee gone straight away to thy room, and I will bring out this knave by his ears." So saying, he laid aside a spit and drew the sword that hung by his side, whereupon the steward left as quickly as he could, for he hated the sight of naked steel. Then the cook walked straight away to the broken pantry door, through which he saw Little John tucking a napkin beneath his chin and preparing to make himself merry. "Why, how now, Reynold Greenleaf," said the cook. "Thou art no better than a thief, I wot. Come thou straight forth, man, or I will carve thee as I would carve a suckling pig." "Nay, good cook, bear thyself more seemingly, or else I will come forth to thy dole. At most times I am as a yearling lamb, but when one cometh between me and my meat, I'm a raging lion, as it were." "Lion or no lion," quoth the valorous cook, "come thou straight forth, else thou art a coward heart as well as a knavish thief." "Ha!" cried Little John, "coward's name have I never had. So look to thyself, good cook, for I come forth straight, the roaring lion I did speak of but now." Then he, too, drew his sword and came out of the pantry. Then, putting themselves into position, they came slowly together with grim and angry looks, but suddenly Little John lowered his point. "Hold, good cook," said he. "Now I bethink me it were ill of us to fight with good victuals standing so nigh, and such a feast as would befit 2 stout fellows such as we are. Marry, good friend, I think we should enjoy this fair feast ere we fight. What sayest thou, jolly cook?" At this speech the cook looked up and down, scratching his head in doubt, for he loved good feasting. At last he drew a long breath and said to Little John, "Well, good friend, I like thy playing right well, so pretty boy, say I. Let us feast." "With all my heart, for one of us may sup in paradise before nightfall." So each thrust his sword back into the scabbard and entered the pantry. Then, after they had seated themselves, Little John drew his dagger and thrust it into the pie. "A hungry man must be fed," quoth he. "So, sweet chuck, I help myself without leave." But the cook did not lag far behind, for straightway his hands were also deeply thrust within the goodly pasty. After this neither of them spoke further, but used their teeth to better purpose. But though neither spoke, they looked at one another, each thinking within himself that he had never before seen a more lusty fellow than the one across the board. At last, after a long time had passed, the cook drew a full deep breath as though of much regret, and wiped his hands upon the napkin, for he could eat no more. Little John also had enough, for he pushed the pasty aside, as though he would say, "I want thee by me no more, good friend." Then he took the pottle of sack, and said he, "Now, good fellow, I swear by all that is bright, that thou art the stoutest companion at eating that I ever had. Lo, I drink thy health." So saying, he clapped the flask to his lips, and cast his eyes aloft, while the good wine flooded his throat. Then he passed the pottle to the cook, who also said, "Lo, I drink thy health, sweet fellow." Nor was he behind Little John in drinking any more than in eating. "Now," quoth Little John, "thy voice is right round and sweet, jolly lad. I doubt not thou canst sing a ballad more blithely. Canst thou not?" "Truly, I have trolled one now and then," quoth the cook, "yet I would not sing alone." "Nay, truly," said Little John, "that were but ill courtesy. Strike up thy ditty, and I will afterwards sing one to match it, if I can." "So be it, pretty boy," quoth the cook. "And hast thou e'er heard the song of the deserted shepherdesses?" "Truly I know not," answered Little John, "but sing now, and let me hear." Then the cook took another draught from the pottle, and, clearing his throat, sang right sweetly.
In Lenten time, when leaf wax green, and pretty birds begin to mate, when lark-cloths sing, and thrush I ween, and stock-dove cooeth soon and late, fair Phyllis sat beside a stone, and thus I heard her make a moan, "O willow, 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 I'll take me of thy branches fair, and twine a wreath to deck my hair." The thrush hath taken him a she, the robin too, and eke the dove. My robin hath deserted me, and left me for another love. So here by brookside all alone, I sit me down and make my moan, "O willow, 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 I'll take me of thy branches fair, and twine a wreath to deck my hair." But never came herring from the sea, but good as he were in the tide. Young Corydon came o'er the lea, and sat him Phyllis down beside. So presently she changed her tone, and 'gan to cease her from her moan, "O willow, 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 thou mayest e'en keep thy garlands fair, I want them not to deck my hair."
"No, by my faith," cried Little John, "that's same as a right good song, and hath truth in it also." "Glad I am thou likest it, sweet lad," said the cook. "Now sing thou one also, for ne'er should a man be merry alone, or sing and list not. Then I will sing thee a song of a right good knight of Arthur's court, and how he cured his heart's wound without running upon the dart again, as did thy Phyllis. For I wot she did but cure one smart by giving herself another. So list thou, while I sing.
When Arthur King did rule this land, a goodly king was he, and had he of stout knights a band of merry company. Among them all, both great and small, a good stout knight was there, a lusty child, and eke at all that loved a lady fair. But naught would she to do with he, but turned her face away. So gat he gone to far country, and left that lady gay. There all alone he made his moan, and eke did sob and sigh, and weep till it would move a stone, and he was like to die. But still his heart did feel the smart, and eke the dire distress, and rather grow his pain more sharp, as grew his body less. Then gat he back where was good sack and merry company, and soon did cease to cry alack, when blithe and gay was he. From which I hold and feel full bold to say and eke believe, that gin the belly could not cold, the heart will cease to grieve.
Now, by my faith, cried the cook, as he rattled a pottle against the sideboard, I like that same song hugely, and eke the motive of it, which lieth like a sweet kernel in a hazelnut. No, thou art a man of shrewd opinions, quoth Little John, and I love thee truly as thou wert my brother. And I love thee too, but the day draweth on, and I have my cooking to do ere our master cometh home, so let us e'en go, settle this brave fight we have in hand. Ay, marry, quoth Little John, and that right speedily. Never have I been more laggard in fighting than in eating and drinking, so come thou straight forth into the passageway, where there is good room to swing a sword, and I will try to serve thee. Then they both stepped forth into the broad passage that led to the steward's pantry, where each man drew his sword again, and without more ado fell upon the other, as though he would hew his fellow limb from limb. Then their swords clashed upon one another with great din, and sparks flew from each blow in showers. So they fought up and down the hall for an hour or more, neither striking the other a blow, though they strove their best to do so, for both were skilful at defence. So nothing came of all their labour. Ever and anon they rested, panting. Then, after getting their wind, at it they would go again, more fiercely than ever. At last, Little John cried aloud, "Hold, good cook," whereupon each rested upon his sword, panting. "Now I will make my vow," quoth Little John. "Thou art the very best swordsman that mine eyes ever beheld. Truly, I had thought to carve thee ere now." "And I had thought to do the same by thee," quoth the cook, "but I have missed the mark somehow."
"Now, I've been thinking within myself," quoth Little John, "that what we are fighting for, but albeit I do not rightly know."
"Why, no more do I," said the cook. "I bear no love for that Percy steward, but I thought we had engaged to fight one another, and that it must be done."
"Now," quoth Little John,
"it doth seem to me that instead of striving to cut one another's throats, it were better for us to be boon companions. What sayest thou, jolly cook? Wilt thou go with me to Sherwood Forest and join with Robin Hood's band? Thou shalt live a merry life within the woodlands, and 70 good companions shalt thou have, one of whom is mine own self. Thou shalt have 3 suits of Lincoln green each year, and 40 marks in pay." "Now, thou art a man after my own heart," cried the cook right heartily. "And, as thou speakest of it, that is the very service for me. I will go with thee, and that right gladly. Give me thy palm, sweet fellow, and I will be thine companion from henceforth. What may be thy name, lad?"
"Men do call me Little John, good fellow."
"How? And art thou indeed Little John, and Robin Hood's own right-hand man? Many a time and oft have I heard of thee, but never did I hope to set eyes upon thee. And thou art indeed the famous Little John."
And the cook seemed lost in amazement, and looked upon his companion with open eyes. "I am Little John indeed, and I will bring to Robin Hood this day a right stout fellow to join his merry band. But ere we go, good friend, it seemeth to me to be a vast pity that as we've had so much of the sheriff's food, we should not also carry some of his silver plate to Robin Hood, as a present, from his worship."
"Aye, marry is it,"
said the cook. And so they began hunting about, and took as much silver as they could lay hands upon, clapping it into a bag, and when they had filled the sack they set forth to Sherwood Forest. Plunging into the woods they came at last to the greenwood tree, where they found Robin Hood and 60 of his merry men lying upon the fresh green grass. When Robin and his men saw who it was that came, they leapt to their feet.
"Now welcome," cried Robin Hood. "Now welcome, Little John, for long hath it been since we have heard from thee, though we all knew that thou hadst joined the sheriff's service. And how hast thou fared all these long days?"
Right merrily have I lived at the Lord Sheriff's, answered Little John, and I have come straight thence. See, good master, I have brought thee his cook and even his silver plate. Thereupon he told Robin Hood and his merry men that were there all that had befallen him since he had left them to go to the fair at Nottingham town. Then all shouted with laughter, except Robin Hood. But he looked grave.
Nay, Little John, said he, thou art a brave blade and a trusty fellow. I am glad thou hast brought thyself back to us, and with such a good companion as the cook, whom we all welcome to Sherwood. But I like not so well that thou hast stolen the sheriff's plate, like some paltry thief. The sheriff hath been punished by us, and hath lost £300, even as he sought to despoil another, but he hath done naught that we should steal his household plate from him. Though Little John was vexed with this, he strove to pass it off with a jest.
Nay, good master, quoth he. If thou thinkest the sheriff gave us not the plate, I will fetch him, so that he may tell us with his own lips he giveth it all to us. So saying, he leapt to his feet and was gone before Robin could call him back.
Little John ran for full 5 miles till he came to where the Sheriff of Nottingham and a gay company were hunting near the forest. When Little John came to the sheriff, he doffed his cap and bent his knee.
God save thee, good master, quoth he. Why, Reynold Greenleaf, cried the sheriff, whence comest thou, and where hast thou been?
I have been in the forest, answered Little John, speaking amazedly, and there I saw a sight such as ne'er before a man's eyes beheld. Yonder I saw a young hart, all in green from top to toe, and about him was a herd of 60 deer, and they too were all green from head to foot. Yet I dared not shoot, good master, for fear lest they should slay me.
Why, how now, Reynold Greenleaf, cried the sheriff. Art thou dreaming, or art thou mad, that thou dost bring me such a tale?
Nay, I am not dreaming, nor am I mad, said Little John, and if thou wilt come with me, I will show thee this fair sight, for I have seen it with mine own eyes. But thou must come alone, good master, lest the others frighten them, and they get away. So the party all rode forward, and Little John led them downward into the forest. Now, good master, quoth he at last, we are nigh where I saw this herd. Then the sheriff descended from his horse and bade them wait for him until he should return, and Little John led him forward through a close copse until suddenly they came to a great open glade, at the end of which Robin Hood sat beneath the shade of the great oak tree, with his merry men all about him. See, good master sheriff, quoth Little John, yonder is the hart of which I spake to thee. At this the sheriff turned to Little John, and he said bitterly, Long ago I thought I remembered thy face, but now I know thee. Woe betide thee, Little John, for thou hast betrayed me this day. In the meantime Robin Hood had come to them. Now welcome, Master Sheriff, said he. Hast thou come today to take another feast with me?
Nay, heaven forbid, said the sheriff in tones of deep earnest. I care for no feast and have no hunger today.
Nevertheless, quoth Robin, if thou hast no hunger, maybe thou hast thirst, and well I know thou wilt take a cup of sack with me. But I am grieved that thou wilt not feast with me, for thou couldst have victuals to thy liking, for there stands thy cook. Then he led the sheriff willy-nilly to the seat he knew so well beneath the greenwood tree. Ho, lads, cried Robin, fill our good friend the sheriff a right brimming cup of sack and fetch it hither, for he is faint and weary. Then one of the band brought the sheriff a cup of sack, bowing low as he handed it to him, but the sheriff could not touch the wine, for he saw it served in one of his own silver flagons, on one of his own silver plates. How now, quoth Robin, dost thou not like our new silver service? We have gotten a bag of it this day. So saying, he held up the sack of silver that Little John and the cook had brought with them. Then the sheriff's heart was bitter within him, but not daring to say anything, he only gazed upon the ground. Robin looked keenly at him for a time before he spoke again. Then said he, Now, Master Sheriff, the last time thou camest to Sherwood Forest, thou didst come seeking to despoil a poor spendthrift, and thou wert despoiled thine own self. But now thou comest seeking to do no harm, nor do I know that thou hast despoiled any man. I take my tithes from fat priests and lordly squires to help those that they despoil, and to raise up those that they bow down. But I know not that thou hast tenants of thine own whom thou hast wronged in any way. Therefore take thou thine own again, nor will I dispossess thee today of so much as 1 farthing. Come with me, and I will lead thee from the forest back to thine own party again.
Then, slinging the bag upon his shoulder, he turned away, the sheriff following him, all too perplexed in mind to speak. So they went forward until they came to within a furlong of the spot where the sheriff's companions were waiting for him. Then Robin Hood gave the sack of silver back to the sheriff. "Take thou thine own again," he said, "and hearken to me, good sheriff. Take thou a piece of advice with it. Try thy servants well, ere thou dost engage them again so readily." Then, turning, he left the others standing bewildered with the sack in his hands. The company that waited for the sheriff were all amazed to see him come out of the forest, bearing a heavy sack upon his shoulders. But though they questioned him, he answered never a word, acting like one who walks in a dream. Without a word he placed the bag across his nag's back, and then, mounting, rode away, all following him. But all the time there was a great turmoil of thoughts within his head, tumbling one over the other. And thus ends the merry tale of Little John, and how he entered the sheriff's service. Chapter 9. Little John and the Tanner of Blythe. One fine day, not long after Little John had left, abiding with the sheriff, and had come back with his worship's cook to the merry greenwood, as has just been told, Robin Hood and a few chosen fellows of his band lay upon the soft sward beneath the greenwood tree where they dwelled. The day was warm and sultry, so that while most of the band were scattered through the forest upon this mission and upon that, these few stout fellows lay lazily beneath the shade of the tree in the soft afternoon, passing jests among themselves and telling merry stories with laughter and mirth. All the air was laden with the bitter fragrance of the May, and all the bosky shades of the woodlands beyond rang with the sweet song of birds, the throstle-cock, the cuckoo, and the wood-pigeon. And with the song of birds mingled the cool sound of the gurgling brook that leapt out of the forest shades and ran, fretting, amid its rough grey stones, across the sunlit open glade before the trysting tree. And a fair sight was that half-score of tall, stout yeomen, all clad in Lincoln green, lying beneath the broad, spreading branches of the great oak tree, amid the quivering leaves of which the sunlight shivered and fell in dancing patches upon the grass. Suddenly, Robin Hood smote his knee. "By St. Dunstan," quoth he, "I had nigh forgot that quarter-day cometh on apace, and yet no cloth of Lincoln green in all our store. It must be looked to, and that in quick season. Come, busk thee, Little John, stir those lazy bones of thine, for thou must get thee straight away to our good gossip, the draper, Hugh Longshanks of Ancaster. Bid him send us straight away 20 yards of fair cloth of Lincoln green, and mayhap the journey may take some of the fat from off thy bones, that thou hast gotten from lazy living at our dear sheriff's." "Nay," muttered Little John, for he had heard so much upon this score that he was sore upon the point. "Nay, truly, mayhap I have more flesh on my joints than I once had, yet flesh or no flesh, I doubt not that I could still hold my place and footing upon a narrow bridge against e'er a yeoman in Sherwood, or Nottinghamshire for the matter of that, even though he had no more fat about his bones than thou hast, good master." At this reply a great shout of laughter went up, and all looked at Robin Hood, for each man knew that Little John spake of a certain fight that happened between their master and himself, through which they first became acquainted. "Nay," quoth Robin Hood, laughing louder than all, "Heaven forbid that I should doubt thee, for I care for no taste of thy staff myself, Little John. I must needs own that there are those of my band can handle a 7-foot staff more deftly than I, yet no man in all Nottinghamshire can draw grey goose shaft with my fingers. Nevertheless, a journey to Ancaster may not be ill for thee, so go thou, as I bid. And thou hadst best go this very evening, for since thou hast abided at the sheriff's, many know thy face, and if thou goest in broad daylight, thou mayest get thyself into a coil with some of his worship's men-at-arms. Bide thou here till I bring thee money to pay our good Hugh. I warrant he hath no better customers in all Nottinghamshire than we." So saying, Robin left them and entered the forest. Not far from the trysting tree was a great rock in which a chamber had been hewn, the entrance being barred by a massive oaken door 2 palms' breadth in thickness, studded about with spikes, and fastened with a great padlock. This was the treasure house of the band, And thither Robin Hood went and, unlocking the door, entered the chamber, from which he brought forth a bag of gold, which he gave to Little John to pay Hugh Longshanks withal for the cloth of Lincoln Green. Then up got Little John, and, taking the bag of gold which he thrust into his bosom, he strapped a girdle about his loins, took a stout pikestaff full 7 feet long in his hand, and set forth upon his journey. So he strode, whistling along the leafy forest path that led to Foss Way, turning neither to the right hand nor to the left, until at last he came to where the path branched, leading on the one hand onward to the Foss Way, and on the other, as well Little John knew, to the Merry Blue Boar Inn. Here Little John suddenly ceased whistling and stopped in the middle of the path. First he looked up, and then he looked down, and then, tilting his cap over one eye, he slowly scratched the back part of his head. For thus it was, at the sight of these 2 roads, 2 voices began to alarum within him. The one crying, "There lies the road to the Blue Boar Inn, a can of brown October, and a merry night with sweet companions such as thou mayest find there." The other, "There lieth the way to Ancaster, and the duty thou art sent upon." Now the first of these 2 voices was far the louder, for Little John had grown passing fond of good living through abiding at the sheriff's house. So, presently, looking up into the blue sky, across which bright clouds were sailing like silver boats, and swallows skimming in circling fight, quoth he, "I fear me it will rain this evening, so I'll e'en stop at the Blue Boar till it passes by, for I know my good master would not have me wet to the skin." So, without more ado, off he strode down the path that lay the way of his likings. Now there was no sign of any foul weather, but when one wishes to do a thing, as Little John did, one finds no lack of reasons for the doing. 4 merry wags were at the Blue Boar Inn, a butcher, a beggar, and 2 barefoot friars. Little John heard them singing from afar as he walked through the hush of the mellow twilight that was now falling over hill and dale. Right glad were they to welcome such a merry blade as Little John. Fresh cans of ale were bought, and with jest and song and merry tales the hours slipped away on fleeting wings. None thought of time or tide till the night was so far gone that Little John put by the thought of setting forth upon his journey again that night, and so bided at the Blue Boar until the morrow. Now it was an ill piece of luck for Little John that he left his duty for his pleasure, and he paid a great score for it, as we are all apt to do in the same case, as you shall see. Up he rose at the dawn of the next day, and, taking his stout pikestaff in his hand, he set forth upon his journey once more, as though he would make up for lost time. In the good town of Blythe there lived a stout tanner, celebrated far and near for feats of strength and many tough bouts at wrestling and the quarterstaff. For 5 years he held the mid-country champion belt for wrestling, till the great Adam Lincoln cast him in the ring and broke one of his ribs. But at quarterstaff he had never yet met his match in all the country about. Besides all this, he dearly loved the longbow, and a sly jaunt in the forest when the moon was full and the dun deer in season. So that the king's rangers kept a shrewd eye upon him and his doings, for Arthur a Bland's house was apt to have plenty of meat in it that was more like venison than the law allowed. Now Arthur had been to Nottingham town the day before Little John set forth on his errand, there to sell a 50 of tanned cowhides. At the dawn of the same day the Little John left the inn, he started from Nottingham, homeward for Blythe. His way led, all in the dewy morn, past the verge of Sherwood Forest, where the birds were welcoming the lovely day with a great and merry jubilee. Across the tanner's shoulders was swung his stout quarterstaff, ever near enough to him to be gripped quickly, and on his head was a cap of doubled cowhide, so tough that it could hardly be cloven, even by a broadsword. "Now," quoth Arthur a Bland to himself, when he had come to that part of the road that cut through a corner of the forest, "no doubt at this time of year that the dun deer are coming from the forest depths nigher to the open meadowlands. Mayhap I may chance to catch a sight of the dainty brown darlings thus early in the morn." For there was nothing he loved better than to look upon a tripping herd of deer, even when he could not tickle their ribs with a cloth-yard shaft. Accordingly, quitting the path, he went peeping this way and that through the underbrush, spying now here and now there, with all the wiles of a master of woodcraft, and of one who had more than once downed a doublet of Lincoln Green. Now, as Little John stepped blithely along, thinking of nothing but of such things as the sweetness of the hawthorn buds that bedecked the hedgerows, or gazing upward at the lark that, springing from the dewy grass, hung aloft on quivering wings in the yellow sunlight, pouring forth its song that fell like a falling star from the sky, his luck led him away from the highway, not far from the spot where Arthur a Bland was peeping this way and that through the leaves of the thickets. Hearing a rustling of the branches, Little John stopped, and presently caught sight of the brown cowhide cap of the tanner moving among the bushes. "I do much wonder," quoth Little John to himself, "what yon knave is after, that he should go thus peeping and peering about. I very believe that yon scurvy varlet is no better than a thief, and cometh here after our own, and the good king's done deer." For by much roving in the forest, Little John had come to look upon all the deer in Sherwood as belonging to Robin Hood and his band as much as to good King Harry. "Nay," quoth he again after a time, "this matter must e'en be looked into." So, quitting the high road, he also entered the thickets, and began spying around after stout Arthur a Bland. So for a long time they both of them went hunting about, Little John after the tanner, and the tanner after the deer. At last Little John trod upon a stick which snapped under his foot, whereupon, hearing the noise, the tanner turned quickly and caught sight of the yeoman. Seeing that the tanner had spied him out, Little John put a bold face upon the matter. "Halloa," quoth he, "what art thou doing here, thou naughty fellow? Who art thou that comest ranging Sherwood's paths? In very sooth thou hast an evil cast of countenance, and I do think truly that thou art no better than a thief, and comest after our good king's deer." "Nay," quoth the tanner boldly, for though taken by surprise he was not a man to be frightened by big words. "Thou liest in thy teeth. I am no thief, but an honest craftsman. As for my countenance, it is what it is, and for the matter of that, thine own is none too pretty, thou saucy fellow. Ha!" quoth Little John in a great loud voice. "Wouldst thou give me back talk? Now I have a great part of mind to crack thy pate for thee. I would have thee know, fellow, that I am, as it were, one of the king's foresters. Leastwise," muttered he to himself, "I and my friends do take good care of our good sovereign deer." "I care not what thou art," answered the bold tanner, "and unless thou hast many more of thy kind by thee, thou canst never make Arthur a Bland cry a mercy." "Is that so?" cried Little John in a rage. "Now, by my faith, thou saucy rogue, thy tongue had led thee into a pit thou wilt have sorry time getting out of. For I will give thee such a drubbing as ne'er thou hast had in all thy life before. Take thy staff in hand, fellow, for I will not smite an unarmed man." "Marry, come up with a murrain," cried the tanner, for he too had talked himself into a fume. "Big words ne'er killed so much as a mouse. Who art thou that talkest so freely of cracking the head of Arthur a Bland? If I do not tan thy hide this day, as ne'er I tanned a calf's hide in all my life before, split my staff into skewers for lamb's flesh, and call me no more brave man. Now look to thyself, fellow." "Stay," said Little John. "Let us measure our cudgels. I do reckon my staff longer than thine, and I would not take vantage of thee by even so much as an inch." "Nay, I pass not for length," answered the tanner. "My staff is long enough to knock down a calf. So look to thyself, fellow, I say again." So, without more ado, each gripped his staff in the middle, and with fell and angry looks they came slowly together. Now news had been brought to Robin Hood, how that Little John, instead of doing his bidding, had passed by duty for pleasure, and so had stopped overnight with merry company at the Blue Boar Inn, instead of going straight to Ancaster. So, being vexed to his heart by this, he set forth at dawn of day to seek Little John at the Blue Boar, or at least to meet the yeoman on the way, and ease his heart of what he thought of the matter. As thus he strode along in anger, putting together the words he would use to chide Little John, he heard of a sudden loud and angry voices, as of men in rage, passing fell words back and forth from one or the other. At this, Robin Hood stopped and listened. "Surely," quoth he to himself, "that is Little John's voice, and he is talking in anger also. Methinks the other is strange to my ears. Oh, now heaven forfend that my good trusty Little John should have fallen into the hands of the king's rangers. I must see to this matter, and that quickly." Thus spoke Robin Hood to himself, all his anger passing away like a breath from the window pane at the thought that perhaps his trusty right-hand man was in some danger of his life. So, cautiously, he made his way through the thickets whence the voices came, and pushing aside the leaves, peeped into the little open space where the two men, staff in hand, were coming slowly together. "Ha!" quoth Robin to himself, "here is merry sport afoot. Now I would give thee 3 golden angels from my own pocket if yon stout fellow would give Little John a right sound drubbing. It would please me to see him well thumped for having failed in my bidding. I fear, though, there is but poor chance of seeing such a pleasant sight." So saying, he stretched himself at length upon the ground, that he might not only see the sport the better, but that he might enjoy the merry sight at his ease. As you may have seen 2 dogs that think to fight, walking slowly round and round each other, neither cur wishing to begin the combat, so those 2 stout yeomen moved slowly around, each watching for a chance to take the other unaware, and so get in the first blow. At last, Little John struck like a flash, and rap! The tanner met the blow and turned it aside, and then smote back at Little John, who also turned the blow, and so this mighty battle began. Then up and down and back and forth they trod, the blows falling so thick and fast that, at a distance, one have thought that 60 of men were fighting. Thus they fought for nigh half an hour, until the ground was all ploughed up with the digging of their heels, and their breathing grew laboured, like the ox in the furrow. But Little John suffered the most, for he had become unused to such stiff labour, and his joints were not as supple as they had been before he went to dwell with the sheriff. All this time Robin Hood lay beneath the bush, rejoicing at such a comely bout of quarterstaff. "By my faith," quoth he to himself, "never had I thought to see Little John so evenly matched in all my life. Belike, though, he would have overcome yon fellow before this, had he been in his former trim." At last Little John saw his chance, and, throwing all the strength he felt going from him into that one blow that might have felled an ox, he struck at the tanner with might and main. And now did the tanner's cowhide cap stand him in good stead, and but for it he might never have held staff in hand again. As it was, the blow he caught beside the head was so shrewd that it sent him staggering across the little glade, so that, if Little John had had the strength to follow up his vantage, it would have been ill for stout Arthur. But he regained himself quickly, and at arm's length struck back a blow at Little John, and this time the stroke reached its mark, and down went Little John at full length, his cudgel flying from his hand as he fell. Then, raising his staff, stout Arthur dealt him another blow on the ribs. "Hold!" roared Little John. "Wouldst thou strike a man when he is down?" "Aye, marry would I," quoth the tanner, giving him another thwack with his staff. "Stop!" roared Little John. "Help! Hold, I say! Or yield me! I say, good fellow!" "Hast thou had enough?" asked the tanner grimly, holding his staff aloft. "Aye, marry, and more than enough. And thou dost own that I am the better man of the 2? "Yea, truly, and a murrain seize thee," said Little John, the first aloud and the last to his beard. "Then thou mayest go thy ways, and thank thy patron saint that I am a merciful man," said the tanner. "A plague of such mercy as thine," said Little John, sitting up and feeling his ribs where the tanner had cudgelled him. "I make my vow my ribs feel as though every one of them were broken in twain. I tell thee, good fellow, I did think there was never a man in all Nottinghamshire could do to me what thou hast done this day." "And so thought I also," cried Robin Hood, bursting out of the thicket and shouting with laughter till the tears ran down his cheeks. "Oh, man, said he, as well he could for his mirth, "I didst go over like a bottle knocked from a wall. I did see ye the whole merry bout, and never did I think to see ye yield thyself so, hand and foot, to any man in all merry England. I was seeking thee to chide thee for leaving my bidding undone, but thou hast been paid all I owe thee, full measure, pressed down and overflowing by this good fellow. Marry, I did reach out his arm full length while thou stood gaping at him, and with pretty rap tumbled thee over, as never I have seen one tumble before." So spoke bold Robin, and all the time Little John sat upon the ground, looking as though he had sour curds in his mouth. "What be thy name, good fellow?" said Robin, next turning to the tanner. "Men do call me Arthur a Bland," spoke up the tanner boldly. "And now, what may be thy name?" "Ha! Arthur a Bland," quoth Robin. "I have heard thy name before, good fellow. Thou didst break the crown of a friend of mine at the fair at Ely last October. The folk there called him Jock o' Nottingham. We call him Will Scathelock. This poor fellow whom thou hast so belaboured is counted the best hand at the quarterstaff in all merry England. His name is Little John, and mine Robin Hood."
"How!"
cried the tanner.
"Art thou indeed the great Robin Hood? And this is the famous Little John? Marry, had I known who thou art, I would never have been so bold as to lift my hand against thee. Let me help thee to my feet, good Master Little John, and let me brush the dust from off thy coat."
"Nay," quoth Little John testily, at the same time rising carefully as though his bones had been made of glass. "I can help myself, good fellow, without thy aid. And let me tell thee, had it not been for that vile cowskin cap of thine, it would have been ill for thee this day." At this Robin laughed again, and turning to the tanner, he said,
"Wilt thou join my band, good Arthur? For I make my vow that thou art one of the stoutest men that ever mine eyes beheld." "Will I join thy band?" cried the tanner, joyfully. "Aye, marry, will I? Here for a merry life!" cried he, leaping aloft and snapping his fingers. "And here for the life I love! Away with the tan bark and filthy vats and foul cowhides! I will follow thee to the ends of the earth, good master, and not a herd of dun deer in all the forest but shall know the sound of the twang of my bowstring."
"As for thee, Little John," said Robin, turning to him and laughing,
"Thou wilt start once more for
Ancaster, and we will go part way with thee, for I will not have thee turn again to either the right hand or the left till thou hast fairly gotten away from Sherwood. There are other inns that thou knowest yet hereabouts." Thereupon, leaving the thickets, they took once more to the highway and departed upon their business. Chapter 10. Robin Hood and Will Scarlet. Thus they travelled along the sunny road, 3 stout fellows such as you could hardly match anywhere else in all merry England. Many stopped to gaze after them as they strode along, so broad were their shoulders and so sturdy their gait. Quoth Robin Hood to Little John, "Why didst thou not go straight to Ancaster yesterday as I told thee? Thou hadst not gotten thyself into such a coil, hadst thou done as I ordered." "I feared the rain that threatened," said Little John in a sullen tone, for he was vexed at being so chaffed by Robin with what had happened to him.
"The rain?"
cried Robin, stopping of a sudden in the middle of the road and looking at Little John in wonder. "Why, thou great oaf, not a drop of rain has fallen these 3 days, neither has any threatened, nor hath there been a sign of foul weather in earth or sky or water."
"Nevertheless," growled Little John, "the holy Saint Swithin holdeth the waters of heaven in his pewter pot, and he could have poured them out, had he chosen, even from a clear sky. And wouldst thou have me wet to the skin?" At this Robin Hood burst into a roar of laughter.
"Oh, Little John," said he, what butter wits hast thou in that head of thine? Who could hold anger against such a one as thou art?" So saying, they all stepped out once more, with the right foot foremost, as the saying is. After they had travelled some distance, the day being warm and the road dusty, Robin Hood waxed thirsty. So, there being a fountain of water as cold as ice just beyond the hedgerow, they crossed the stile and came to where the water bubbled up from beneath a mossy stone. Here, kneeling and making cups of the palms of their hands, they drank their fill. And then, the spot being cool and shady, they stretched their limbs and rested them for a space. In front of them, over beyond the hedge, the dusty road stretched away across the plain. Behind them, the meadowlands and bright green fields of tender young corn lay broadly in the sun, and overhead spread the shade of the cool, rustling leaves of the beechen tree. Pleasantly to their nostrils came the tender fragrance of the purple violets and wild thyme that grew within the dewy moisture of the edge of the little fountain, and pleasantly came the soft gurgle of the water. All was so pleasant, and so full of the gentle joy of the bright Maytime, that for a long time no one of the 3 cared to speak, but each lay on his back, gazing up through the trembling leaves of the trees to the bright sky overhead. At last Robin, whose thoughts were not quite so busy wool-gathering as those of the others, and who had been gazing around him now and then, broke the silence. "Heyday," quoth he. "Yon is a gaily feathered bird, I take my vow." The others looked and saw a young man walking slowly down the highway. Gay was he indeed, as Robin had said, and fine figure he cut, for his doublet was of scarlet silk, and his stockings also. A handsome sword hung by his side, the embossed leathern scabbard being picked out with fine threads of gold. His cap was of scarlet velvet, and a broad feather hung down behind and back of one ear. His hair was long and yellow, and curled upon his shoulders, and in his hand he bore an early rose, which he smelled at daintily now and then. "By my life," quoth Robin Hood, laughing, "saw ye e'er such a pretty mincing fellow?" "Truly, his clothes have overmuch prettiness for my taste," quoth Arthur a Bland, "but ne'ertheless his shoulders are broad and his loins are narrow, and seest thou, good master, how that his arms hang from his body? They dangle not down like spindles, but hang stiff and bend at the elbow. I take my vow there be no bread and milk limbs in those fine clothes, but stiff joints and tough thews." "Methinks thou art right, friend Arthur," said Little John. "I do verily think that yon is no such rose-leaf and whipped cream gallant as he would have one take him to be." "Pah!" quoth Robin Hood. "The sight of such a fellow doth put a nasty taste in my mouth. Look how he doth hold that fair flower betwixt his thumb and finger, as he would say, 'Good rose, I like thee not so ill, but I can bear thy odour for a little while.' I take it ye are both wrong, and verily believe that were a furious mouse to run across his path, he would cry, 'La!' or 'Alack-a-day!' and fall straightway into a swoon. I wonder who he may be." "Some great baron's son, I doubt not," answered Little John, "with good and true men's money lying in his purse." "Ay, marry, that is true, I make no doubt," quoth Robin. "What a pity that such men as he, that have no thought but to go abroad in gay clothes, should have good fellows, whose shoes they are not fit to tie, dancing at their bidding. By St. Dunstan, St. Alfred, St. Withold, and all the good men in the Saxon calendar, it doth make me mad to see such gay lordlings from over the sea go stepping on the necks of good Saxons who owned this land before ever their great-grandsires chewed rind of brawn. By the bright bow of heaven, I will have their ill-gotten gains from them, even though I hang for it, as high as e'er forest tree in Sherwood." "Why, oh no, master," quoth Little John. "What heat is this? Thou dost set thy pot a-boiling, and mayhap no bacon to cook. Methinks yon fellow's hair is over-light for Norman locks. He may be a good man and true for aught thou knowest." "Nay," said Robin, "my head against a leaden farthing, he is what I say. So lie ye both here, I say, till I show you how I drub this fellow." So saying, Robin Hood stepped forth from the shade of the beech tree, crossed the stile and stood in the middle of the road, with his hands on his hips in the stranger's path. Meantime the stranger, who had been walking so slowly that all this talk was held before he came opposite the place where they were, neither quickened his pace, nor seemed to see that such a man as Robin Hood was in the world. So Robin stood in the middle of the road, waiting while the other walked slowly forward, smelling his rose and looking this way and that, and everywhere except at Robin. "Hold!" cried Robin, when at last the other had come close to him. "Hold! Stand where thou art." "Wherefore should I hold, good fellow?" said the stranger in a soft and gentle voice. "And wherefore should I stand where I am? Nevertheless, as thou dost desire that I should stay, I will abide for a short time, that I may hear what thou mayest have to say to me." "Then," quoth Robin, "as thou dost fairly do as I tell thee, and dost give me such soft speech, I will also treat thee with all due courtesy. I would have thee know, fair friend, that I am, as it were, a votary at the shrine of St. Wilfrid, who, thou mayest know, took willy-nilly all their gold from the heathen, and melted it up into candlesticks. Wherefore, upon such as come hereabouts, I levy a certain toll, which I use for better purpose, I hope, than to make candlesticks withal. Therefore, sweet Chuck, I would have thee deliver to me thy purse, that I may look into it, and judge to the best of my poor powers whether thou hast more wealth about thee than our law allows. For, as our good gaffer Swanthold saith, he who is fat from overliving must needs lose blood. All this time the youth had been sniffing at the rose that he held betwixt his thumb and finger. Nay, said he with a gentle smile, when Robin Hood had done, I do love to hear thee talk, thou pretty fellow. And, if haply thou art not yet done, finish, I beseech thee. I have yet some little time to stay. I have had all, quoth Robin. And now, if thou wilt give me thy purse, I will let thee go thy way without let or hindrance so soon as I shall see what it may hold. I will take none from thee, if thou hast but little. Alas, it doth grieve me much, said the other, that I cannot do as thou dost wish. I have nothing to give thee. Let me go my way, I prithee. I have done thee no harm. Nay, thou goest not, quoth Robin, till thou hast shown me thy purse. Good friend, said the other, gently, I have business elsewhere. I have given thee much time, and have heard thee patiently. Prithee, let me depart in peace. I have spoken to thee, friend, said Robin, sternly, and I now tell thee again, that thou goest not one step forward till thou hast done as I bid thee. So saying, he raised his quarterstaff above his head in a threatening way. Alas, said the stranger, sadly, it doth grieve me that this thing must be. I fear much that I must slay thee, thou poor fellow. So saying, he drew his sword. Put by thy weapon, quoth Robin. I would take no vantage of thee. Thy sword cannot stand against an oaken staff such as mine. I could snap it like a barley straw. Yonder is a good oaken thicket by the roadside. Take thee a cudgel thence, and defend thyself fairly, if thou hast a taste for a sound drubbing. First, the stranger measured Robin with his eye, and then he measured the oaken staff. Thou art right, good fellow, said he presently. Truly my sword is no match for that cudgel of thine. Bide thee a while, till I get me a staff. So saying, he threw aside the rose that he had been holding all this time, thrust his sword back into the scabbard, and with a more hasty step than he had yet used, stepped to the roadside, where grew a little clump of ground oaks Robin had spoken of. Choosing among them, he presently found a sapling to his liking. He did not cut it, but rolling up his sleeves a little way, he laid hold of it, placed his heel against the ground, and with one mighty pull plucked the young tree up by the roots from out the very earth. Then he came back, trimming away the roots and tender stems with his sword as quietly as if he had done naught to speak of. Little John and the tanner had been watching all that passed, but when they saw the stranger drag the sapling up from the earth, and heard the rending and snapping of its roots, the tanner pursed his lips together, drawing his breath between them in a long, inward whistle. By the breath of my body, said Little John as soon as he could gather his wits from their wonder. Sawest thou that, Arthur? Mary, I think our poor master will stand but an ill chance with yon fellow. By Our Lady, he plucked up yon green tree as if it were barley straw. Whatever Robin Hood thought, he stood his ground, and now he and the stranger in scarlet stood face to face. Well did Robin Hood hold his own that day, as a mid-country yeoman. This way and that they fought, and back and forth, Robin's skill against the stranger's strength. The dust of the highway rose up around them like a cloud, so that at many times Little John and the tanner could see nothing, but only hear the rattle of the staves against one another. Thrice Robin Hood struck the stranger, once upon the arm and twice upon the ribs, and yet had he warded all the other's blows, only one of which had met its mark would have lain stout Robin lower in the dust than had he ever gone before. At last the stranger struck Robin's cudgel so fairly in the middle that he could hardly hold his staff in his hand. Again he struck, and Robin bent beneath the blow. A third time he struck, and now not only fairly beat down Robin's guard, but gave him such a rap also that down he tumbled into the dusty road. "Hold!" cried Robin when he saw the stranger raising his staff once more. "I yield me." "Hold!" cried Little John, bursting from his cover with the tanner at his heels. "Hold! Give over, I say!" "Nay," answered the stranger quietly. "If there be two more of you, and each as stout as this good fellow, I am like to have my hands full.
Nevertheless, come on, and I will strive my best to serve you all."
"Stop!" cried Robin Hood.
"We will fight no more. I take my vow this is an ill day for thee and me, Little John. I do very believe that my wrist and eke my arm are palsied by the jar of the blow that this stranger has struck me."
Then Little John turned to Robin Hood. "Why, how now, good master," said he. "Alas, thou art in an ill plight. Marry, thy jerkin is all befouled with the dust of the road. Let me help thee to arise." "A plague on thy aid!" cried Robin angrily. "I can get to my feet without thy help, good fellow." "Nay, but let me at least dust thy coat for thee. I fear thy poor bones are mightily sore," quoth Little John soberly, but with a sly twinkle in his eyes. "Give over, I say," quoth Robin in a fume. "My coat hath been dusted enough already without aid of thine." Then, turning to the stranger, he said, "What be thy name, good fellow?"
"My name is Gamwell," answered the other.
"Ha!" cried Robin.
"Is it even so? I have near kin of that name. Whence comest thou, fair friend?" "From Maxfield town I come," answered the stranger. "There I was born and bred, and thence I come to seek my mother's young brother, whom men call Robin Hood. So, if perchance thou mayest direct me—"
"Ha! Will Gamwell!" cried Robin, placing both hands upon the other's shoulders and holding him off at arm's length.
"Surely it can be none other. I might have known thee by that pretty maiden air of thine, that dainty finicking matter of gait. Dost thou not know me, lad? Look upon me well." "Now, by the breath of my body," cried the other, "I do believe from my heart that thou art mine own Uncle Robin. Nay, certain it is so." Each flung his arms around the other, kissing him upon the cheek. Then once more Robin held his kinsman off at arm's length and scanned him keenly from top to toe. "Why, how now?" quoth he. "What change is here? Verily, some 8 or 10 years ago I left thee a stripling lad with great joints and ill-hung limbs, and lo, here thou art, as tight a fellow as e'er I set mine eyes upon. Dost thou not remember, lad, how I showed thee proper way to nip the goose feather betwixt thy fingers, and throw out thy bow arm steadily? Thou gayest great promise of being a great archer. And dost thou not mind how I taught thee to fend and parry with the cudgel?" "Yea," said young Gamwell, "and I did so look up to thee, and thought thee so above all other men, that I make my vow, had I known who thou wert, I would never have dared to lift hand against thee this day. I trust I did thee no great harm." "No, no," quoth Robin hastily, and looking sideways at Little John, "thou didst not harm me. But say no more of that, I prithee. Yet I will say, lad, that I hope I may never again feel such a blow as thou didst give me. By a lady, my arm doth tingle yet from fingernail to elbow. Truly I thought that I was palsied for life. I tell thee, coz, that thou art the strongest man that ever I laid mine eyes upon. I take my vow, I felt my stomach quake when I beheld thee pluck up yon green tree as thou didst. But tell me, how camest thou to leave Sir Edward, and thy mother?" "Alas," answered young Gamwell, "it is an ill story, uncle, that I have to tell thee. My father's steward, who came to us after old Giles Crookleg died, was ever a saucy varlet, and I know not why my father kept him, saving that he did oversee with great judgment. It used to gall me to hear him speak up so boldly to my father, who, thou knowest, was ever a patient man to those about him, and slow to anger and harsh words. Well, one day, and an ill day it was for that saucy fellow, he sought to berate my father, I standing by. I could stand it no longer, good uncle, so, stepping forth, I gave him a box over the ear, and, wouldst thou believe it, the fellow straightway died o' it. I think they said I broke his neck, or something of the like. So off they packed me to seek thee and escape the law. I was on my way when thou sawest me, and here I am." "Well, by the faith of my heart," quoth Robin Hood, "for anyone escaping the law, thou wast taking it the most easily that ever I beheld in all my life. Whenever did anyone in all the world see one who had slain a man and escaping because of it, tripping along the highway, like a dainty court damsel sniffing at a rose the while?" "Nay, uncle," answered Will Gamwell, "over haste never churned good butter, as the old saying hath it. Moreover, I do verily believe that this over strength of my body hath taken the nimbleness out of my heels. Why, thou didst but just now rap me thrice. I thee never a once, save by overbearing thee by my strength. Nay, quoth Robin, let us say no more on that score. I am right glad to see thee, Will, and thou wilt add a great honour and credit to my band of merry fellows. But thou must change thy name, for warrants will be out presently against thee, so because of thy gay clothes, thou shalt henceforth, and for aye, be called Will Scarlet. Will Scarlet, quoth Little John, stepping forward and reaching out his great palm, which the other took. Will Scarlet, the name fitteth thee well. Right glad am I to welcome thee among us. I am called Little John, and this is a new member who has just joined us, a stout tanner named Arthur a Bland. Thou art like to achieve fame, Will, let me tell thee, for there will be many a merry ballad sung about the country, and many a merry story told in Sherwood of how Robin Hood taught Little John and Arthur a Bland the proper way to use the quarterstaff. Likewise, as it were, how our good master bit off so large a piece of cake that he choked on it. Nay, good Little John, quoth Robin gently, for he liked ill to have such a jest told of him. Why should we speak of this little matter? Prithee, let us keep this day's doings among ourselves. With all my heart, quoth Little John. But, good master, I thought that thou didst love a merry story, because thou hast so often made a jest about a certain increase of fatness on my joints, of flesh gathered by my abiding with the sheriff of— Nay, good Little John, said Robin hastily. I do bethink me I have said full enough on that score. It is well, quoth Little John, for in truth I myself have tired of it somewhat. But now I bethink me thou didst also seem minded to make a jest of the rain that threatened last night. So, nay then, said Robin Hood testily, I was mistaken. I remember me now, it did seem to threaten rain. Truly I did think so myself, quoth Little John. Therefore, no doubt, thou didst think it was wise of me to abide all night at the Blue Boar Inn, instead of venturing forth in such a stormy weather, dost thou not? A plague of thee and thy doings, cried Robin Hood. If thou wilt have it so, thou wert right to abide whatever thou didst choose. Once more it is well, quoth Little John. As for myself, I have been blind this day. I did not see thee tumbled heels over head in the dust, and if any man says that thou wert, I can, with a clear conscience, rattle his lying tongue betwixt his teeth. Come, cried Robin, biting his nether lip, while the others could not forbear laughing. We will go no farther today, but will return to Sherwood, and thou shalt go to Ancaster another time, Little John. So said Robin, for now that his bones were sore, he felt as though a long journey would be an ill thing for him. So, turning their backs, they retraced their steps, whence they came.
Chapter 11. The Adventure with Midge the Miller's Son. When the four yeomen had travelled for a long time towards Sherwood again, high noontide being past, they began to wax hungry. Quoth Robin Hood, I would that I had somewhat to eat. Methinks a good loaf of white bread with a piece of snow-white cheese, washed down with a draught of humming ale, were a feast for a king. Since thou speakest of it, said Will Scarlet, methinks it would not be amiss myself. There is that within me crieth out, Victuals, good friend, victuals. I know a house nearby, said Arthur a Bland, and, had I but the money, I would bring ye that ye speak of, to wit, a sweet loaf of bread, a fair cheese, and a skin of brown eel. For the matter of that, thou knowest I have money by me, good master, quoth Little John. Why, so thou hast, Little John, said Robin. How much money will it take, good Arthur, to buy us meat and drink? I think that 6 broad pennies will buy food enough for a dozen men, said the tanner. Then give him 6 pennies, Little John, quoth Robin, for methinks food for 3 men will about fit my need. Now get thee gone, Arthur, with the money, and bring the food here, for there is a sweet shade in that thicket yonder, beside the road, and there we will eat our meal. So Little John gave Arthur the money, and the others stepped to the thicket, there to await the return of the tanner. After a time he came back, bearing with him a great brown loaf of bread and a fair round cheese, and a goat skin full of stout March beer slung over his shoulders. Then Will Scarlet took his sword and divided the loaf and the cheese into 4 fair portions, and each man helped himself. Then Robin Hood took a deep pull at the beer. "Ah," he said, drawing in his breath, "never have I tasted sweeter drink than this." After this no man spake more, but each munched away at his bread and cheese lustily, with ever and anon a pull at the beer. At last Will Scarlet looked at the small piece of bread he still held in his hands, and quoth he, "Methinks I will give this to the sparrows." So, throwing it from him, he brushed the crumbs from his jerkin. "I too," quoth Robin, "have had enough, I think." As for Little John and the tanner, they had by this time eaten every crumb of their bread and cheese. "Now," quoth Robin, "I do feel myself another man, and would fain enjoy something pleasant before going farther upon our journey. I do bethink me, Will, that thou didst used to have a pretty voice, and one that turns sweetly upon a song. Prithee, give us one, ere we journey afarther." "Truly, I do not mind turning a tune," answered Will Scarlet, "but I would not sing alone." "Nay, others will follow. Strike up, lad," quoth Robin. "In that case, 'tis well," said Will Scarlet. "I do call to mind a song that a certain minstrel used to sing in my father's hall upon occasion. I know no name for it, and so can give you none, but thus it is." Then, clearing his throat, he sang. "In the merry blossom time, when love longings food the breast, when the flower is on the lime, when the small fowl builds her nest, sweetly sings the nightingale, and the throstle cock so bold, cuckoo in the dewy dale, and turtle in the wood. But the robin I love dear, for he singeth through the year. Robin, Robin, merry Robin, so I'd have my true love be, not to fly at the nigh sign of cold adversity. When the spring brings sweet delights, when aloft the lark doth rise, lovers woo o' mellow nights, and youths peep in maidens' eyes. That time blooms elegantine, daisies pied upon the hill, cowslips fair and columbine, dusky violets by the rill. But the ivy green cloth grow, when the north wind bringeth snow. Ivy, ivy, staunch and true. Thus I'd have her love to be, not to die at the nigh breath of cold adversity." "'Tis well sung," quoth Robin. "But, cousin, I tell thee plain, I would rather hear a stout fellow like thee sing some lusty ballad than a finicking song of flowers and birds and what not. Yet thou didst sing it fair, and 'tis not so bad a snatch of song for the matter of that. Now, Tanner, it is thy turn." "I know not," quoth Arthur, smiling with his head on one side like a budding lass that is asked to dance. "I know not that I can match our sweet friend's song. Moreover, I do verily think that I have caught a cold and have a certain tickling and huskiness in the windpipe." "Nay, sing up, friend," quoth Little John, who sat next to him, patting him upon the shoulder. "Thou hast a fair round mellow voice. Let us have a touch of it." "Nay, and ye will have a poor thing," said Arthur. "I will do my best. Have you ever heard of the wooing of Sir Keith, the stout young Cornish knight in good Arthur's time?" "Methinks I have heard somewhat of it," said Robin. "But nevertheless, strike up thy ditty, and let us hear it, for, as I do remember me, it is a gallant song. So out with it, good fellow." Thereupon, clearing his throat, the tanner, without more ado, began to sing. King Arthur sat in his royal hall, and about on either hand was merry a noble lordling tall, the greatest in the land. Sat Lancelot with raven locks, Gawain with golden hair, Sir Tristram Kay, who kept the locks, and many another there.
And through the stained windows bright from o'er the red-tiled eaves, the sunlight blazed with coloured light on golden helms and greaves. But suddenly a silence came about the table round, for up the hall here walked a dame bent high unto the ground. Her nose was hooked, her eyes were bleared, her locks were lank and white. Upon her chin there grew a beard, she was a gruesome sight. And so with a crawling step she came and kneeled at Arthur's feet. Quoth Kay, she is the foulest dame that e'er my sight did greet. O mighty king, of thee I crave a boon on bended knee. 'Twas thus she spoke, what wouldst thou have, quoth Arthur, king, of me? Quoth she, I have a foul disease, doth gnaw at my very heart, and but one thing can bring me ease, a cure my bitter smart. There is no rest, no ease for me, north, east, or west, or south, till Christian knight will willingly thrice kiss me on the mouth. Nor wedded may this child have been that givest ease to me, nor may he be constrained, I ween, but kill me willingly. So is there here one Christian knight of such a noble strain, that will give a poor tortured right sweet ease of mortal pain. A wedded man, quoth Arthur king, a wedded man I be, else would I deem it a noble thing to kiss thee willingly. Now Lancelot, in all men's sight, thou art the head and chief of chivalry, come noble knight, and give her quick relief. But Lancelot he turned aside and looked upon the ground, for it did sting his haughty pride to hear them laugh aloud. Come now, Sir Tristram, quoth the king, quoth he, it cannot be, for ne'er can I my stomach bring to do it willingly. Wilt thou, Sir Kay, thy scornful right? Quoth Kay, nay, by my troth, what noble dame would kiss a knight that kissed so foul a mouth? Wilt thou, Gawain? I cannot, king. Sir Geraint, nay, no, not I. My kisses no relief could bring, for sooner would I die. Then up and spake the youngest man of all about the board. Now such relief as Christian can I'll give to her, my lord. It was Sir Keith, a youthful knight, yet strong of limb and bold, with beard upon his chin as light as finest threads of gold. Quoth Kay, he hath no mistress yet that he may call his own, but here is one that's quick to get, and she herself has shown. He kissed her once, he kissed her twice, he kissed her 3 times o'er. A wondrous change came in a trice, and she was foul no more. Her cheeks grew red as any rose, her brow as white as lawn, her bosom like the winter snows, her eyes like those of fawn. Her breath grew sweet as summer breeze that blows the meadows o'er. Her voice grew soft as rustling trees, and cracked and harsh no more. Her hair grew glittering like the gold, her hands as white as milk. Her filthy rags so foul and old were changed to robes of silk. In great amaze the knights did stare. Quoth Kay, I make my vow, if it will please thee, lady fair, I'll gladly kiss thee now. But young Sir Keith kneeled on one knee and kissed her robes so fair. Oh, let me be thy slave, said he, for none to thee compare. She bent her down, she kissed his brow, she kissed his lips and eyes. Quoth she, thou art my master now, my lord, my love, arise. And all the wealth that is mine own, my lands to thee I give, for never knight hath lady shown such noble courtesy. Bewitched was I in bitter pain, but thou hast set me free. So now I am myself again, I give myself to thee.
Yea, truly, quoth Robin Hood when the tanner had made an end of the singing. It is as I remember it, a fair ditty and a ballad with a pleasing tune of a song.
It hath oftentimes seemed to me, said Will Scarlet, that it hath a certain motive in it, e'en such as this, that a duty which seemeth to us sometimes ugly and harsh, when we do kiss it fairly upon the mouth, so to speak, is no such foul thing after all.
Methinks thou art right, quoth Robin, and contrariwise that when we kiss a pleasure that appeareth gay, it turneth foul to us. Is it not so, Little John? Truly such a thing has brought thee sore thumps this day. Nay, man, never look down in the mouth. Clear thy pipes, and sing us a ditty. Nay, said Little John, I have none as fair as that merry Arthur has trolled. They are all poor things that I know. Moreover, my voice is not in tune today, and I would not spoil even a tolerable song by ill singing. Upon this all pressed Little John to sing. so that when he had denied them a proper length of time, such as is seemly in one that is asked to sing, he presently yielded. Quoth he, "Well, an ye will ha' it so, I will give you what I can. Like to fair will, I have no title to my ditty, but thus it runs. O lady mine, the spring is here, with a hey nonny nonny. The sweet love season of the year, with a ninny ninny nonny. Now lad and lass lie in the grass, that groweth green with flowers between. The buck doth rest, the leaves do start, the cock doth grow, the breeze doth blow, and all things laughing." "Who may be young fellow coming along the road?" said Robin, breaking into the song. "I know not," quoth Little John in a surly voice, "but this I do know, that it is an ill thing to check the flow of a good song." "Nay, Little John," said Robin, "be not vexed, I prithee, but I have been watching him coming along, bent beneath that great bag over his shoulder, ever since thou didst begin thy song. Look, Little John, I pray, and see if thou knowest him." Little John looked whither Robin Hood pointed. "Truly," quoth he after a time, "I think yon fellow is a certain young miller. I have seen him now and then around the edge of Sherwood. A poor right, methinks, to spoil a good song about." "Now thou speakest of him," quoth Robin Hood, "methinks I have seen him now and then. Hath he not a mill over beyond Nottingham town, nigh to the Salisbury road?" "Thou art right, that's the man," said Little John. "A good stout fellow," quoth Robin. "I saw him crack Nedda Bradford's crown about a fortnight since, and never saw I hair lifted more neatly in all my life before." By this time the young miller had come so near that they could see him clearly. His clothes were dusted with flour, and over his back he carried a great sack of meal, bending so as to bring the whole weight upon his shoulders, and across this sack was a thick quarterstaff. His limbs were stout and strong, and he strode along the dusty road right sturdily with the heavy sack across his shoulders. His cheeks were ruddy as a winter hip, his hair was flaxen in colour, and on his chin was a downy growth of flaxen beard. "A good, honest fellow," quoth Robin Hood, "and such a one is as a credit to English yeomanry. Now let us have a merry jest with him. We will forth as though we were common thieves, and pretend to rob him of his honest gains. Then we will take him into the forest, and give him a feast such as his stomach never held in all his life before. We will flood his throat with good canary, and send him home with crowns in his purse for every penny he hath. What say ye, lads?" "Truly, it is a merry thought," said Will Scarlet. "It is well planned," quoth Little John. "But all the saints preserve us from any more drubbings this day. Marry, my poor bones ache so that I—" "Prithee, peace, Little John," quoth Robin. "Thy foolish tongue will get us both well laughed at yet." "My foolish tongue, forsooth," growled Little John to Arthur a Bland. "I would it could keep our master from getting us into another coil this day." But now the miller, plodding along the road, had come opposite to where the yeoman lay hidden, whereupon all four of them ran at him and surrounded him. "Hold, friend," cried Robin to the miller, whereupon he turned slowly, with the weight of the bag upon his shoulder, and looked at each in turn, all bewildered. For though a good stout man, his wits did not skip like roasting chestnuts. "Who bids me stay?" said the miller in a voice deep and gruff, like the growl of a great dog. "Marry, that do I," quoth Robin. "And let me tell thee, friend, thou hadst best mind my bidding." "And who art thou, good friend?" said the miller, throwing the great sack of meal from his shoulder to the ground. "And who are those with thee?" "We be 4 good Christian men," quoth Robin, "and would fain help thee by carrying part of thy heavy load." "I give you all thanks," said the miller, "but my bag is none that heavy, that I cannot carry it even by myself." "Nay, thou dost mistake," quoth Robin. "I meant thou mightest perhaps have some heavy farthings or pence about thee, not to speak of silver and gold. Our good gaffer Swanthold saith that gold is an over-heavy burden for a 2-legged ass to carry, so we would e'en lift some of this load from thee." "Alas," cried the miller, "what would ye do to me? I have not about me so much as a clipped groat. Do me no harm, I pray you, but let me depart in peace. Moreover, let me tell you that ye are upon Robin Hood's ground, and should he find you seeking to rob an honest craftsman, he will clip your ears to your heads, and scourge you even to the walls of Nottingham." "In truth, I fear Robin Hood no more than I do myself," quoth jolly Robin. "Thou must this day give up to me every penny thou hast about thee. Nay, if thou dost budge an inch, I will rattle this staff about thine ears." "Nay, smite me not," cried the miller, throwing up his elbow as though he feared the blow. "Thou mayest search me if thou wilt, but thou wilt find nothing upon me, pouch, pocket, or skin." "Is it so?" quoth Robin Hood, looking keenly upon him. "Now I believe that what thou tellest is no true tale. If I am not much mistook, thou hast somewhat in the bottom of that fat sack of meal. Good Arthur, empty the bag upon the ground. I warrant thou wilt find a shilling or two in the flour." "Alas!" cried the miller, falling upon his knees, "spoil not all my good meal. It can better you not and will ruin me. Spare it, and I will give you the money in the bag." "Ha!" quoth Robin, nudging Will Scarlet. "Is it so? I have found where thy money lies. Marry, I have a wondrous nose for the blessed image of good King Harry. I thought that I smelt gold and silver beneath the barley meal. Bring it straight forth, miller." Then slowly the miller arose to his feet, and slowly and unwillingly he untied the mouth of the bag, and slowly thrust his hands into the meal, and began fumbling about with his arms buried to the elbows in the barley flour. The others gathered around him, their heads together, looking and wondering what he would bring forth. So they stood, all with their heads close together, gazing down into the sack. But while he pretended to be searching for the money, the miller gathered 2 great handfuls of meal. "Ha!" quoth he. "Here they are, the beauties." Then, as the others leaned still more forward to see what he had, he suddenly cast the meal into their faces, filling their eyes and noses and mouths with the flour, blinding and half choking them. Arthur à Bland was worse off than any, for his mouth was open, agape with wonder of what was to come, so that a great cloud of flour flew down his throat, setting him a-coughing till he could scarcely stand. Then, while all 4 stumbled about, roaring with the smart of the meal in their eyeballs, and while they rubbed their eyes till the tears made great channels on their faces through the meal, the miller seized another handful of flour, and another, throwing it in their faces, so that even had they a glimmering of light before, they were now as blind as ever a beggar in Nottinghamshire, while their hair and beards and clothes were as white as snow. Then, catching up his great crab-staff, the miller began laying about him as though he were clean gone mad. This way and that skipped the 4, like peas on a drumhead, but they could neither see to defend themselves nor to run away. Thwack! Thwack! Went the miller's cudgel across their backs, and at every blow great white clouds of flour rose in the air from their jackets and went drifting down the breeze. "Stop!" roared Robin at last. "Give over, good friend. I am Robin Hood." "Thou liest, thou knave!" cried the miller, giving him a rap on the ribs that sent up a great cloud of flour like a puff of smoke. "Stout Robin never robbed an honest tradesman. Ha! Thou wouldst have my money, wouldst thou?" And he gave them another blow. "Nay, thou art not getting thy share, thou long-legged knave. Share and share alike." And he smote Little John across the shoulders, so that he sent him skipping half across the road. "Nay, fear not. It is thy turn now, Blackbeard." And he gave the tanner a crack that made him roar for all his coughing. "How now, red coat? Let me brush the dust from thee," cried he, smiting Will Scarlet. And so he gave them merry words and blows until they could scarcely stand. And whenever he saw one like to clear his eyes, he threw more flour in his face. At last Robin Hood found his horn, and clapping it to his lips blew 3 loud blasts upon it. Now it chanced that Will Stutely and a party of Robin's men were in the glade not far from where this merry sport was going forward. Hearing the hubbub of voices and blows that sounded like the noise of a flail in the barn in winter-time, they stopped, listening and wondering what was toward. Quoth Will Stutely, "Now if I mistake not, there is some stout battle with cudgels going forward not far from hence. I would fain see this pretty sight." So saying, he and the whole party turned their steps whence the noise came. When they had come near where all the tumult sounded, they heard the 3 blasts of Robin's bugle horn. "Quick!" cried young David of Doncaster. "Our master is in sore need." So, without stopping a moment, they dashed forward with the might and main and burst forth from the covert into the high road. But what a sight was that which they saw! The road was all white with meal, and 5 men stood there, also white with meal from top to toe, for much of the barley flour had fallen back upon the miller. "What is thy need, master?" cried Will Stutely, "and what doth all this mean?" "Why," quoth Robin in a mighty passion, "yon traitor felt low hath come as nigh slaying me as e'er a man in all the world. Hadst thou not come quickly, good Stutely, thy master had been dead." Hereupon, while he and the 3 others rubbed the meal from their eyes and Will Stutely and his men brushed their clothes clean, he told them all how that he had meant to pass a jest upon the miller, which same had turned so grievously upon them. "Quick, men, seize the vile miller!" cried Stutely, who was nigh choking with laughter, as were the rest. Whereupon several ran upon the stout fellow, and seizing him, bound his arms behind his back with bowstrings. "Ha!" cried Robin, when they brought the trembling miller to him. "Thou wouldst murder me, would thou? By my faith!" Here he stopped and stood glaring upon the miller grimly. But Robin's anger could not hold. So first his eyes twinkled, and then, in spite of all, he broke into a laugh. Now, when they saw their master laugh, the yeomen who stood around could contain themselves no longer, and a mighty shout of laughter went up from all. Many could not stand, but rolled upon the ground from pure merriment. "What is thy name, good fellow?" said Robin at last to the miller, who stood gaping as though he were in a maze. "Alas, sir, I am Midge, the miller's son," said he in a frightened voice. "I make my vow," quoth merry Robin, smiting him upon the shoulder, "that thou art the mightiest Midge that e'er mine eyes beheld. Now wilt thou leave thy dusty mill, and come and join my band? By my faith, thou art too stout a man to spend thy days betwixt the hopper and the till. Then, truly, if thou dost forgive me for the blows I struck, not knowing who thou wast, I will join with thee right merrily," said the miller. "Then I have gained this day," quoth Robin, "the 3 stoutest yeomen in all Nottinghamshire. We will get us away to the greenwood tree, and there hold a merry feast in honour of our new friends, and mayhap a cup or 2 of good sack and canary may mellow the soreness of my poor joints and bones, though I warrant it may be many a day before I am again the man I was." So saying, he turned and led the way, the rest following, and so they entered the forest once more and were lost to sight. So that night all was ablaze with crackling fires in the woodlands, for though Robin and those others spoken of, only excepting Midge, the miller's son, had many a sore bump and bruise here and there on their bodies, they were still not so sore in the joints that they could not enjoy a jolly feast, given all in welcome to the new members of the band. Thus, with songs and jesting and laughter that echoed through the deeper and more silent nooks of the forest, the night passed quickly along, as such merry times are wont to do, until at last each man sought his couch and silence fell upon all things, and all things seemed to sleep. But Little John's tongue was ever one that was not easy of guidance, so that, inch by inch, the whole story of his fight with the tanner, and Robin's fight with Will Scarlet, leaked out. And so I have told it that you may laugh at the merry tale along with me. Chapter 12. Robin Hood and Allen a Dale. It has just been told how 3 unlucky adventures fell upon Robin Hood and Little John, all in one day, bringing them sore ribs and aching bones. So next we will tell how they made up for those ill happenings by a good action that came about not without some small pain to Robin. 2 days had passed by, and somewhat of the soreness had passed away from Robin Hood's joints. Yet still, when he moved of a sudden and without thinking, pain here and there would, as it were, jog him, crying, "Thou hast had a drubbing, good fellow." The day was bright and jocund, and the morning dew still lay upon the grass. Under the greenwood tree sat Robin Hood. On one side was Will Scarlet, lying at full length upon his back, gazing up into the clear sky, with hands clasped behind his head. Upon the other side sat Little John, fashioning a cudgel out of a stout crab-tree limb. Elsewhere upon the grass sat or lay many others of the band. "By the faith of my heart," quoth merry Robin, "I do bethink me that we have had no one to dine with us for this long time. Our money groweth low in the purse, for no one hath come to pay a reckoning for many a day. Now busk thee, good Stutely, and choose thee 6 men, and get thee gone to Foss Way or whereabouts, and see that thou bringest someone to eat with us this evening. Meantime we will prepare a grand feast to do whosoever may come the greater honour. And stay, good Stutely, I would have thee take Will Scarlet with thee, for it is meet that he should become acquaint with the ways of the forest." "Now I do thank thee, good master," quoth Stutely, springing to his feet, "that thou hast chosen me for this adventure. Truly my limbs do grow slack through abiding idly here. As for 2 of my 6, I will choose Midge the miller and Arthur a Bland, for, as well thou knowest, good master, they are stout fists at the quarterstaff." "Is that not so, Little John?" At this, all laughed, but Little John and Robin, who twisted up his face. "I can speak for Midge," said he, "and likewise for my cousin Scarlet. This very blessed morn I looked at my ribs and found them as many colours as a beggar's cloak." So, having chosen 4 more fellows, Will Stutely and his band set forth to Foss Way, to find whether they might not come across some rich guest to feast that day in Sherwood with Robin and his band. For all the livelong day they abided near this highway. Each man had brought with him a good store of cold meat, and a bottle of stout March beer to stay his stomach till the homecoming. So when high noontide had come, they sat them down upon the soft grass, beneath a green and wide-spreading hawthorn bush, and held a hearty and jovial feast. After this, one kept watch while the others napped, for it was a still and sultry day. Thus they passed the time pleasantly enough, but no guest such as they desired showed his face in all the time that they lay hidden there. Many passed along the dusty road in the glare of the sun. Now it was a bevy of chattering damsels, merrily tripping along. Now it was a plodding tinker, now a merry shepherd lad, now a sturdy farmer, all gazing ahead along the road, unconscious of the 7 stout fellows that lay hidden so near them. Such were the travellers along the way, but fat abbot, rich esquire, or money-laden usurer, came there none. At last the sun began to sink low in the heavens, the light grew red and the shadows long. The air grew full of silence, the birds twittered sleepily, and from afar came faint and clear the musical song of the milkmaid, calling the kine home to the milking. Then Stutely arose from where he was lying. "A plague of such ill luck," quoth he. "Here we have abided all day, and no bird worth a shooting, so to speak, hath come within reach of our bolts. Had I gone forth on an innocent errand, I had met a dozen stout priests or score of pursy money-lenders. But it is ever thus. The dun deer are never so scarce as when one has a grey goose feather nipped betwixt the fingers. Come, lads, let us pack up, and home again, say I." Accordingly the others rose, and, coming forth from out the thicket, they all turned their toes back again to Sherwood. After they had gone some distance, Will Stutely, who headed the party, suddenly stopped. "Hist!" quoth he, for his ears were as sharp as those of a 5-year-old fox. "Hark, lads! Methinks I hear a sound." At this all stopped and listened with bated breath. Albeit for a time they could hear nothing, their ears being duller than Stutely's. At length they heard a faint and melancholy sound, like someone in lamentation. "Ha!" quoth Will Scarlet. "This must be looked into. There is someone in distress nigh to us here." "I know not," quoth Will Stutely, shaking his head doubtfully. "Our master is ever rash about thrusting his finger into a boiling pot. But for my part, I see no use in getting ourselves into mischievous coils. Yon is a man's voice, if I mistake not, and a man should always be ready to get himself out from his own pothers." Then out spake Will Scarlet boldly. "Now out upon thee to talk in that manner, Stutely. Say, if thou dost list, I go to see what may be the trouble of this poor creature." "Nay," quoth Stutely, "thou dost leap so quickly, thou'lt tumble into the ditch." "Who said I would not go? Come along, say I." Thus saying, he led the way, the others following, till after they had gone a short distance they came to a little opening in the woodland, whence a brook, after gurgling out from under the tangle of overhanging bushes, spread out into a broad and glassy pebbled pool. By the side of this pool, and beneath the branches of a willow, lay a youth, upon his face, weeping aloud, the sound of which had first caught the quick ears of Stutely. His golden locks were tangled, his clothes were all awry, and everything about him betokened sorrow and woe. Over his head, from the branches of the osier, hung a beautiful harp of polished wood, inlaid with gold and silver in fantastic devices. Beside him lay a stout ashen bow, and 50 score of fair, smooth arrows. "Hilloa!" shouted Will Stutely, when they had come out from the forest into the little open spot. "Who art thou, fellow, that liest there, killing all the green grass with salt water?" Hearing the voice, the stranger sprang up to his feet, and snatching up his bow and fitting a shaft, held himself in readiness for whatever ill might befall him. "Truly," said one of the yeomen, when they had seen the young stranger's face, "I do know that lad right well. It is a certain minstrel that I have seen hereabouts more than once. It was only a week ago I saw him skipping across the hill like a yearling doe. A fine sight he was then, with a flower at his ear and a cock's plume stuck in his cap, but now methinks Our cockerel is shorn of his gay feathers."
"Pah!" cried Will Stutely, coming up to the stranger. "Wipe thine eyes, man. I do hate to see a tall, stout fellow so snivelling like a girl of 14 over a dead tomtit. Put down thy bow, man. We mean thee no harm."
But Will Scarlet, seeing how the stranger, who had a young and boyish look, was stung by the words that Stutely had spoken, came to him and put his hand upon the youth's shoulder. "Nay, thou art in trouble, poor boy," said he kindly. "Mind not what these fellows have said. They are rough, but they mean thee well. Mayhap they do not understand a lad like thee. Thou shalt come with us, and perchance we may find a certain one that can aid thee in thy perplexities, whosoever they may be."
"Yea, truly, come along," said Will Stutely gruffly. "I meant thee no harm, and may mean thee some good. Take down our singing tool from off this fair tree and away with us."
The youth did as he was bidden, and, with bowed head and sorrowful step, accompanied the others, walking beside Will Scarlet. So they wended their way through the forest. The bright light faded from the sky, and a glimmering grey fell over all things. From the deeper recesses of the forest, the strange whispering sounds of night-time came to the ear. All else was silent, saving only for the rattling of their footsteps amid the crisp, dry leaves of the last winter. At last, a ruddy glow shone before them here and there through the trees. A little farther and they came to the open glade, now bathed in pale moonlight. In the centre of the open crackled a great fire, throwing a red glow on all around. At the fire were roasting juicy steaks of venison, pheasants, capons, and fresh fish from the river. All the air was filled with the sweet smell of good things cooking. The little band made its way across the glade, many yeomen turning with curious looks and gazing after them, but none speaking or questioning them. So, with Will Scarlet upon one side and Will Stutely upon the other, the stranger came to where Robin Hood sat, on a seat of moss under the greenwood tree, with Little John standing beside him.
"Good even, fair friend," said Robin Hood, raising as the other drew near. "And hast thou come to feast with me this day?"
"Alas, I know not," said the lad, looking around him with dazed eyes, for he was bewildered with all that he saw. "Truly, I know not whether I be in a dream," said he to himself in a low voice.
"Now marry," quoth Robin, laughing, "thou art awake, as thou wilt presently find, for a fine feast is cooking for thee. Thou art our honoured guest this day."
Still the young stranger looked about him as though in a dream. Presently he turned to Robin. "Methinks," said he, "I know not where I am, and what hath befallen me. Art not thou the great Robin Hood?"
"Thou hast hit the bull's eye," quoth Robin, clapping him upon the shoulder. "Men hereabouts do call me by that name. Sin, thou knowest me. Thou knowest also that he who feasteth with me must pay his reckoning. I trust thou hast a full purse with thee, fair stranger."
"Alas," said the stranger, "I have no purse, nor no money either, saving only half a sixpence, the other half of which mine own dear love doth carry in her bosom, hung about her neck by a strand of silken thread." At this speech a great shout of laughter went up from those around, whereat the poor boy looked as if he would die of shame. But Robin Hood turned sharply to Will Stutely.
"Why, how now?" quoth he. "Is this the guest that thou hast brought us to fill our purse? Methinks thou hast brought but a lean cock to the market."
"Nay, good master," answered Will Stutely, grinning. "He is no guest of mine. It was Will Scarlet that brought him thither." Then up spoke Will Scarlet, and told how they found the lad in sorrow, and how he had brought him to Robin, thinking that he might perchance aid him in his trouble. Then Robin Hood turned to the youth and, placing his hand upon the other's shoulder, held him off at arm's length, scanning his face closely.
"A young face," quoth he in a low voice after himself. "A kind face, a good face. 'Tis like a maiden's for purity, and, withal, the fairest that e'er mine eyes did see. But if I might judge fairly by thy looks, grief coming to young as well as to old."
At these words, spoken so kindly, the poor lad's eyes brimmed up with tears.
"Nay, nay," said Robin hastily. "Cheer up, lad. I warrant thy case is not so bad as it cannot be mended. What may be thy name?"
"Allan a Dale is my name, good master."
"Allan a Dale," repeated Robin, musing. "Allan a Dale. It doth seem to me that the name is not altogether strange to mine ears. Yea, surely thou art the minstrel of whom we have been hearing lately, whose voice so charmeth all men. Dost thou not come from the Dale of Rotherstream, over beyond Staveley?"
"Yea, truly, answered Alan.
I do come from thence.
How old art thou, Alan? said Robin.
I am but 20 years of age.
Methinks thou art over young to be perplexed with trouble, quoth Robin kindly. Then, turning to the others, he cried, Come, lads, busk ye and get our feast ready. Only thou, Will Scarlet, and thou, Little John, stay here with me. Then, when the others had gone, each man about his business, Robin turned once more to the youth. Now, lad, said he, tell us thy troubles and speak freely. A flow of words doth ever ease the heart of sorrows. It is like opening the waste weir when the mill dam is over full. Come, sit thou here beside me, and speak at thine ease. Then, straightway, the youth told the 3 yeomen all that was in his heart. At first in broken words and phrases, then freely and with greater ease, when he saw that all listened closely to what he said. So he told them how he had come from York to the sweet vale of Rother, travelling the country through as a minstrel, stopping now at castle, now at hall, and now at farmhouse, how he had spent one sweet evening in a certain broad low farmhouse, where he sang before a stout franklin, and a maiden as pure and lovely as the first snowdrop of spring, how he had played and sung to her, and how sweet Ellen of the Dale had listened to him and had loved him. Then, in a low, sweet voice scarcely louder than a whisper, he told them how he had watched for her, and met her now and then when she went abroad, but was all too afraid in her sweet presence to speak to her, until at last, beside the banks of the Rother, he had spoken of his love, and she had whispered that which had made his heartstrings quiver for joy. Then they broke a 6pence between them, and vowed to be true to one another for ever. Next he told how her father had discovered what was a-doing, and had taken her away from him, so that he never saw her again, and his heart was sometimes like to break. How this morn, only 1 short month and a half from the time that he had seen her last, he had heard and knew it to be so, that she was to marry old Sir Stephen of Trent 2 days hence. For Ellen's father thought it would be a grand thing to have his daughter marry so high, albeit she wished it not. Nor was it a wonder that a knight should wish to marry his own sweet love, who was the most beautiful maiden in all the world. To all this the yeomen listened in silence, the clatter of many voices, jesting and laughing sounding around them, and the red light of the fire shining upon their faces and in their eyes. So simple were the poor boy's words, and so deep his sorrow, that even Little John felt a certain knotty lump rise in his throat. I wonder not, said Robin after a moment's silence, that thy true love loved thee, for thou hast surely a silver cross beneath thy tongue, even like good Sir Francis that could charm the birds of the air by his speech. By thy breath of my body, burst forth Little John, seeking to cover his feelings with angry words, I have a great mind to go straight away and cudgel the nasty life out of the body of that same vile Sir Stephen. Marry, come up, say I, what a plague! Does an old weazen think that tender lasses are to be bought like pullets on a market day? Out with him! But no matter, only let him look to himself. Then up spoke Will Scarlet. Methinks it seemed but ill done of the lass that she should so quickly change at others' bidding, more especially when it cometh to the marrying of a man as old as this same Sir Stephen. I like it not in her, Alan. Nay, said Alan hotly, thou dost wrong her. She is as soft and gentle as a stock dove. I know her better than anyone in all the world. She may do her father's bidding, but if she marries Sir Stephen, her heart will break and she will die. Mine own sweet dear, He stopped and shook his head, for he could say nothing further. While the others were speaking, Robin Hood had been sunk in thought. Methinks I have a plan might fit thy case, Alan, said he. But tell me first, thinkest thou, lad, that thy true love hath spirit enough to marry thee, were ye yet together in church, the banns published and the priest found, even were her father to say her nay? Ay, marry would she, cried Alan eagerly. Then if her father be the man that I take him to be, I will undertake that he shall give you both his blessing as wedded man and wife, in the place of old Sir Stephen, and upon his wedding morn. But stay, now I bethink me there is one thing reckoned not upon, the priest. Truly, those of the cloth do not love me overmuch, and when it comes to doing as I desire in such a matter, they are as like as not to prove stiff-necked. As to the lesser clergy, they fear to do me favour because of abbot or bishop. Nay, quoth Will Scarlet, laughing, so far as that goeth, I know of a certain friar, Couldst thou but get on the soft side of him, would do thy business, even though Pope Joan herself stood forth to ban him. He is known as the curtal Friar of Fountain Abbey, and dwelleth in Fountain Dale. But, quoth Robin, Fountain Abbey is a good 100 miles from here, and we would help this lad. We have no time to go thither and back before his true love will be married. Naught is to be gained there, coz. Yea, quoth Will Scarlet, laughing again. But this Fountain Abbey is not so far away as the one of which thou speakest, uncle. The Fountain Abbey of which I speak is not so rich and proud place as the other, but a simple little cell, yet withal as cosy a spot as ever stout anchorite dwelled within. Now I know the place well, and can guide thee thither, for though it is a goodly distance, yet methinks a stout pair of legs could carry a man there and back in one day. Then give me thy hand, Allan, cried Robin, and let me tell thee, I swear by the bright hair of Saint Elfrida, that this time 2 days hence, Eleanor Dale shall be thy wife. I will seek this same Friar of Fountain Abbey tomorrow day, and I warrant I will get upon the soft side of him, even if I have to drub one soft. At this Will Scarlet laughed again. Be not too sure of that, good uncle, quoth he. Nevertheless, from what I know of him, I think this curtal Friar will gladly join 2 such fair lovers, more especially if there be good eating and drinking afoot thereafter. But now one of the band came to say that the feast was spread upon the grass. So Robin leading the way, the others followed to where the goodly feast was spread. Merry was the meal. Jest and story passed freely, and all laughed till the forest rang again. Allan laughed with the rest, for his cheeks were flushed with the hope that Robin Hood had given him. At last the feast was done, and Robin turned to Allan, who sat beside him. Now, Allan, quoth he, so much has been said of thy singing, that we would fain have a taste of thy skill ourselves. Canst thou not give us something? Surely, answered Allan readily, for he was no third-rate songster that must be asked again and again, but said yes and no at the first bidding. So, taking up his harp, he ran his fingers lightly over the sweetly sounding strings, and all was hushed about the cloth. Then, backing his voice with sweet music on his harp, he sang,
May Ellen sat beneath a thorn, and in a shower around the blossoms fell at every breeze like snow upon the ground. And in a lime tree near was heard the sweet song of a strange wild bird. Oh, sweet, 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 oh, piercing sweet. Oh, lingering sweet the strain, may Ellen's heart beneath her breast so still with blissful pain. And so with listening upturned face she sat as dead in that fair place. Come down from out the blossoms, bird, come down from out the tree, and on my heart I'll let thee lie and love thee tenderly. Thus cried May Ellen soft and low, from where the hawthorn shed its snow. Down dropped the bird on quivering wing from out the blossoming tree, and nestled in her snowy breast, my love, cried she. Then straightway home, mid sun and flower, she bare him to her own sweet bower. The day hath passed to mellow night, the moon floats o'er the lea, and in its solemn pallid light her youth stands silently. A youth of beauty strange and rare, within May Ellen's bower there. He stood where o'er the pavement cold the glimmering moonbeams lay. May Ellen gazed with wide scared eyes, nor could she turn away. For as in mystic dreams we see, a spirit stood he silently. All in a low and breathless voice, whence comest thou, said she? Art thou the creature of a dream, or a vision that I see? Then soft spake he as night winds shiver through straining reeds beside the river. I came a bird on feathered wing from distant fairyland, where murmuring waters softly sing upon the golden strand, where sweet trees are forever green, and there my mother is the queen. No more May Ellen leaves her bower to grace the blossoms fair, but in the hushed and midnight hour they hear her talking there. Or when the moon is shining white, they hear her singing through the night. "O don thy silks and jewels fine," May Ellen's mother said, "for hither comes the Lord of Line, and thou this lord must wed." May Ellen said it must not be, "He'll never shall find his wife in me." Up spake her brother, dark and grim, "Now by the bright blue sky, ere yet a day hath gone for him, thou wicked bird shall die. For he hath wrought thee bitter harm by some strange art or cunning charm." Then with a sad and mournful song away the bird did fly, and o'er the castle eaves and through the grey and windy sky. "Come forth then," cried the brother grim, "why dost thou gaze so after him?" It is May Ellen's wedding day, the sky is blue and fair, and many a lord and lady gay in church are gathered there. The bridegroom was Sir Hugh the Bold, all clad in silk and cloth of gold. In came the bride in samite white, with a white wreath on her head. Her eyes were fixed with a glassy look, her face was as the dead. And when she stood among the throng, she sang a wild and wondrous song. Then came a strange and rushing sound, like the coming wind doth bring, and in the open window shot 9 swans on whistling wing. And high above the heads they flew, in gleaming fight the darkness through. Around May Ellen's head they flew, in wide and windy fight, and 3 times round the circle drew, the guests shrank in affright. And the priest beside the altar there did cross himself with muttered prayer. But the 3rd time they flew around, fair Ellen straight was gone, and in her place upon the ground there stood a snow-white swan. Then with a wild and lovely song it joined the swift and winged throng. There's ancient men at weddings been for 60 years and more, but such a wondrous wedding day they never saw before. But none could check, and none could stay the swans that bore the bride away.
Not a sound broke the stillness when Alan a Dale had done, but all sat gazing at the handsome singer, for so sweet was his voice, and the music that each man sat with bated breath, lest one drop more should come and he should lose it. "By my faith and troth," quoth Robin at last, drawing a deep breath, "lad thou art. Thou must not leave our company, Alan. Wilt thou not stay with us here in the sweet green forest? Truly I do feel my heart go out toward thee with great love." Then Alan took Robin's hand and kissed it.
"I will stay with thee always, dear master," said he, "for never have I known such kindness as thou hast shown me this day."
Then Will Scarlet stretched forth his hand and shook Alan's in token of friendship, as did Little John likewise, and thus the famous Alan a Dale became one of Robin's band. Chapter 13. Robin Hood seeks the curtal Friar. The stout yeomen of Sherwood Forest were ever early risers of a morn, more especially when the summer-time had come, for then in the freshness of the dawn the dew was always the brightest, and the song of the small birds the sweetest. Quoth Robin, "Now will I go and seek this same Friar of Fountain Abbey of whom we spake yesternight, and I will take with me 4 of my good men, and these 4 shall be Little John, Will Scarlet, David of Doncaster, and Arthur of Bland. Bide the rest of you here, and Will Stutely shall be your chief while I'm gone." Then straightway Robin Hood donned a fine steel coat of chainmail, over which he put on a light jacket of Lincoln green. Upon his head he clapped a steel cap, and this he covered by one of soft white leather, in which stood a nodding cock's plume. By his side he hung a good broadsword of tempered steel, the bluish blade marked all over with strange figures of dragons, winged women, and what not. A gallant sight was Robin so arrayed, I wot, the glint of steel showing here and there as the sunlight caught brightly the links of polished mail that showed beneath his green coat. So, having arrayed himself, he and the 4 yeomen set forth upon their way, Will Scarlet taking the lead, for he knew better than the others whither to go. Thus, mile after mile they strode along, now across a brawling stream, now along a sunlit road, now adown some sweet forest path, over which the trees met in green and rustling canopy, and at the end of which a herd of startled deer dashed away with a rattle of leaves and a crackle of branches. Onward they walked, with song and jest and laughter, till noontide was past, when at last they came to the banks of a wide, glassy, and lily-padded stream. Here a broad beaten path stretched along beside the banks, on which laboured the horses that tugged at the slow-moving barges, laden with barley meal or what not, from the countryside to the many-towered town. But now, in the hot silence of the midday, no horse was seen, nor any man besides themselves. Behind them and before them stretched the river, its placid bosom ruffled here and there by the purple dusk of a small breeze. "Now, good uncle," quoth Will Scarlet at last, when they had walked for a long time beside this sweet bright river, "just beyond yon bend, ahead of us is a shallow ford, which in no place is deeper than thy mid-thigh, and upon the other side of the stream is a certain little hermitage, hidden amidst the bosky tangle of the thickets, wherein dwelleth the Friar of Fountain Dale. Thither will I lead thee, for I know the way, albeit it is not over hard to find." "Nay," quoth jolly Robin, stopping suddenly, "had I thought I should have had to wade water, even were it so crystal a stream as this, I had donned other clothes than I have upon me. But no matter now, for after all a wetting will not wash the skin away, and what must be, must. But bide ye here, lads, for I would enjoy this merry adventure alone. Nevertheless, listen well, and if ye hear me sound my bugle horn, come quickly." So saying, he turned and left them, striding onward, alone. Robin had walked no farther than where the bend of the road hid his good men from his view, when he stopped suddenly, for he thought that he heard voices. He stood still and listened, and presently heard words passed back and forth betwixt what seemed to be 2 men, and yet the 2 voices were wondrously alike. The sound came from over behind the bank, that here was steep and high, dropping from the edge of a road 60 feet to the sedgy verge of the river. "'Tis strange," muttered Robin to himself after a space, when the voices had ceased their talking. "Surely there must be 2 people that spoke the one to the other, and yet methinks their voices are mightily alike. I make my vow that I have never heard the like in all my life before. Truly, if this twain are to be judged by their voices, no 2 peas were ever more alike. I will look into this matter." So saying, he came softly to the river bank, and laying him down upon the grass, peered over the edge and down below. All was cool and shady beneath the bank. A stout osier grew, not straight upward, but leaning across the water, shadowing the spot with its soft foliage. All around grew a mass of feathery ferns, such as hide and nestle in cool places, and up to Robin's nostrils came the tender odour of the wild thyme, that loves the moist verges of running streams. Here, with his broad back against the rugged trunk of the willow tree, and half hidden by the soft ferns around him, sat a stout, brawny fellow, but no other man was there. His head was as round as a ball, and covered with a mat of close-clipped, curly black hair that grew low down upon his forehead, but his crown was shorn as smooth as the palm of one's hand, which, together with his loose robe, cowl, and string of beads, showed that which his looks would never have done, that he was a friar. His cheeks were as red and shining as a winter crab, albeit they were nearly covered over with a close curly black beard, as were his chin and upper lip likewise. His neck was thick, like that of a north country bull, and his round head closely set upon shoulders, e'en a match for those of Little John himself. Beneath his bushy black brows danced a pair of little grey eyes that could not stand still for very drollery of humour. No man could look into his face and not feel his heartstrings tickled by the merriment of their look. By his side lay a steel cap, which he had lain off for the sake of coolness to his crown. His legs were stretched wide apart, and betwixt his knees he held a great pasty, compounded of juicy meats, of divers kinds made savoury with tender young onions, both meat and onions being mingled with a good rich gravy. In his right fist he held a great piece of brown crust, at which he munched sturdily, and every now and then he thrust his left hand into the pie, and drew it forth full of meat. Anon he would take a mighty pull at a great bottle of Malmsey that lay beside him. "By my faith," quoth Robin to himself, "I do verily believe that this is the merriest feast, the merriest wight, the merriest place, and the merriest sight in all merry England. Methought there was another here, but it must have been this holy man talking to himself." So Robin lay watching the friar, and the friar, all unknowing that he was so overlooked, ate his meal placidly. At last he was done, and, having first wiped his greasy hands upon the ferns and wild thyme, and sweeter napkin ne'er had king in all the world, he took up his flask and began talking to himself, as though he were another man, and answering himself as though he were somebody else. "Dear lad, thou art the sweetest fellow in all the world. I do love thee as a lover loveth his lass. La, thou dost not make me shamed to speak to me in this solitary place, no one being by, and yet if thou wilt have me so, I do love thee as thou lovest me. Nay then, wilt thou not take a drink of good Malmsey? After thee, lad, after thee. Nay, I beseech thee, sweeten the draught with thy lips." Here he passed the flask from his right hand to his left. "And thou wilt force it on me so, I must needs do thy bidding, yet with the more pleasure do I so as I drink thy very great health." Here he took a long, deep draught. "And now, sweet lad, 'tis thy turn next." He passed the bottle from his left hand back again to his right. "I take it, sweet chuck, and here's wishing thee as much good as thou wishest me." Saying this, he took another draught, and truly he drank enough for two. All this time, merry Robin lay upon the bank and listened, while his stomach so quaked with laughter that he was forced to press his palm across his mouth to keep it from bursting forth. For truly he would not have spoiled such a goodly jest for the half of Nottinghamshire. Having gotten his breath from his last draught, the friar began talking again in this wise. "Now, sweet lad, canst thou not sing me a song?" "Oh la, I know not. I am but in ill voice this day. Prithee ask me not. Dost thou not hear how I croak like a frog? Nay, nay, thy voice is as sweet as any bullfinch. Come, sing, I prithee. I would rather hear thee sing than eat a fair feast." "Alas, I would fain not sing before one that can pipe so well, and hath heard so many goodly songs and ballads. Nevertheless, an thou wilt have it so, I will do my best. But now, methinks that thou and I might sing some fair song together. Dost thou not know a certain dainty little catch called The Loving Youth and the Scornful Maid? Why, truly, methinks I have heard it ere now. Then dost thou not think that thou couldst take the lass's part, if I take the lad's? I know not, but I will try. Begin thou with the lad, and I will follow with the lass." Then, singing first with a deep and gruff, and anon in one high and squeaking, he blithely trolled the merry catch of The Loving Youth and the Scornful Maid.
"Ah, it's wilt thou will come with me, my love, and it's wilt thou love ye mine, for I will give unto thee, my love, gay knots and ribbons so fine. I'll woo thee, love, on my bended knee, and I'll pipe sweet songs to none but thee. Then it's hark, hark, hark to the winged lark, and it's hark to the cooing dove, and the bright daffodil groweth down by the rill. So come thou and be my love."
Now get thee away, young man so fine. Now get thee away, I say. For my true love shall never be thine, and so thou hadst better not stay. Thou art not a fine enough lad for me, so I'll wait till a better young man I see. For it's hark, hark, hark to the winged lark, and it's hark to the cooing dove, And the bright daffodil groweth down by the rill, yet I'll never be thy love.
Then straight will I seek for another fair she, for many a maid can be found. And as thou wilt never have aught of me, by thee will I never be bound. For never is a blossom in the field so rare, but others are found that are just as fair. So it's hark, hark, hark to the joyous lark, and it's hark to the cooing dove. And the bright daffodil groweth down by the rill, and I'll seek me another, dear love.
Young man, turn not so very quick away, another fair lass to find. Methinks I have spoken in haste today, nor have I made up my mind. And if thou wilt only stay with me, I'll love no other sweet lad but thee.
Here Robin could contain himself no longer, but burst forth into a mighty roar of laughter. Then the holy friar, keeping on with the song, he joined in the chorus, and together they sang, or as one might say, bellowed,
So it's hark, hark, hark to the joyous lark, and it's hark to the cooing dove. For the bright daffodil groweth down by the rill, and I'll be thine own true love.
So they sang together, for the stout friar did not seem to have heard Robin's laughter, neither did he seem to know that the yeoman had joined in with the song, but with eyes half closed, looking straight before him and wagging his round head from side to side in time to the music, he kept on bravely to the end, he and Robin finishing up with a mighty roar that might have been heard a mile. But no sooner had the last word been sung than the holy man seized his steel cap, clapped it on his head, and springing to his feet, cried in a great voice, What spy have we here? Come forth, thou limb of evil, and I will carve thee into as fine a pudding meat as e'er a wife in Yorkshire cooked on a Sunday. Hereupon he drew from beneath his robes a great broadsword, full as stout as was Robin's. Nay, put up thy pinking iron, friend, quoth Robin, standing up with the tears of laughter still on his cheeks. Folk who are sung so sweetly together should not fight thereafter. Hereupon he leapt down to the bank, to where the other stood. I tell thee, friend, said he, my throat is as parched with that song as e'er a barley stubble in October. Hast thou haply any malmsey left in that stout pottle? Truly, said the friar in a glum voice, thou dost ask thyself freely, where thou art not bidden. Yet I trust I am too good a Christian to refuse any man drink that is athirst. So as there is aught, thou art welcome to drink of the same. And he held the pottle out to Robin. Robin took it without more ado, and putting it to his lips tilted his head back, while that which was within said glug, 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 for more than 3 winks, I wot. The stout friar watched Robin anxiously the while, and when he was done, took the pottle quickly. He shook it, held it betwixt his eyes and the light, looked reproachfully at the yeoman, and straightway placed it at his own lips. When it came away again, there was naught within it. Dost thou know the country hereabouts, thou good and holy man? Asked Robin, laughing. Yea, somewhat, answered the other dryly. And dost thou know of a certain spot called Fountain Abbey? Yea, somewhat. Then perchance thou knowest of a certain one who goeth by the name of the Curtal Friar of Fountain Abbey? Yea, somewhat. Well then, good fellow, holy father, or whatever thou art, quoth Robin, I would know whether this same friar is to be found upon this side of the river, or the other. That, quoth the friar, is a practical question upon which the cunning rules appertaining to logic touch not. I do advise thee to find that out by the aid of thine own 5 senses, sight, feeling, and what not. I do wish much, quoth Robin, looking thoughtfully at the stout priest, to cross yon ford, and strive to find this same good friar. Truly, said the other piously, it is a goodly wish on the part of one so young. Far be it from me to check thee in so holy a quest. Friend, the river is free to all. Yea, good father, said Robin. But thou seest that my clothes are of the finest, and I fain would not get them wet. Methinks thy shoulders are stout and broad. Couldst thou not find it in thy heart to carry me across? No. By the white hand of the Holy Lady of the Fountain, burst forth the friar in a mighty rage. Dost thou poor puny stripling, thou kiss my lady la popinjay, thou, what shall I call thee?
Dost thou ask me, the holy tuck, to carry thee? Now I swear.
Here he paused suddenly, then slowly the anger passed from his face, and his little eyes twinkled once more. "But why should I not?" quoth he, piously. "Did not the holy Saint Christopher ever carry the stranger across the river? And should I, poor sinner that I am, be ashamed to do likewise? Come with me, stranger, and I will do thy bidding in a humble frame of mind." So saying, he clambered up the bank, closely followed by Robin, and led the way to the shallow, pebbly ford, chuckling to himself the while as though he were enjoying some goodly jest within himself. Having come to the ford, he girded up his robes about his loins, tucked his good broadsword beneath his arm, and stooped his back to take Robin upon it. Suddenly he straightened up. "Methinks," quoth he, "thou'll get thy weapon wet. Let me tuck it beneath mine arm along with mine own." "Nay, good father," said Robin, "I would not burden thee with aught of mine but myself." "Dost thou think," said the friar mildly, "that the good Saint Christopher would have sought his own ease so? Nay, give me thy tool as I bid thee, for I would carry it as a penance to my pride." Upon this, without more ado, Robin Hood unbuckled his sword from his side and handed it to the other, who thrust it with his own beneath his arm. Then once more the friar bent his back, and Robin having mounted upon it, he stepped sturdily into the water and so strode onward, splashing in the shoal and breaking all the smooth surface into ever-widening rings. At last he reached the other side, and Robin leapt lightly from his back. "Many thanks, good father," quoth he. "Thou art indeed a good and holy man. Prithee, give me my sword and let me away, for I am in haste." At this the stout friar looked upon Robin for a long time, his head on one side, and with a most waggish twist to his face. Then he slowly winked his right eye. "Nay, good youth," said he gently, "I doubt not that thou art in haste with thine affairs, yet thou dost think nothing of mine. Thine are of a carnal nature, mine are of a spiritual nature, a holy work, so to speak. Moreover, mine affairs do lie upon the other side of the stream. I see by thy quest of this same holy recluse that thou art a good young man and most reverent to the cloth. I did get wet coming hither, and am sadly afraid that should I wade in the water again, I might get certain cricks and pains of the joints that would mar my devotions for many a day to come. I know that since I have so humbly done thy bidding, thou wilt carry me back again. Thou seest how Saint Godric, the holy hermit whose natal day this is, hath placed in my hands 2 swords, and in thine never a one. Therefore be persuaded, good youth, and carry me back again." Robin Hood looked up, and he looked down, biting his nether lip. Quoth he, "Thou cunning friar, thou hast me fast and fair enough. Let me tell thee that not one of thy cloth hath so hoodwinked me in all my life before. I might have known from thy looks that thou wert no such holy man as thou didst pretend to be." "Nay," interrupted the friar, "I bid thee speak not so scurriously either, lest thou mayest perchance feel the prick of an inch or 2 of blue steel." "Tut, tut," said Robin. "Speak not so, friar. The loser hath ever the right to use his tongue as he doth list. Give me my sword. I do promise to carry thee back straight away. Nay, I will not lift the weapon against thee." "Marry, come up," quoth the friar. "I fear thee not, fellow. Here is thy skewer, and get thyself presently ready, for I would hasten back." So Robin took his sword again and buckled it at his side. Then he bent his stout back and took the friar upon it. Now I wot Robin Hood had a heavier load to carry in the friar than the friar had in him. Moreover, he did not know the ford, so he went stumbling among the stones, now stepping into a deep hole and now nearly tripping over a boulder, while the sweat ran down his face in beads from the hardness of his journey and the heaviness of his load. Meantime, the friar kept digging his heels into Robin's sides and bidding him to hasten, calling him many ill names the while. To all this Robin answered never a word, but having softly felt around till he found the buckle of the belt that held the friar's sword, he worked slyly at the fastenings, seeking to loosen them. Thus it came about that, by the time he had reached the other bank with his load, the friar's sword belt was loose, albeit he knew it not. So when Robin stood on dry land and the friar leapt from his back, the yeoman gripped hold of the sword so that the blade, sheath, and strap came away from the holy man, leaving him without a weapon. "Now then," quoth merry Robin, panting as he spake and wiping the sweat from his brow, "I have thee, fellow. This time that same saint of whom thou didst speak, but now hath delivered 2 swords into my hand, and hath stripped thine away from thee. Now, if thou dost not carry me back, and that speedily, I swear I will prick thy skin till it is as full of holes as a slashed doublet." The good friar said not a word for a while, but he looked at Robin with a grim look. "Now," said he at last, "I did think that thy wits were of the heavy sort, and knew not that thou wert so cunning. Truly thou hast me upon the hip. Give me my sword, and I promise not to draw it against thee save in self-defence. Also I promise to do thy bidding and take thee upon my back and carry thee." So jolly Robin gave him his sword again, which the friar buckled to his side, and this time looked to it that it was more secure in its fastenings. Then, tucking up his robes once more, he took Robin Hood upon his back, and without a word stepped into the water, and so waded on in silence, while Robin sat laughing upon his back. At last he reached the middle of the ford where the water was deepest. Here he stopped for a moment, and then with a sudden lift of his hand and heave of his shoulders, fairly shot Robin over his head as though he were a sack of grain. Down went Robin into the water with a mighty splash. "There," quoth the holy man, calmly turning back again to the shore. "Let that cool thy hot spirit, if it may." Meantime, after much splashing, Robin had gotten to his feet and stood gazing about him, all bewildered, the water running from him in pretty little rills. At last he shot the water out of his ears and spat some out of his mouth, and gathering his scattered wits together, saw that the stout friar standing on the bank, and laughing. Then I wot was Robin Hood a madman. "Stay thou, villain," roared he. "I am after thee straight, and if I do not carve thy brawn for thee this day, may I never lift a finger again." So saying, he dashed, splashing to the bank. "Thou needest not hasten thyself unduly," quoth the stout friar. "Fear not, I will abide here, and if thou dost not cry alack a day ere long time is gone, may I never more peep through the brake at a fallow deer." And now Robin, having reached the bank again, began, without more ado, to roll up his sleeves above his wrists. The friar also tucked his robes more about him, showing a great stout arm on which the muscles stood out like humps of an aged tree. Then Robin saw what he had not wotted of before, that the friar had also a coat of chainmail beneath his gown. "Look to thyself," cried Robin, drawing his good sword. "Ay, marry," quoth the friar, who held his already in his hand. So without more ado they came together, and thereupon began a fierce and mighty battle. Right and left and up and down and back and forth they fought. The swords flashed in the sun, and then met with a clash that sounded far and near. I wot this was no playful bout at quarterstaff, but a grim and serious fight of real earnest. Thus they strove for an hour or more, pausing every now and then to rest, at which times each looked at the other with wonder, and thought that never had he seen so stout a fellow. Then once again they would go at it more fiercely than ever, yet in all this time neither had harmed the other nor caused his blood to flow. At last merry Robin cried, "Hold thy hand, good friend," whereupon both lowered their swords. "Nay, now I crave a boon ere we begin again," quoth Robin, wiping the sweat from his brow, for they had striven so long that he began to think that it would be an ill-done thing either to be smitten himself, or to smite so stout and brave a fellow. "Of what wouldst thou have of me?" asked the friar. "Only this," quoth Robin, "that thou wilt let me blow thrice upon my bugle horn." The friar bent his brows and looked shrewdly at Robin Hood. "Now I do verily think that thou hast some cunning trick in this," quoth he. "Nevertheless I fear thee not, and will let thee have thy wish, providing thou wilt also let me blow thrice upon this little whistle." "With all my heart," quoth Robin. "So, here goes for one." So saying, he raised his silver horn to his lips, and blew thrice upon it clear and high. Meantime, the friar stood watching keenly for what might come to pass, holding in his fingers the while a pretty silver whistle, such as knights use for calling their hawks back to their wrists, which whistle always hung at his girdle, along with his rosary. Scarcely had the echo of the last note of Robin's bugle come winding back from across the river when 4 tall men in Lincoln green came running around the bend of the road, each with a bow in his hand and an arrow ready nocked upon the string.
"Ha! It is thus, thou traitor knave!" cried the friar.
"Then, marry, look to thyself."
So saying, he straightway clapped the hawk's whistle to his lips and blew a blast that was both loud and shrill. And now there came a crackling of the bushes that lined the other side of the road, and presently forth from the covert burst 4 great shaggy hounds.
"At 'em, Sweetlips! At 'em, Bellthroat! At 'em, Beauty! At 'em, Fangs!" cried the friar, pointing at Robin.
And now it was well for the yeoman that a tree stood nigh him, beside the road, else had he had an ill chance of it. Ere one could say "Gaffer down the dale," the hounds were upon him, and he had only time to drop his sword and leap lightly into the tree, around which the hounds gathered, looking up at him as though he were a cat on the eaves. But the friar quickly called off his dogs.
"At 'em!"
cried he, pointing down to the road where the yeomen were standing stock still with wonder of what they saw. As the hawk darts down upon its quarry, so sped the 4 dogs at the yeomen. But when the 4 men saw the hounds coming, all with one accord, saving only Will Scarlet, drew each man his goose feather to his ear, and let fly his shaft. And now the old ballad telleth of a wondrous thing that happened. For thus it says that each dog so shot at leapt lightly aside, and as the arrow passed him whistling, caught it in its mouth and bit it in twain. Now it would have been an ill day for these 4 good fellows had not Will Scarlet stepped down before the others and met the hounds as they came rushing.
"Why, how now, Fangs?" cried he sternly.
"Down, Beauty! Down, Sirrah! What means this?"
At the sound of his voice each dog shrank back quickly, and then straightway came to him and licked his hands and fawned upon him, as is the wont of dogs that meet one they know. Then the 4 yeomen came forward, the hounds leaping around Will Scarlet joyously.
"Why, how now?" cried the stout friar. "What means this? Art thou wizard to turn these wolves into lambs? Ha!" cried he, when they had come still nearer. "Can I trust mine eyes? What means it that I see young Master William Gamwell in such company?"
"Nay, Tuck," said the young man, as the 4 came toward where Robin was now clambering down from the tree in which he had been roosting, he having seen that all danger was over for the time. "Nay, Tuck, my name is no longer Will Gamwell, but Will Scarlet, and this is my good uncle Robin Hood, with whom I am abiding just now."
"Truly, good master,"
said the friar, looking somewhat abashed, and reaching out his great palm to Robin.
"I ha' oft heard thy name both sung and spoken of, but I never thought to meet thee in battle. I crave thy forgiveness, and do wonder not that I found so stout a man against me."
"Truly, most holy father," said Little John, "I am more thankful than e'er I was in my life before, that our good friend Scarlet knew thee and thy dogs. I tell thee seriously that I felt my heart crumble away from me when I saw my shaft so miss its aim, and those great beasts of thine coming straight at me."
"Thou mayst indeed be thankful, friend," said the friar gravely.
"But, Master Will, how cometh it that thou dost now abide in Sherwood?"
"Why, Tuck, dost thou not know of my ill happening with my father's steward?" answered Scarlet.
"Yea, truly. Yet I knew not that thou wert in hiding because of it. Marry, the times are all awry when a gentleman must lie hidden for so small a thing."
"But we are losing time," quoth Robin, "and I will have yet to find that same Curtal Friar." "Why, uncle, thou hast not far to go," said Will Scarlet, pointing to the friar, "for there he stands, beside thee."
"How?" quoth Robin.
"Art thou the man that I have been at such pains to seek all day, and have got such a ducking for?"
"Why, truly," said the friar demurely. "Some do call me the Curtal Friar of Fountaindale. Others again call me in jest the Abbot of Fountain Abbey. Others still again call me simple Friar Tuck."
"I like the last name best," quoth Robin, "for it doth slip more glibly off the tongue. But why dost thou not tell me thou wert he I sought, instead of sending me searching for black moonbeams?"
"Why, truly, thou didst not ask me, good master," quoth stout Tuck. "But what didst thou desire of me?"
"Nay," quoth Robin, "the day groweth late, and we cannot stand longer talking here. Come back with us to Sherwood, and I will unfold all to thee as we travel along." So, without tarrying longer, they all departed, with the stout dogs at their heels, and wended their way back to Sherwood again. But it was long past nightfall ere they reached the greenwood tree. Now listen, for next I will tell how Robin Hood compass the happiness of two young lovers, aided by the merry Friar Tuck of Fountaindale. Chapter 14. Robin Hood compasses a marriage. And now had come the morning when fair Ellen was to be married, and on which merry Robin had sworn that Alanadale should, as it were, eat out of the platter that had been filled for Sir Stephen of Trent. Up rose Robin Hood, blithe and gay. Up rose his merry men, one and all, and up rose last of all stout Friar Tuck, winking the smart of sleep from out of his eyes. Then, while the air seemed to brim over with the song of many birds, all blended together and all joying in the misty morn, each man raved face and hands in the leaping brook, and so the day began. Now, quoth Robin, when they had broken their fast, and each man had eaten his fill, it is time for us to set forth upon the undertaking that we have in hand for today. I will choose me 100 of my good men to go with me, for I may need aid, and thou, Will Scarlet, will abide here, and be the chief while I am gone. Then, searching through all the band, each man of whom crowded forward, eager to be chosen, Robin called such as he wished by name until he had a score of stout fellows, the very flower of his yeomanry. Besides Little John and Will Stutely were nigh all those famous lads of whom I have already told you. Then, while those so chosen ran leaping, full of joy, to arm themselves with bow and shaft and broadsword, Robin Hood stepped aside into the covert, and there donned a gay, beribboned coat, such as might have been worn by some strolling minstrel, and slung a harp across his shoulder, the better to carry out that part. All the band stared and many laughed, for never had they seen their master in such a fantastic guise before. Truly, quoth Robin, holding up his arms and looking down at himself, I do think it be somewhat of a gay, gaudy grasshopper dress, but it is a pretty thing for all that, and doth not ill befit the turn of my looks, albeit I wear it but for the nonce. But stay, Little John, here are 2 bags that I would have thee carry in thy pouch for the sake of safe-keeping. I can ill care for them myself beneath this motley. Why, master, quoth Little John, taking the bags and weighing them in hand, here is the chink of gold. Well, what an there be, said Robin. It is mine own coin, and the band is none the worse for what is there. Come, busk ye, lads. And he turned quickly away. Get ye ready straightway. Then, gathering the score together in a close rank, in the midst of which were Alanadale and Friar Tuck, he led them forth upon their way from the forest shades. So they walked on for a long time, till they had come out of Sherwood into the vale of Rotherstream. Here were different sights from what one saw in the forest. Hedgerows, broad fields of barley corn, pasture lands rolling upward till they met the sky and all dotted over with flocks of white sheep. Hayfields whence came the odour of new-mown hay that lay in smooth swathes, over which skimmed the swifts in rapid flight. Such as they saw, and different was it, I wot, from the tangled depths of the sweet woodlands, but full as fair. Thus Robin led his band, walking blithely with chest thrown out and head thrown back, snuffing the odours of the gentle breeze that came drifting from over the hayfields. Truly, quoth he, the dear world is as fair here as in the woodland shades. Who calls it a vale of tears? Methinks it is but the darkness in our minds that bringeth gloom to the world. For what saith that merry song thou singest, Little John? Is it not thus? For when my love's eyes do thine, and when her lips smile so rare, the day is jocund and fine, so fine, though let it be wet or be fair. And when the stout ale is flowing so fast, our sorrows and troubles are things of the past. Nay, said Friar Tuck piously, ye do think of profane things and of naught else, yet truly there be safeguards against care and woe than ale-drinking and bright eyes, to wit, fasting and meditation. Look upon me, have I the likeness of a sorrowful man? At this a great shout of laughter went up from all around, for the night before the stout friar had emptied twice as many cannikins of ale as any one of all the merry men. Truly, quoth Robin when he could speak for laughter, I should say that thy sorrows were about equal to thy goodliness. So they stepped along, talking, singing, jesting, and laughing, until they had come to a certain little church that belonged to the great estates, owned by the rich priory of Emmet. Here it was that fair Ellen was to be married on that morn, and here was the spot towards which the yeomen had pointed their toes. On the other side of the road from where the church stood, with waving fields of barley around, ran a stone wall along the roadside,